düzeyli ve seviyeli olması gerekir. Bu karşıtlık itibarsızlaştırma çabalarına girmemesi gerekir.
He says freedom of the press is fine in principle, but insists there are limits to what journalists can write or say.
Basın özgürlüğü deyip ülkenin liderini de itibarsızlaştırmamak gerekiyor. Herhangi bir terörist vesaire suçlu ülkenin milli güvenliğine tehdit unsuruysa bu çabalar, itibarsızlaştırma çabaları, algı yaratma vesaire tarzı şeyler de bence gayet suçtur. Türkiye'de işte basın deyip istediğini yapacağın anlamına gelmiyor.
Since its first term in power, the AKP government has aimed to stifle reporting it sees as negative or critical. But it doesn't just target individual journalists. When the opposition newspaper, Hurriyet, reported on an AKP corruption scandal, the government retaliated, fining the paper's owners, Doğan Media, $2.5 billion for supposed tax evasion. Nearly bankrupted, the company had to sell 2 papers to an Erdogan ally.
So the tax investigations against Doğan Group really sent a signal that you shouldn't cross us, really, and that there would be new red lines that they would enforce.
Erdogan had punished one disloyal media outlet. But that was just the beginning. Later, he would prove his domination of the entire mainstream press. Şevket Şahintaş has been driving a cab in the streets of Istanbul for more than 30 years, often working the night shift. But no matter the hour, he finds his passengers are eager to talk politics.
Genelde hangi partili ve ekonominin durumunu nasıl buluyorsun? Eğer AK Parti seçmeni ise ülkenin iyi olduğunu anlatmaya çalışıyor bana. CHP seçmeni ise aslında eskiden her şeyin daha iyi olduğunu, işte ülkenin iyiye gitmediğini anlatmaya çalışır.
Şevket has long had doubts about Erdogan and the AKP.
Erdoğan'ı hiçbir zaman desteklemedim. 2002'de geldiklerinde gerçekten üzülmüştüm. Çünkü din söylemiyle gelen bir partinin bir ülkeyi daha iyi hale getirebileceğine asla inanmadım. Hala da inanmıyorum.
His skepticism peaked in May 2013. That's when a government plan to build a shopping mall in Istanbul's popular Gezi Park drew a small group of protesters that grew and grew.
They were, people from opposite factions of politics. The most colorful, carnivalesque protest you could ever see. And they wanted to tell the political power that they are not going to be enemies to each other, saying that we want to keep our solidarity. We don't want to give in to the polarization that is forced upon us by this political power.
An amateur photographer, Şevket was drawn to what was unfolding at Gezi Park. He took a week off work to document it.
Sesinin çıkmadığını düşünen bir kitle, kendisini vatandaş gibi görmediğini düşündüğü bir insana ben de varım eylemiydi belki de.
A tense calm prevailed for 2 days at the park. And then came the government's response.
The police cracked down viciously on the peaceful protesters. So they torched their tents, they beat them. Images are taken on camera phones, they're spread through the internet very quickly, and within a few days, you have uprisings in 80 out of 81 provinces in Turkey. What Erdogan sees this as, rightly so, is the first real challenge against his power.
Fearing government reprisals, many television news outlets continued with their regular daily programming instead of covering the protests live.
It was a striking experience. In some cases, be able to look out your window and see people protesting, maybe in some cases to see police firing tear gas canisters down the street, and your biggest news channel was showing a nature documentary.
Gezi olayları gösterilmemesini isteyen haliyle hükümetti ve göstermeyen basında onların her dediğini yaptığını böyle ispat etmiş oldu bence. Biz de galiba o olaylardan sonra o ana akım medyayı görmemeye başladık.
During the unrest, protesters turned to social media to share news. Şevket kept his camera focused on the turmoil.
Gezi eylemleri ilk başladığında o kadar ciddi, büyüyecek bir eylem olduğunu ben düşünmemiştim. Ama bu çok ciddi bir halk hareketine dönüştü.
The Gezi Park protests marked the birth of a grassroots anti-AKP movement defending the right to free expression.
Gezi Parkı benim için gerçekten çok önemliydi. Benim gibi düşünen bir sürü insan olduğunu görmek, hayata benim gibi bakan bir sürü insan olduğunu görmek beni çok mutlu etmişti. Artık daha fazla dinleneceğimizi, bundan sonra her şeyin eskisi gibi olmayacağını düşündüm ve çok da umut ettiğim kadar da iyi gitmedik.
Since the Gezi Park protest, there has been a very sharp polarization of society under the AKP. There's a sense that you're either with the AKP or you're not.
That polarization has heightened social and political tensions in the country. Since the mid-1980s, the Turkish army has fought the militant Kurdish group PKK, which seeks to establish an independent state in a region that includes southeast Turkey. The conflict has killed over 40,000 civilians and wounded untold numbers more. One opposition newspaper, Özgür Gündem, had for years reported on Kurdish issues, and because of it, was a target of the Erdogan government.
Terör propagandası, işte örgüt gazetesi, işte bölücü gazete, hain gazete, bu tarz argümanlarla çok taşlandı bu gazete. Ama aslında zaten yani yapması gereken şey yapmıştı gazete.
Zozan Butun is a 26-year-old Kurd who grew up reading Özgür Gündem in southeastern Turkey. She now works in an Istanbul bookstore.
Kürtlerin bir sesi yok aslında. Bizim de sesimiz vardı, bizim de acılarımız, bizim de çığlıklarımız vardı, bizim de realitelerimiz vardı ve bu realiteler diğer basınlarda yer almıyordu. Haliyle Özgür Gündem bunlara ses oldu. Kürt basın tarihinde çok önemli bir yere sahip.
Starting on May 3rd, 2016, International Press Freedom Day, Özgür Gündem launched a freedom of expression campaign. Its purpose, to protest the relentless government pressure and defend freedom of the press. More than 50 journalists and activists volunteered to serve as guest editors for a day in support of the newspaper. But soon, the Erdogan government cracked down, investigating and arresting volunteers, jailing some, and accusing them of spreading terrorist propaganda. Protesters denounced the censorship. Trials were set for the fall of 2016. But then came July 15th.
Tonight, we are monitoring that military coup underway in Turkey.
A faction in the military decided Erdogan had to go. The control of Turkey seemed up for grabs.
Burada ilk kez çoluk çocukla birlikte Bodrum'a gitmiştik. Bodrum dönüşünde işte bir anda geceleyin bir anda bir uçak gürültüsüyle aynı Allah'ım dedim ne oluyor dünyanın sonu geldi herhalde.
With his hold on power threatened, Erdogan turned to social media, urging his supporters to take to the streets against the enemy. They did, with a fury. Amid the roar of F-16s overhead and bombs exploding, came haunting sounds issuing from the mosques. A prayer known as a Sela.
It's a certain prayer that we do after death, like, death of someone. That night, calling people to resist a coup through prayers was something completely unprecedented, and it was the clear sign that this country will be more Islamized from this day on.
Within 12 hours, the coup attempt was broken. More than 250 people died. Thousands were injured.
Bu Fethullahçı terör örgütünün attığı adım karşılığını bulmuştur.
Erdogan accused a former political ally of masterminding the attempted coup, and he declared a state of emergency that suspended rights and freedoms, giving him absolute power. The government purged some 130,000 civil servants, professors, lawyers, and police officials. 170 news outlets were shut down. Journalists were accused of terrorism, arrested and detained. Among them were reporters at Cumhuriyet, Turkey's leading opposition newspaper. Charged with aiding a terrorist organization, many spent months in jail awaiting trial. Sketch artists captured the drama in court.
The Cumhuriyet trial as a whole is an entirely bogus and outrageous trial where journalists for this liberal secularist newspaper were basically described as terrorists. And the sentences they got were all about aiding terrorist organizations, but no evidence to support this outrageous charge.
4 years later, the failed coup is history. Yet the Erdogan government continues to police what citizens see, hear, or read. In today's Turkey, online media have become more dominant and influential.
And that's why the last battlegrounds for the government is the internet. And that's why they're keen to control information flow on social media platforms and on the internet.
Türkiye'de ve Türkiye'den daha kötü olan demokrasi olarak ülkelerde internetin çok büyük bir kurtarıcı olduğunu inanıyorum. Gazeteler satın alındı, televizyonlar satın alındı ama internetin sayesinde halk gerçekleri ve kendi okumak istedikleri, takip etmek istedikleri insanları takip edebilme imkanına kavuştular.
The Turkish government has been brazen in restricting digital media, blocking access to sites like Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, and arresting users, including journalists, for posting comments it alleges are critical or in support of terrorism. No one has been beyond the government's reach, including some well-known figures like Attila Taş.
Every day I'm coming here, I'm giving my fingerprint, and now I'm free for one day. Yeah, that's the free Turkey, man. That's the free Turkey.
A former singer turned popular online personality, Taş has a history of tweeting criticism of the government. After the failed coup, he was arrested and faced over 3 years in prison, charged with aiding a terrorist organization. He spent nearly a year behind bars, awaiting trial.
Hücreye koydular beni tek başıma ve ben 10 gün boyunca o hücrede tek başıma vakit geçirmek zorunda kaldım. Bir ara çıldıracağımı hissettim. Kendi kendimle konuşmaya başladım. Gerçekten çok zor. Yani hapishanede çıldırmak, dellenmek, kafanızı, aklınızı kaybetmek çok kolay. Bu kadar kolay.
Turkey consistently ranks at or near the top among nations that imprison journalists for their reporting. Even some of Erdogan's supporters think the government goes too far.
Neden atılsın ya? Günahtır. Neden? O zaman demokrasi olmuyor ki. Tabii ki de eleştirecekler. Eleştirirseler bir şeyler kazanırız. Ama öteki türlü tabii ki de bir gazeteci bir insanın şahsına, özeline giriyorsa tamam. Ama yine de hapis cezasına gerek yok. Günah. Onların da çoluk çocuğu var. Onların da bir yaşamı var.
In Turkey's polarized political climate, threats of any kind are not to be ignored.
İyi akşamlar. Ben Fatih Portakal. Türkiye'nin en farklı ana haber bültenine hoş geldiniz sevgili izleyenler. Bugün
Fatih Portakal knows this all too well.
Ramazan bayramı mübarek
For
olsun.
years, he's anchored a highly rated daily news show on Fox Haber
Ve
TV.
ardından da Perşembe günü
His commentaries draw viewers from across the political spectrum.
Gerçekleri söylediğine inandığım için takip ediyorum. Parti karşıtı, AK Parti işte düşmanı falan olduğunu düşünmüyorum. Gerçekleri söylüyor ve ben onun gerçekleri söylediğine büyük bir yüreklilikle söylediğine inanıyorum.
benim yaptığım burada diğer ana haber bültenlerinden farklı olarak ben konuşuyorum. Benim yaptığım bu. İnsanlar belki de bu hoşlarına gidiyor. Yani çok fazla konuşan bir insanın olmadığı, çok fazla yazan insan olmadığı bir ülkede ben bu insanların belki de duygularına tercümanlık yapıyorum.
Portakal's opinions have put him in the crosshairs of Turkey's most powerful man. At a 2018 rally, Erdogan aimed a thinly disguised threat at Portakal, whose last name means orange in Turkish.
Birileri çıkmış. Portakal mıdır, mandalina mıdır, narenciye midir, nedir? Sokağa çağırıyor. Sokağa çağırıyor. Haddini bil, haddini. Bilmezsen haddini, bu millet patlatır enseni.
Erdogan's threat worked.
Onu izleyen 1,5-2 aylık süreç içerisinde tamamen bir fanus hayatı yaşadım. İş, ev, ev, iş. Çünkü toplumun veya bireyin nasıl refleks vereceğini bilemiyorsunuz, kestiremiyorsunuz artık. Yani çılgınca bir hareket yapabilir, belki hiçbir şey yapmayabilir. Sadece kendinizi biraz daha koruma altına alıyorsunuz. Yapması gereken aslında oydu ve onu yaptı.
But not all journalists have a large audience, like Portakal's, to protect them. Before she worked in a bookstore, Zozan Butun reported on politics for an internet news company. In 2017, she was arrested in a government raid and jailed for a week without being told of the charges against her.
Zor bir süreçti aslında. Alan küçücük bir alan var, rahatsız yataklar var. Zaten yaz ayı olduğu için çok sıcaktı. Yatağa yatıyordunuz, kalktığınız zaman yatak işte sırt bölgeniz, kolunuz o yatağa yapışmış bir şekilde kalkıyordu ve çektiğiniz an zaten vücut yanmaya başlıyordu. Şöyle ufak ufak kızarıklıklar oluyordu.
Zozan endured her time in jail by singing Kurdish folk songs. Authorities ultimately charged her with spreading terrorist propaganda without supplying evidence of her having ties to a terrorist group. It led her to make a difficult decision.
Şimdi şunu fark ettim. Hiçbir şey yapmamama rağmen gözaltına alınıp 7 gün kaldıysam, eğer ben bir şey yaparsam bayağı cezaevi yatacağımı farkındaydım. Bu ülkede gazeteciliğin yapılamayacağını anladım. Yapılsa bile belli başlı noktalarda taraf tutmam gerektiğini de farkındaydım. Bu tarafı da ben kabul etmek istemedim ve gazetecilik yapmamaya karar verdim.
Today, Zozan's building a career as a singer of traditional Kurdish songs. Her way of keeping the culture alive. She performs in local clubs and has a large social media following, including many outside Turkey.
Çünkü ben müziğin her zaman birleştirici ve iyileştirici olma yönüne inandım. Kendimi çok rahat bir şekilde, en net ve dokunaklı bir şekilde anlattığım tek alan aslında müzik.
Yet while Zozan's free to sing, she's still confined. 3 years after her arrest, the court has not decided her case. She's banned from leaving the country, keeping her from accepting offers to perform in Europe.
Bu benim çok zoruma gitmişti zaten. Ve bir şey oluyor, gidemiyorsun. Sadece ülke sınırları içerisinde dolaştırılan bir açık cezaevi gibi düşünüyorum. Bu da aslında kısmi esaret oluyor. Evet, bu Türkiye'den, işte İstanbul'dan Van'a gidebiliyorum veya İstanbul'dan başka bir şehre gidebiliyorum ama Türkiye'den çıkıp bambaşka bir ülkeye gidemiyorum. Biraz böyle. Aslında bir zincir var. O zincir sadece ülke sınırları içerisine kadar genişletilmiş. Onun dışına gittiğin zaman o oradan seni tutup çekiyor. Gel sen buraya, gidemezsin.
Zozan's future is in limbo, just like Ece Temelkoran's. After being fired from her job at Haberturk for criticizing Erdogan, Ece remained in Turkey. But during the 2016 post-coup purges, she left, choosing self-exile in Croatia to the constant fear of living in Istanbul.
When I came to Zagreb, I made a decision to freeze my emotions because losing a home is like nothing else. It disorients you in a way.
Away from family and friends, locked outside of Turkey, Ece's life is a mirror image of Zozan's.
Oppressive regimes imprison you in several ways. They imprison some people and they cannot, go out of the actual prison. But then they create another bigger prison in the country that you cannot leave the country. And I am kind of imprisoned outside Turkey and I cannot go back to my home country.
Turkey's media landscape grows increasingly dark. Some journalists have fled to the internet and social media, the last open spaces for public debate and free speech. But the digital realm may not be a haven for long. The Erdogan government has tightened internet censorship, passing a new law that controls social media with fines and the removal of content it considers offensive. It also requires social media companies to maintain offices and store user data inside Turkey, which raises privacy concerns. The scope of the law is unprecedented.
Everyone knows about the struggle for freedom of expression and free media in Turkey, but the magnitude of the problems we have here is not known by many. Over 243,000 websites are currently blocked from Turkey, and over 150,000 news articles or URL addresses are currently blocked. Over 12,000 blocking decisions are issued every year, and over 1,500 Twitter accounts are blocked from Turkey. This is the country we live in.
What's to become of a nation whose government prosecutes those who speak out? Those who ask questions and refuse to remain silent. Press freedom is enshrined in Turkey's constitution, though there have always been limits. In the nation's history, civil and military leaders have exploited those limits, punishing journalists for allegedly endangering national security or for supporting terrorism. The Erdogan government has taken it to the extreme, seeking to curtail free speech and outlaw opposing views. Now the question is not only whether freedom of the press will survive in Turkey, but whether the country's democracy itself will survive.
I left Nigeria back as far as 2012, and it was a very funny story. As you can see from my social media pages, my best food is amala. So I worked after work. I'm a medical doctor, full-time doctor. After work, I went to this famous place in Oshogbo where they have amala, just next to my hospital. So while I was there, I sat down with the food, and then I saw this newspaper advert saying doctors needed urgently in Saudi Arabia. So I abandoned my plate of amala. The rewards were just amazing, and I couldn't believe my eyes. You know, free accommodation, free flights. I was earning, you know, I was going to earn like times 20, you know, of what I earned at the time, in dollars as well. So I packed my bags, went home, packed my bags off to Lagos. I was at the Keja for the interview. Like immediately? Immediately, I left the amala, went home, packed my bags, and off I went to Lagos. The next day I went for the interview, did the interview. There were loads and loads of people there. Did the interview and got picked, and I was on my way to Saudi Arabia. So from Nigeria, I worked in Saudi Arabia for 2 years, and then I walked around the Middle East, Dubai, Oman, Bahrain, and from there, while I was working, I was writing my exams to work in the UK and the Republic of Ireland. So from there, I got a lecturing position in the UK, and then I was able to pass my exams within that time. So I got my licenses to be able to practice in Europe. So at the moment, I can practice in Europe, I can practice in New Zealand, I can practice in the Middle East, and of course in Nigeria as well. So my journey hasn't been straightforward. My journey has been from Nigeria, scattered around the Middle East and then Europe. The first culture shock I faced was I landed on a Thursday and obviously Friday, but it didn't click that Friday was a day to be respected in the Middle East, in the Muslim society. So I got up, was looking for food. I got out of my house, and after walking for like 5 minutes, it still didn't click that I was the only one in the environment, okay? So after walking about, say, 500 meters, I suddenly saw a car just drove in front of me and blocked me, and then I saw all these guys in beards just came, and of course I didn't. So the guy just came and said, "What are you doing out here? It's Friday. You're supposed to be praying." I'm like, I paused, and then he says, "Okay, are you a Muslim or a Christian?" "Yeah, are you a Muslim or a Christian?" I swear I didn't know whether to say Muslim or Christian because I didn't know what was going to happen. If you say Christian and they start flogging you, if you say Muslim, why are you not in the mosque? So I paused, and the guy said, "Bring out your Ikama." I showed him my Ikama, which is like a resident permit. That shows your religion, so it shows I'm a Christian. And then he said, "Where are you coming from?" I said, "I just got into Saudi yesterday. I don't know what's going on." Then he said, "Well, today's Friday, Jumat. You have to be praying. If you're not praying, you respect it. Stay in your house between this period." So I said, "Okay." He said, "Everywhere is closed. You can't even get food." So I said, "I'm sorry. I will walk back right now." And then another one that was amazing, even though I was a doctor, I couldn't speak to female patients. So if a man comes in with a woman and the woman is the one with the problem, you cannot talk face to face to her. You cannot ask her. You have to ask the husband, say, "Okay, why have you brought this woman here?" And then the husband would. So my first experience, I spoke to this woman who had a breast lump, and I was talking. The husband was just looking at me. So when I finished, he was answering me. And when I finished, the guy just lost it. "How can you be talking to my wife?" I was like, I'm not toasting your wife, guy. You know, calm down. So the medical director had to give me an education, you know, yeah. So we were able to just placate the guy at that time. So that was one culture shock for me as well. I've traveled a lot of countries. I've seen 50 different countries now. I would say that in Europe, okay, so some very interesting ones. When I got to Europe, I was in my house just sitting on my own, and friends said, "Come on, there's this birthday party happening, let's go and eat." I said, "Birthday party? Oh yeah, let's go now, where's the venue?" So I went to the venue, we ate, we ordered, ate everything, finished. Birthday party. At the end of the day, the celebrant came and said, this is the bill. And in my head, I'm thinking, bill for what? I should pay that you invite. I was in my house. I was in my house. You invited me. I came to it. Now I have to pay the bill. So that was one. The second one was, of course, driving. In Nigeria, you're on the left side, but in the UK, you're on the right side. So that was another culture shock for me in Europe. Okay. It's important to state that I always talk about the way to live legally within the legal bounds without violating any international laws, which is opposed to what people do, most people do. And if you notice very well, people live, you know, it's upward movement. You're living from poorer countries to rich countries. And interestingly, it's not as if the people who leave their countries illegally, generally speaking now, are not the poorest of the poorest when you put the standard of their country into context. They're not the poorest of the poorest. But because they're looking for better opportunities, they're looking for a place where they will get, you know, larger finances, better standard of living, education, good access to health. That's why they're leaving. So they don't care how they do it. So long as the promises, you know, they've been given good promises, then they just take that pathway. I always use my social media handles on Instagram, on YouTube, Waka Waka Doctor, to tell people of the legal ways. And the reason why people most times don't want to follow this pathway is because I would say it's inherent laziness, because you have to do the work. You know, this illegal pathway, they're possibly going to say, pay this amount of money, we will just move you across the border. But they don't consider the consequences that come with it. This way that I preach involves a lot of, you know, work. You have to do a lot of work. So it means that you have to do research, you have to make applications, you have to pay little amount of fees, and then get the end result. So if you're not open to working, I give tips, I point you towards the right direction, but if you're not open to working, then it becomes a difficult task for you. So the easiest way is to keep educating ourselves. We keep educating these people and passing the information across. And I mean, this is one thing I'm doing now, and it's one thing I've been doing for the last 18 months, using Instagram, Twitter, YouTube to pass the information across. If someone comes to you to say, okay, I'm going to take you to Europe, you're a cake baker, I'm going to get you scholarship, there are documents you want to see. There are documents you want to see. You have your original passport. Have you submitted a statement of motivation or a letter of intent? Do you have a visa? Have you submitted documents to help you get an original visa? Do you have a work permit? Have you seen an original work permit? Have you called your employers over there to confirm that I have a real job and I'm coming to resume? So that again brings me to my first point, that people are mentally lazy. They don't want to do the work. Because when someone gives you documents and say, oh, this is your document, we're going abroad, you should say, give it to me. Let me confirm if it's real. Let me confirm if it's original. If it's a work permit, I'm going to call my employers to see if this job is real. If it's a school admission, I'm going to ring up the school to find out if it's real. I told you behind the cameras, I said, people have this mentality that, you know, things work outside just the way it works in this country. It's wrong. If you pick up the phone and call an admissions office, they will talk to you. If you pick up the phone and call an employer, they will talk to you. You're just looking for information. And if the information is real, they definitely get it. So, like I said, the first way to help with spread of information, help curb this is spread of information, educating people. And that's what I've been doing for the last 18 months using my social media platforms. Nothing good comes extremely easy, okay? You have to be patient. I tweet sometimes, I say that, I say, when you travel abroad, your life changes, you know, your skin becomes fresh, your smile is different, okay? There's peace of mind, you know, things come to you easily. You can actually actualize your dreams. You can live out your dreams right in front of you because there's a system that supports that. So my advice is when you go abroad, be patient, keep working hard, don't stop, don't relax, you know, have a vision, write it down, allow your eyes see that vision, you know, consume it and continue to work towards it. It's simply as basic as that. That would be my advice. Save, and always call home, because one of the downsides to going abroad is that it can be boring sometimes. And that's why you should call friends. Don't cut people off. Call friends. You know, always call home if you miss home. Like, I'm home now because I missed Amala. I missed all those things, so I came home. So yeah, that's my advice. Keep working. Keep your head down. Of course, keep your connections back home so that you can always come back to them. This is a huge subject. It's a huge subject, and it's not something I can share in 1-2 minutes. So I'm going to say that the first thing you want to do is open an Instagram account if you don't have an Instagram account, and look for me, Waka Waka Doctor, because I give tips. Now, there are job boards across Europe, across Asia. You cannot streamline your choices and say that, oh, I just want to be in Canada, I just want to go to the US, I just want to go to the UK. There are 195 different countries in the world, so you have to say that I'm open to any one of them. And most of these countries have job boards, okay? Websites, different websites where you can submit your applications. You go through rigorous interviews, you submit documents. If you then succeed, they are able to process your work permits and employ you. Now, some people will say, oh, I've tried the UK, it didn't work out, so they give up. But there are different countries in the world. There's Turkey, there's Lithuania, there's Kazakhstan. I know teachers that I've spoken to, in fact, 6-7 of them in the last 4-5 months who have left Nigeria to Kazakhstan, right? They teach English. They earn at least $1,800 in Kazakhstan, which is much more than what they will earn in Nigeria. So there are 195 countries. I post them, I mean, almost every day on my Instagram channel. So you can watch and see some of these job boards and apply for jobs. Some basic truths and facts is not every doctor can leave the country. So even if doctors are leaving, more doctors would graduate and you still have doctors around. But doctors are leaving in their large numbers every day. So the future of medicine in Nigeria is very bleak, because you have the extremely intelligent doctors leaving, going abroad, because the system abroad is extremely encouraging. The system abroad gives you opportunities to become greater than what you can ever think or imagine. People keep writing their exams, people keep going for interviews because the system allows it. So the advice straight up I'll give to the Nigerian government is, first and foremost, create a platform that encourages us as doctors. Facilities, give us things we can, it's not as if, you know, things we only see in the books, things we can see and work with. Pay us money. I worked in Osun State. My salary in 2011 was 90,000 naira. I was doing 2 jobs and I couldn't earn 120,000 naira, 2 jobs. When I went to Saudi Arabia, salary was $5,000. Look at the discrepancy, it's too huge. And they were owing us 6 months. You owe someone 6 months. How can, I was seeing 200 patients in a day. 200 patients. How, I mean, the first 10 patients I see would get the best out of me. The other ones, the truth, it's just the truth. The other ones would be people, that's it. It doesn't work that way. Create a good culture, a good environment for doctors to work. Pay them properly. You know, give them, you know, standard remuneration that they can compare with their friends and colleagues abroad and say, okay, yes, we you know, it's commensurate to the work we do. Nigerian government really has to improve. The future of Nigerian doctors, sadly enough, is abroad, and countries are asking for them. Like, the PLAB exam is an incredibly easy exam to just write and pass. So people are writing it and moving, you know. So If Nigeria cannot improve these parts, payments, facilities, then it's a poor tale. I would end on this note to say that this is a popular theme that I've always passed across, to say that travel is not necessary of money, but of courage. And the reason is because it takes courage to decide to leave a place you've been for many years and go to a place that's brand new. You're going to be leaving your friends, you're going to be leaving your family, you're going to be leaving your job, you're going to be in search of ways to make money, search of better career. So it's often very difficult. The first step is the most difficult one, the most daunting one, saying, I want to move. It's very difficult. But I would always encourage you to take that step. When you start, you will get to the end. Don't wait, start now. It's another year, it's 2022. My aim is to get at least 2,000 people abroad. So if we can do that, we've succeeded. Okay? There are better opportunities out there. If you're attaining this level right now in Nigeria, if you go abroad, you'll be times 20. That's it. So start now, make the move. If you're in town, if you catch me in any of the cities abroad, you can holler at me and I'll be there. Traveling abroad, migrating abroad is not age specific. Age is not a limitation. Even if you're in your 50s, you're in late 50s, you can still go abroad. I always talk about academics because academics seems to be the easiest path. But even if it's true career, like I've said earlier, you can go search for these job boards that will give you employment. Again, experience counts. I'll give you an example. Places like Australia are in need of people with huge experiences in different fields. Whether you're a cameraman, you're a technician, you're a chef, if you have 5-10 years, electrician, 5-10 years of experience, and you apply for jobs in Australia, they'll take you. Estonia, Lithuania, these are places that are in need of vocational, you can do vocational studies. If you're not a skilled worker, so to say, these are places that are in need of you. So age is not a factor. So even if you're 50 and you have 15 years of experience to back this, they're looking for you.
All right, a beautiful day to every single person out there from the east, west, north, and the south, wherever it is you are feeling this from. You're welcome to that #1 show that keeps you going each and every day. I'm talking about that show that speaks it undiluted, unfiltered, on culture. We just say it as it is. If you're one of those people who have a problem with the truth, you might have a problem with us. But if you're one of those people who like to live uncaged and always ask that question, why? then this is the place for you. The name of the program is called No Cap, and my name is Miles, the 8th one of the world, but I can never do this alone, obviously, because just me, small me, right? So I have Zibi here with me, and Zibi is very seasoned in more ways than one. So Zibi, please introduce yourself to the world.
Well, I'm Zibi. I'm an honor personality, work on radio, I'm a writer. It's a whole long list, but you know what? I love being here because I like to say how it is as well.
Yeah, undiluted, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So like I said earlier, if you're one of those people who find it difficult to deal with the truth, No Cap is not the place for you. But I would advise you to just go get a drink right now and watch what we're about to show you. Because what we're talking about today, you could call it a menace to the society if you may. You could call it a problem, or you may call it a plus. Some people think it's a plus. Some people think, oh, why would you even do that? While some people are like, are down for it. Just let's see what people have to say on the streets of Nigeria about this particular topic we're talking about today. And when we get back, we'll carry our knife and cutleries and dissect it. We'll be right back.
For me, I will classify polygamy as a lawfully wedded wife. So if you have a woman, I want to marry, or you marry another lady, now you have two wives, polygamy. Or side chick and girlfriend, they're not polygamous, they're just cheating.
Well, for me, polygamy, from a male perspective, I think is the aspect of having more than one wife, right? So being married to more than one person. And as Christians, it's not what is currently being practiced, although we understand from old times that there were times when polygamy was normal, right? But Christianity advocates for one man and one wife. For Muslims, I know their religion permits it.
Personally, I don't support polygamy. I feel like it's wrong on my own part. I don't know for other people, but for me, no. It's because if you want to run a polygamous home, there must be, like, if you want peace. So someone that is not peaceful cannot handle a polygamous home, because there will always be fights, war, and I don't think anybody can withstand that. Yeah, for the sake of your mental health.
Polygamy. I don't like polygamy because I don't like sharing my man. So I will sleep on bed and my man will go and sleep with another woman. I don't support it.
For me, about polygamy is for nowadays, it's nonsense. And if you look the economy again, it affects the economy. So that's why you see polygamy they always have issues. Number one issue is that the financial crisis causes it, because some men cannot handle 2 wives or 3 wives. The one they like is the one that will be satisfied with financial. So do you understand? So people having side chick is even more among side chicks too is nonsense. In this economy we are now in Nigeria, side chick is not good for a man. So that is my own thoughts.
It is not good for a man to marry more than one wife, because the situation of this Nigeria now, people cannot marry more than one. You cannot take care of children. One, talking of marrying 2 or 3. It's not good for a man to marry more than one wife, because the thing is that after the man died or whatever, the family will now start fighting for the man's wealth to share the things. That is why what I found out is that stay with one, you can take care of your children. For a man to marry more than one wife, go outside and have an affair, going out of there after the man died. All those children later come back to the man's house and start fighting. So all I know is that man should stay with one wife. I don't advise any man to practice it, because my own man, if you go out to cheat, my dear, I won't take it easy with the woman. If I find out that he's cheating on me, I cannot go and cheat on him. Yes, that's right. I can't go and cheat on him. But for you to cheat on me, my dear, if I find out, there'll be a war. Why a man will have side chick? All this money that is giving it to the women out there, it's supposed to give to the wife, to take care of the wife, to make the wife the best. Okay, there are some men that they don't give money to the woman in the house, and when they go out there, they spend a lot on their side chick, which is not done that way. It's not good.
Yes, there you have it. Now you're most welcome back. It's still No Cap on Plus TV Africa, where we speak the truth as it is. Miles is still very much in the building, and Zibi is still very much in the building. Now, after watching those clips, I'm sure some people will be like, I'm sure some people, their fingers are already itching. Like, I want to call in and say something. I have to say something about this. Yes, we're talking about polygamy and side chick. Now, when my producer sent this script to us, to me, and said, "Oh, we're talking about polygamy and side chick," I said, "What happened? Why are we not talking about side cockerels also? Why are we just talking about chicks? Like, why must it just be the chicks?"
Think it works that way, Miles.
why must it just be chicks? Why can't we talk about side cockerels anyway? So we're talking about polygamy, which is a serious matter right now. The people are turning it to a serious matter. I don't think it is. And side chicks. Then we have one other one on the side that will add to it along the way. So let me throw it to you real quick.
Okay.
Polygamy, in your words, what do you think?
A disaster. Like a huge disaster. So if someone gets into polygamy, it's a disaster. If someone is considering it, it's a disaster waiting to happen. So in every way possible, in every human language, I wish I could speak a lot of languages, but it's a big fat N-O.
For you?
Absolutely.
Okay, side chickism, uncle. There's anything like that.
Now, when it comes to side chickism, I do feel like it's a bit of an illegal method of having polygamy. So it's literally the same thing, but without the strings attached legally. So I think it's also a big fat no.
Okay, cool. For those who do not know, polygamy, on the other hand, is the practice where a person is married to one or more than one person at the same time, be it a male or be it a female, right? Now, I will come against you with that, right? I think one of the reasons why a lot of people...
Let me take off my glasses.
Yeah, please go ahead. One of the reasons why a lot of this generation are not living much longer is because they've refused to just accept what it is, which is the truth. Like, polygamy is actually very okay, as far as I'm concerned. Our 444 fathers before us had that. That was what that was how they were living their lives, and they were healthy. They were doing okay. Look, my grandfather had like 7 of them, and he lived a ripe age of over 100. Do you understand? And they were all okay. All his wives were fine. Everybody was good with it. And after like the 7th, I didn't even think he needed a reason to go out and look for anybody again. That there was no reason. He was okay with all he had.
Wow.
Yes, right. And now, so if you allow a man is polygamous in nature. It's just how they're wired. It's part of their DNA. It's just how they are. Yes, if you allow a man to say, you know what, okay, you want to see other people, okay, go ahead. You find that there will be a lot of peace in that home. Trust me. And have you noticed, listen, that's where we're going there. Have you noticed this percentage of people who practice open marriages and open relationships, how happily they are living? Compared to those who say, oh, we're to death do us part, we're going to be here to the...
I think the reverse is the case when it comes to open relationships or open marriages.
Okay, please.
Because when people decide to have an open... Some people actually have open marriages.
Right.
They just forget to tell their partner.
Okay.
Yeah. But when both parties agree to it, there's always a lot of back and forth, trust issues. Okay, I need to see the person. You need to tell me who the person is. I have to give my approval. And then it just sucks the whole fun out of what people think they're going to do. So, you know, in the immediate term, it's something cool. But in the long term, that relationship will suffer. And this is backed by research.
Okay, talking about that relationship being suffering, there's a story that hit the internet recently about a woman who chased her husband down, found out her husband was in a relationship with this girl, and she went and got into the car and ran and had an accident, boom, and died.
Yeah.
Like, why do you do that to yourself? Why do you have to go through that? Now, look, if you have a cheating partner, I'm going to say this being a man that I am. If you have a cheating partner, cheating didn't just start today. It's not something that started, he just slept up and woke up and I started cheating. No,
right.
no, it's been part of him since like eternity. Maybe you just didn't know and you guys never had a discussion about it or talked about it. It's always been there. So you find your husband with another woman and you want to kill yourself and you want to, and you eventually did kill yourself. We even heard that we heard the man also lost his life recently, high blood pressure, heart attack, and all that. And
he was never going to survive that. I mean, the eyes of the world were on him, his wife's family, his children.
But why should Zibi, my question now is, why should that be the case? Now, don't you think life would be much more easier if people have a sit down, like, you know what? I'm going to see other people, or I think I want to take 1 or 2 other wives, and everybody should just live happily ever after.
I see what you mean, but would you still have the same opinion if you were married or you were in a relationship and your partner came to you, your female partner came to you and said, you know what, I think we should see other people, I want to see other men.
God bless you. Now, we'll have that conversation before we get to that point. I would know what my partner wants, what she is into. Like,
what if her ideas change along the way? Because you start dating someone in January, by December, their plans have changed. Their ideas have changed. Their views have changed. You don't want to be with someone that has the same views from 1971 to 2022.
Yeah, but
you want someone that can constantly evolve, right? So if you guys had a conversation at the beginning of the relationship and you decide to be exclusive, and then let's say 6 months down the line, 1 year down the line, she decides, you know what, this relationship is getting stale. I love you, but I need some excitement. I want to see someone else.
Which is very okay. Ask Will Smith; he will tell you what happened to him along the line. Like, which is very okay. But you see that her evolving.
Right.
I must have been part of that process. I would have been noticing something. Some things would have been popping up here and there, and we would have a conversation. Like I said, look, conversation is all it's. All that is to me. Let's have a sit down. Let's talk. Okay, so this is what we're going to be doing now. Okay, we're going to do this for. We have people who call themselves swingers. That they're living really healthy and okay lives. My dear sister, 750,000 people get divorced annually in the United States of America. Here in Nigeria, I think the percentage is like 24 to 26 or
People
thereabouts.
are just stuck in loveless situations.
Do you understand? And when you check the reasons why, majority of the reasons why, the basic is, oh, he cheated on me, she cheated on me, or it's not.
It's mostly he cheated on
It's why? Look,
because you said it, just a few minutes ago that men are wired to be polygamous.
Right, but that doesn't mean he's always the person who cheats. Look. Men get caught because we're clumsy when we cheat. We don't know how to cover our tracks. It's always there. Women are really, really 007s when it comes to cheating.
Well, you know, the thing
like
is,
James Bond.
women are more likely to want to uncheat or not cheat because society is going to give them too much flack if they're caught cheating. But with men, like you said, men are built to be polygamous. It's like, okay, it's a normal thing. So if someone sees a husband out with a strange woman, they're having some PDA, it's not a big deal. Oh, I just saw my guy, he was a side chick. Now imagine if the tables were turned. It was a woman having PDA, a married woman, not a single woman, a married woman having PDA with her random fella, her side cockerel. Yes, her side cockerel.
Thank you.
What would society say? Everyone would want to cast stones at her because it's not acceptable for women to be polygamous. Why? Why can't women be polygamous?
Okay,
What's
cool.
the difference in women and men?
Okay,
Men
let's.
have it, women
Okay,
don't have it.
there's this thing they've been saying that they say it's a man's world. It's always been a man's world. Like, oh, it's a man's world. I'm getting excited.
Oh, James Brown.
But yeah, thank you. Bless you. Now, this is Africa. Let's not forget one thing. We are Africans. Forget what the white man brought to the shores. Forget how they taught us that, oh, this is the way forward. This is your right from your left. We are Africans. Before these people turned us into slaves like that I think we still are somehow mentally. Like, we have a way we live. We have our culture. This is what we abide by. It's not been heard of that a woman is with this other man today.
Actually, it has been heard of.
It's a taboo.
Queen Nzinga from Angola. I watched a documentary on her
Thank you.
years ago.
I
She
need to hear
literally
this.
was married to so many husbands, and sometimes after consummating the marriage, she would have them executed the next day. So
Wait, what?
yeah, because she was a queen and she
You
had a
don't-
lot of
don't-
husbands.
don't-
Maybe she
don't-
didn't want
don't-
men, clogging up her room. She
Don't
needed
say
fresh
don't say
things.
such things. Don't encourage. Don't encourage. Girl. Do not listen to her. There's no such queen. What's that one?
She's dead now, but
Right? What, for real?
Yeah, Queen
Please,
Nzinga
you need
from
to
Angola.
school me on this. I'm going to really go and read up and
Yeah,
check this out.
so she was, she was very powerful. She was strong, and she married a lot of men.
Okay, so that is okay. So what's wrong with that? Like, why is society making it a problem now? Like, oh, this man is marrying. Okay, example. This actor, what's his name? The one with the deep voice. The actor that got married to someone else. Adoche.
Oh, Yul.
Yul.
Yes, the
got
serial
married.
husband.
The what now?
Serial husband.
Wow. The man took another wife recently, and the internet went ballistic. It went wild. Like, oh, why is he doing that? Why did he do that? His second wife, his first wife is still there. She's been there, blah, blah. Look, there's so many reasons why a man or why someone would take another partner or another wife or another husband. There's so many reasons. There could be the financial part of it. It could be like that they don't find themselves sexually attractive no more. It could be fertility.
Lack of self-control.
It could be infidelity. It could be infidelity. Yeah. It could be a lot of factors. So I have a feeling, going by what Yul has been posting, his first wife has been posting May. I have a feeling it's something they actually had a discussion about. But the thing just hit her, just like that, like boom. And she was like, "Oh, well, you didn't tell me. We had to talk about this, but I didn't think it was going to be this soon." And they seem to be living. Okay, they seem to be. Yeah, they seem to be doing
a video
okay.
of both of them together at an event. She looked like she couldn't stand him. He was talking to her, he was talking to the audience with the mic and saying, "This is my wife," and she looked like, "Bruh, I'm about to knock you out right now." I mean,
don't believe everything you see online.
That is true. Some things are scripted.
That may not be the thing.
Maybe two of them were acting out a script, but the truth is, for a young man, you'll just turn 40, I think early this year or late last year, for a young man to boldly come out and say, I'm taking a second wife, and African culture encourages it. It's weird, particularly when this young man is enjoying the goodwill of the work that his father has done. Everyone looks up to his father, respects his father. Everyone loves Peter Edochie. He's like the godfather of Nollywood, right? Yeah, okay. Maybe except Miles. But he is well respected. And this man just celebrated his 53rd anniversary or something.
Okay.
And there were pictures of this, him and his wife. So when a couple have been together for half of a century, and then their son comes out and says, you know what, I'm getting married to someone else. And then he posts a picture of the child his father. And I mean, come on. It's okay. You put your business out there on social media, so we'll judge you.
Okay. That being said, I just believe that the society shouldn't put a stigma on people who decide to take another wife or decide to step out of a marriage or a relationship that seems to be toxic or seems to be harmful. And I think, I strongly believe that if you allow these men to have their so-called side chicks, there will not be a lot of problems in the home. Yes. Go and check people who have side chicks. They are not stressed. They are not doing, there's no wahala.
They're not stressed?
Yeah.
Taking care of one woman is stressful enough.
Okay, cool.
Imagine having 2 or 3 or more.
There's this page, there's this website I stumbled across recently. It's called WikiHow. There was this article that says how to become a side chick, and I read it as in guidelines, tips, step by step. Yes, WikiHow.
Research was done.
Like steps how to become a side chick. Oh, you don't expect too much. Oh, know the boundaries. Just don't. Yeah, a whole lot of stuff. I'm like, wow. And if you see the views on that on the article, I'm like, so people actually take this thing that serious. Oh, wow.
It's a business, to be honest. It's a very flourishing business. Some people, a lot of young ladies who agree to be side chicks because there's some material benefit. You don't see any woman dating a poor married man. Why are you dating a poor married man? People are going to date a rich married man because obviously they're going to make money from that relationship. But the thing is, it's a very strange situation because women are expected to support each other, and then the men create a situation where they sort of set the fire and they watch it burn between the two women, and they sit back and cross their hands.
No, we don't do that. What do you mean by we set the fire? Do you think any man wants to get caught? Do you think anyone wants to get caught in the act of being a cheat or?
I don't think men want to get caught.
Nobody
wants
to
men
get
are sloppy
caught
when they cheat, so they get caught anyways.
Trust me. Trust me.
But the moment a man decides that he's going to step away from his partner, then he's igniting the flames. I mean, it's okay if people are tired of each other. They can take a walk. It's not a big deal. I mean, it used to be, but right now in Nigeria, divorce
in the world
normal. Right, so it's not a big deal for most people. But the thing is, there's that betrayal, that humiliation that people face when they realize that, oh my goodness, there's someone else on the side.
Okay, you and I may just arguing, because I know we keep going back and forth. I am not going to agree with that. I think we should have side chicks lives matter t-shirts, something all over.
You're going to pull a Kanye.
Or pull a Kanye or something.
Oh, wow.
Okay, but we have an expert in the building. We had to talk with an expert who knows one or two things about what we're talking about today, and he's going to break it down to us. Dr. Adagun is here with us. We had to talk with him earlier, rather, and this is what he had to say. Enjoy.
Menstrual cycle is a way the body of a woman releases tissues that is no longer needed in the body. Every month, the body of a woman prepares for pregnancy. The lining of the uterus gets thicker as preparation for nurturing the fertilized egg. There are 4 phases of the menstrual cycle, which is menstruation, the follicular phase, ovulation, and the luteal phase. Common menstrual problems include heavy or painful periods and premenstrual syndrome, PMS. In an interview with the family physician, Dr. Nwachukwu Chukwuemeka, he gives a deeper explanation of the menstrual cycle.
Menstrual cycle is defined as a time clock within a female or a woman of reproductive age, especially from puberty, where there is a production of the eggs in your ovaries and then the preparation of the womb to receive this egg, hoping that it will be fertilized, and then the discharge of this egg when it is not fertilized, or the growing of this fertilized egg into a baby. Okay, so now that cycle takes usually a month, and this cycle usually a month averagely, so it seems to take 28 days. However, there are variances, so we give a normal phase of plus or minus 7 days, meaning that it could span from 21 days to 35 days. So that's why it varies for women. So the menstrual cycle is the period from the release or the preparation of the eggs in the ovaries to the release of these ovaries down to the womb, and then it is discharged, and you all see it as blood.
Dr. Chukwuemeka explains why some women go through pains before or during the cycle, which makes them use hot water bottle to soothe it before they will be relieved for some time.
Painful menstruation, which can be described as dysmenorrhea, is possible because, first, during the movement of the eggs, there are lots of hormonal activities, and it has seen first to be either due to the tubes, the contractions of the tubes, especially when you're talking about before the period, especially in ovulation. So there's usually ovulation pain, which is milder than the menstrual pain itself. So the contraction of the fallopian tubes is a milking movement, milking the eggs through the tubes into the ovary. Okay, and then when it gets into the ovary, it stays for approximately 24 hours and then begins to degenerate. Before then, the womb is preparing a space, a bed for this egg to be implanted if it's fertilized. But while it's doing that, it's not implanted. And so that brings me to the stages of the menstrual cycle. So there is the proliferative stage, which is the stage at which there's production of many things. And then there's a secretory phase, which is the phase where the egg is expecting to, to be fertilized, and then also expecting to either become a baby or it is discarded. All right. So when that happens and this egg is not fertilized, the uterus begins to contract in order to expel it. That contraction is usually painful. Imagine your fist very tight. Okay, especially for a woman who hasn't given birth before. That's how tight her uterus is. Very small and tight, compact. Now, within that fist is a slit, a tiny slit that allows for this egg. Now, when this fist is going to contract on itself, the pain will be heavy compared to a woman who has given birth before. So there's a lot of space, and contractions, is a little milder. So that's why the painful menstruation gets better with childbirth. Okay, however, that is the typical case. There are atypical cases where the painful feeling increases even with age and childbirth. All right, but majority of the times it gets better in childbirth. So whether the use of the hot bottled waters or the use of drugs, the idea is that you're trying to reduce the level of tension this uterus go through to milk out all the blood, all the mucous layers that it has produced.
Doctors advise women to keep the calendar dates to help monitor their menstrual period to ensure balance. However, they are advised to see their physicians when there is an imbalance in the calculation of their menstrual cycle.
For imbalances in times of menstrual flow for many women, it's in the normal context. I said that the normal is 28 days plus or minus 7. Now, what that means is that you have a range from 21 days to 35 days. But ideally, there shouldn't be an excessive gap between the days. So when someone says, I have a 28-day cycle, what that means is it shouldn't exceed some days from that 28 days. When they cannot calculate it, there is an underlying pathology. There's a problem. There are few problems that have been identified or itemized. One of them is when people have pelvic inflammatory disease, what you call the urinary tract infection or the toilet infection. What happens is that those infections, they they alter the flow between 1 month and the next month. So when women are not able to calculate, they may need to see their physician to identify what exactly is causing the disparity, the long-term disparity. But if there are a few days, then you shouldn't say you don't know. If they're probably 2 or 3 days apart, then it's still within the range. Okay, but when they are like 1 week apart, 5-7 days apart, then there's an underlying condition. Or when it comes too early, there's an underlying condition.
Overaged pain in some women during the menstrual cycle needs to be investigated, and if there is no problem, then it could be a change in their system.
Many women feel unbearable menstrual pain at their older ages, which is very atypical from the normal. So the response to such is that they need to be investigated properly. They need to. It's very atypical, and if they're investigated and there is no reason, then they may be let low like that, or have some hormonal replacements done for them. But if they're investigated, there are certain things that can be the cause. One of them is, like I said, could be a fibroid. Another could be what we call the endometriosis. Okay, endometriosis is the presence of tissues, uterine tissues, in another part of the stomach. So whenever the stomach is beginning to experience that firing impulse, that tissue, wherever it is, it could be in the womb, it could be in the stomach generally, it could be on the broad ligament, that tissue also fires, and then they feel the peppery sensation at that point. Okay, it could even still be a PID, pelvic inflammatory disease. Now, this condition happening at an older age is very possible, but must be investigated and properly treated. However, if investigated and nothing is found, then it can be classified as an atypical situation. And more often than not, hormonal play.
Medication during the menstrual cycle must be recommended.
First of all, it's not very ideal to openly, prescribe, and then, because what you do is that you validate certain things in the public. People should really be investigated. People should see their doctors, and then he knows what. But yeah, the use of Felvine has been made public already. It could be right and could be acceptable. However, it comes with a side effect, which is intensifying stomach pain in ulcer patients. So it simply means that an ulcer patient cannot use Felvine, or it can cause ulcer because it's an NSAID, non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug, which means that it can potentiate the possibility for an ulcer. That also means that if a patient has ulcer, it's contraindicated. If a patient can have ulcer, it's contraindicated as well. Now, there are many analgesics that are available, simple analgesics ranging from paracetamol. All right. The problem is that many times we want the very hard one, ranging from paracetamols to some of the codeines, sometimes depending on how heavy the pain is. More importantly is the use of relaxants. So there are smooth muscle relaxants, some of which we call hyoscine, that we popularly know as Buscopan. These can be used as well to relax it. But beyond that, there are many other treatment plans for painful menstruation. So these simple things can be used as well.
Statistically, painful menstruation can be experienced in about 45% to 70% of women. From puberty to before conception, it can be seen in about 60% of women in that age group. Then, as they get older, it reduces. In the world population, menstrual pain is experienced in over 5,000 women to about 1.5 million in different locations. It is more prevalent in Africans than the Caucasians.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Very good morning and thanks for joining us on the breakfast this day. It's a Monday and we hope that you're going to have a wonderful week. My name is Nyamgul Agaji.
My name is Rumet Paulson. Good morning.
And today we'll be discussing very important issues, and one of the issues is that despite subsidy removal, petrol smuggling to other countries flourishes.
Yeah, and then IMF is advising CBN to further hike rates at MPC. So yeah, that's what we have today.
And of course, we'll be looking at some of the headlines that made it to the front pages of our national dailies on Off the Press. Once again, good morning and welcome. Right away, we'll go to what really attracted us in the course of the weekend and what we call top trending issues. And the first one is that ECOWAS leaders in Abuja as region battles with coups. Okay, West African leaders met on December 10, 2023 for the talks with region in deepening crisis after countries fell under military rule, with risks growing from Sahel conflicts. After coup in Mali, Burkina Faso, Guinea and Niger since 2020, the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS bloc, also saw member states Sierra Leone and Guinea-Bissau claim attempted coups in recent weeks. Last month, armed attackers stormed military posts, prisons and police stations in another ECOWAS member state, Sierra Leone, in what the government called a coup attempt, and killed 21 people. A week later, Guinea-Bissau also denounced an attempted coup with fighting between the National Guard and special forces of the country. A French military withdrawal and the Sahel region along the Sahara Desert across Africa is increasing concerns over conflicts spreading south to Gulf of Guinea, states Ghana, Togo, Benin, and Ivory Coast. So we're seeing uprising, as it were, and military takeover in so many African countries, especially the West African countries. And the question is, what are we not doing right that will make the military, or the khaki boys as we call them, to return to power? Well, as much as we condemn what is happening, we also need to, I think, look inwards and see why these people come into power. Because anytime they take over power, people on the streets seem to jubilate. So why would people rejoice that military is taking over from civilian rule that is supposed to be for the people?
Yes, because I mean, we all understand that democracy is for the people, right? And you're supposed to be happy because, you know, you have freedom of speech. You know, there are a lot of freedom that comes with democracy. You're being heard. Someone is not just, you know, making a decree over you. But then I think maybe most of these countries, they feel like they've not had it. They've not had that true democracy that they want. And so if we're not going to have the true democracy, why don't the military take over and then find a way to flourish our economy, our country, and, you know, just make it better, our own lives. But I'm sure if we were doing something right in West Africa, we would not be having these issues of the military takeover.
Yeah, but I also keep saying that I don't believe in the fact that, or in what people usually say, that the worst military rule is better, or the worst civilian rule is better than the best military rule. I don't think so. A bad rulership is bad rulership,
yes.
And a good one is a good one, no matter where it comes from, whether it's from the khaki boys or the Agbada boys, whatever it is. If your policies are geared towards making the lives of the people better, whether you're a king, whether we're having monarchy in Nigeria, whether we are having military rule, whether we're having civilian rule, whatever kind of rule we're having in a country, when the people are considered first, that is the truest democracy. Doesn't matter
if it's military.
It doesn't really matter. So how much do the people have their say in the governance in your country? You ask yourself that. If you can answer that in the positive, then you know that you're comfortable, nothing will happen to you. And even if there's a takeover, it will be a very unpopular government.
Yeah, and I think one thing they've been trying to talk about is the insecurity that, you know, the uprising brings, because now you're hearing that I think there was a coup that killed about 21 people. So that's the problem about these coups. I mean, sometimes the people are happy about it, but a lot of times blood is being shed.
Yeah, but when
Before.
we compute the number of people who die in an election in Africa, every election in every country, you find out that most times it's more than the 21 people.
happens as
So,
well.
so what are we talking about? So if it is a loss of life, if we do everything right, whether it is for a transition through election or a transition through coup, there will not be bloodshed.
Yeah.
So the bottom line is, much as we are not supporting
Yeah.
coups and military takeover, we are also saying everybody at the helm of affairs should sit up and do what is right, so
Yes.
that even if people come to take over, they will be like intruders. People will be looking at them as intruders, and they would not be happy with them. And once you have an unpopular government, you will be forced to leave the throne as it is to the person who deserves it.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, moving on to our next top trending. So the Senate has donated 109 million naira to December salaries to airstrike victims. The leadership of the 10th Senate has donated 109 million naira to the Mistaken Army airstrike at Biri village in Igabi local government area of Kaduna State. The Deputy Senate President, Senator Barrow Jibrin, who said the donation when he led other principal officers and senators on a condolence visit to the Governor Uba at Sir Kashim Ibrahim House on Sunday, said the donation, which is for the welfare of their December salaries. While sympathizing with the Kaduna State government and the Tudunbiri community over the tragic incident, the Deputy Senate President, who represented the President, said Senator Godswill Akpabio said the National Assembly will partner with the presidency to unravel the circumstances surrounding the accidental bombing of the innocent civilians at Tudunbiri village to avert the reoccurrence. On his part, Governor Sani thanking the senators for their empathy for the victims of the airstrike and therefore called on the National Assembly to support the federal government in probing the bomb incident. He also appealed to the federal legislators to also review for the creation of state police as a means to strengthen security management in the country. We took this news about last week,
Yeah.
or the other. I'm talking about the airstrike, which they said was, an error. It's quite sad, and I love the fact that the government is trying to do something to compensate them, although no amount of money can compensate for the loss of lives. But at least it's still something the families can hold on to, and if they need to bury their dead or do whatever they need to, and some of them maybe they were the breadwinners of their families, right? But at least with the little money, they have something for their kids to go to school, for their wives to, just feed the family. That's for the men, and even for the women, just having something to do. So I think it's a good thing that we would commend, but we just still need to make sure that this type of mistakes do not happen again in Nigeria.
Yeah, for the senators, I really like what they have done. I applaud them. So 1 million naira salary for December, they're just forfeiting that for the benefit of the victims of this unfortunate bombing. But that doesn't mean that we will forget the fact that they bought cars for 160 million naira. We will not forget that, because sometimes it's a strategy. But whatever it is, it still will go a long way, as you have said, to in the north. Most times you find out that it's the women that are the breadwinners. The women work harder than the men, even in the north. You go to the farms, it's the women you find. You go to the markets, every time you want to go into the family, you know that the women are very, very hardworking. So whoever died in that bombing, whether it's a man or a woman, must have been a very significant part of their family for this to happen. But now the senators are donating the money. I have not heard, maybe it has been said, but I haven't heard where someone has resigned for a very unfortunate mistake like this, or someone has been sacked, because in other countries, as they say, heads will roll. I'm not saying that they should cut off their heads, but heads will roll in the sense that people,
take action.
yes, immediately, so that you know that there are consequences for this. You don't just bomb places without correct intelligence, and you just say sorry, and then it is the salaries of some other people, the people who should have even pushed for the resignation or the sacking of these people, are the ones just donating money. So let's just do this and
sweep it under the carpet. Forget
so the
that
person still keeps. Who is the commander that sent those people? Who are the pilots that went there? What kind of intelligence did they have? Who supplied the intelligence that made them to bomb this place? All these people are walking free while people are dead. So what is a million naira when you compare to a life? You never know. We had a president who said he was trekking with his bare feet, you know. So which means some of these people who may have been where they were because their condition was not good enough could rise up to become very great men and women tomorrow. So you cannot even say...
you just cut those lives
just
short.
cut them. That means you have not only deprived their families of someone important, you may have deprived the nation of people who could have taken us to the El Dorado we've been talking about. So I still think whether donations or not, whether 100 million or a billion naira to those people, heads should roll. Let people begin to see that there are consequences for any careless action.
Yes, I agree.
Well, SERAP has told the NNPC, that's a Nigeria National Petroleum Company Limited now, to disclose amount of oil produced, exported daily. The Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, has urged Mele Kolo Kyari, the Group Chief Executive Officer, Nigeria National Petroleum Company Limited, to disclose how much oil Nigeria produces and exports daily within 7 working days. SERAP alleged that the NNPCL had failed to disclose the amounts of barrels of oil the country produces exports according to information at the disposal of SERAP. The organization also asked them, or that NNPCL, to disclose how much of the generated funds from oil have been used for or sent to the public treasury since the subsidy on petrol removal. This was disclosed in a letter by SERAP Deputy Director Oluwadare, noting that there was a legitimate public interest in the information sought. And according to the letter, and I'm quoting, by 1(1) of the Freedom of Information Act 2011, SERAP is entitled to request for or gain access to information, including information on the details of barrels of oil Nigeria produces and exports every day, and the total amount of revenues remitted to the public treasury. Okay, like we always say, government should be about transparency, and we don't even know. We've been told several times how our oil has been stolen, and sometimes they tell you how much of this oil has been stolen, but how much we are producing, how much we are selling it, how much we are making out of it, we never get to know. And then this is an economy that hangs on one leg, which is oil, and then we don't get to know how much is being generated. It's not fair to the people of Nigeria. At some point, NNPCL didn't even remit any amount to the federal government. And they had staff. For many years, they were not producing anything, but they had staff that they were paying, and they were incurring a lot of debts and expenditure. I don't know.
Yeah, and I think that something I'm going to highlight as well is the fact that they're still smuggling, you know, this petrol, this crude oil to other countries such as Benin Republic. So how do we even know what we have, and how do we know what is being stolen and what is being smuggled out of the country? So I think all of these things are questions that we need to ask, because at the end of the day, whatever resources that we have here in Nigeria is for everyone. So if you're going to manage it for us, it's just like statement of account. If you're running a business, you give your board of directors the statement of account. Okay, this is how much we've been able to make. This is how much we've spent. This is our reserve. This is our profit. So those kind of things, because at the end of the day, if we're exporting, that is a business. So I think Nigerians, you know, they owe it to Nigerians to be able to tell us, how much do we produce? And with SERAP on this, how much do we produce? Let's know that. How much do we sell it for, right? What are we even using for us in this country before we now think of even, you know, giving it to some other countries as well? And that way, I think we can now, there are people that are on it, that the smuggling and the stealing might be reduced.
Yeah, well, it's misplacements of priorities all the time, because if you're seeing that fuel is being smuggled, and your only solution is to raise up the price of fuel, it will mean nothing to the smuggling thing.
They would make more money.
Because if you were selling it for 10 naira, for instance, now you've raised it to 50 naira, and those people who were smuggling it were selling it in those countries for 50 naira when you were selling for 10 naira. It's just a matter of adding more money, and then they're selling for 100 naira. In other countries, the smuggling will continue. So you'll think of a way to make sure smuggling is very difficult for these people, not by hiking the price of these products. Because at the end of the day, like you said, it's business these people are doing, even though it's illegal, but they will keep doing it because you're not plugging the hole that is making them. Yeah, so you're not doing that. You're just saying, okay, let's do this. Like, okay, you go into the market and you say you have price control. Gari must be sold for XYZ amount. Yams must be sold this amount. But you have not addressed the issues why this gari is high. You have not addressed the issues of production of this gari or yam or anything, and then you're saying price control. Best thing I will do is just keep those things in my house and be eating them, because I can't convey them to the market, because if I go to the market and pay that kind of amount and then go and sell for next to nothing, it doesn't make sense to anybody.
What's the point? Why do I even have to stress myself?
I will not even plant it anymore. I'll just plant the ones next year.
I'll
plant
feed
myself
me and my family.
And that's the end. We'll boil yam every day and eat, because beyond that we cannot do anything more.
But yeah, I think we should know all of these things. Transparency, accountability, those are the things that, you know, we're being owed as Nigerians. The federal government, everyone who's involved should be able to, you know, give us these details, the things we're asking for. Just sometimes you don't even need, you're not going to get the money right, but it kind of gives you like a sense of, oh, I belong somewhere. Like, you know, you're putting me as, I'm a part of this. I'm a Nigerian. So I'm a part of this. You're giving me the statement. You're telling me, okay, this is what we're doing with our money. And it makes me feel like, okay, I think things are going in the right direction. And if we want things to go in the right direction, transparency, accountability, that is the way to go.
A few years ago, when Obama was contesting for election, Nigerians were contributing to his election. And they are not American citizens. They just like the fact that it was a black person and making such waves. And when he eventually won, they were beating their chest and saying, I contributed, you know. And they knew how every kobo was spent. Why can't we do it for ourselves? Why can't we be as transparent as that in this country? Once we can have that right, everything will just move in place, because we know already, okay, for instance, the senators are donating 1 million naira. And everybody is like, 1 million, what is it? Do you know the kind of allowances they earn? So everybody believes they earn maybe like 1 million naira every month, because you wouldn't tell us. Nobody knows about what you earn.
The truth about transparency is, if you're not hiding something, right, you would want to be transparent. You would come with clean hands.
It's easier to even tell the truth than tell lies.
Yes, the only reason why you're not trying to be transparent is because you know there's something in it for you that you're withholding and you're keeping for yourself. But if everything is out there in the open, you're like, I don't have anything to lose. This is where we are. We're being honest with each other. Let's be honest. This is where we are. This is where we're moving to. And, you know, that just makes everything work. So hopefully,
so we have no money. We're buying bulletproof cars. So that's the thing. That's the thing they're hiding. Because I'll ask the question, where is the money coming from? That money that we cannot feed with, that money that we cannot pay for this fuel subsidy anymore, where is it coming from? Now that we have removed the fuel subsidy, how much are we making? Why is the life of Nigerians still the way it is now? Not just the way it was, but the way it is now, because it was better then than now. So what is going on? We need to know these things, because if we don't, then there will be problem. We cannot even say maybe there will be a revolution. There will be a revolution. When is what we do not know, and how is what we do not know. We hope that the revolution will be an intellectual one and a very peaceful one, not a violent one. But there must be a revolution in Nigeria. So let's make sure when that time comes, it will be such a revolution that the world will try to be copying from us, that okay, it was peaceful, it was good enough, and we have changed our orientation and all that. But it will come.
Only hope for the best. All right, we're going on a quick break, and when we return, we'll be looking at what the national dailies are saying in Off the Press. Stay with us.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Thank you for staying with us. Now we're going to look at what the national dailies are saying this morning in the newspapers. It's time for Off the Press. And today I have with me Sani Fage, who will be reviewing it for us. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, and thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so let's get it running. The first newspaper we're looking at today is The Punch, and the major headline here says, Diesel, Jet A1 hit market January, petrol delayed. I'm sure you've seen this, right? And the writers here are saying piecemeal crude oil supply delays PMS. Two others, marketers welcome aviation fuel, diesel production, and Africa's largest refinery expects supply of 5 million barrels of crude beginning from late January. So I'm sure the question in everybody's mind right now is, would this help with the reduction of the prices that we're seeing currently?
It is a good thing that this is coming in January, but the problem with us is that our inflation sometimes defies the rule of demand and supply. I doubt it very much if with this output we are going to see drastic cut in, let's say, aviation fuel, in diesel. Maybe we cannot see a drastic cut like in, what do you call it, air ticket and other things, because in most cases, our people will tend to say that there are other things that they haven't gotten that cut. So to me, I'm a little bit pessimistic on whether we are going to see the effect on that in terms of the common person.
But again, they have extended the time that Dangote refineries, for instance, will start having crude, because I'm sure that's what is being referred to here as the greatest or the biggest refinery, having 5 million barrels late January. And we were being promised that this December we'll start to see production and all that. But now they're not only moving it to next year, but very late in January, which may even enter February or later.
Oh yes, you see what they say, they need 5 million, but so far they are able to get only 1 million. So they are expecting the remaining 4 million installmentally. So I believe if we do it the Nigerian way, we may not likely see it until maybe early February also, because not more than 1/5 of the requirement is now on ground. So I think that could have been the reason. But the other thing is you have to relate it that it has to import crude oil, and given the politics around it, so I think that it will not be surprising if after the end of January we haven't seen it taking proper shape.
So a lot of things are expensive right now in Nigeria. I mean, our economy is, well, I don't even know the words to use, but a lot of people cannot afford, food or power or whatever it is, right? And now the question is there even hope for the common man anytime soon? Because I know it's been said that, okay, this is for a while, maybe for this year, there are a lot of reforms that are going to be done, and possibly by next year, we'll start to reap the dividends of the labor of the stretching that we've had to go through in recent times. However, when we're talking about this diesel, the fuel, the air jet, the A1, all of this, if you're being pessimistic about the prices coming down, that means, is there even hope for any common man that things will get better real soon?
Actually, I don't want to sound like a prophet of doom, but the reality is that, like I said, our inflation defies this simple rule of supply and demand. And because we have the tendency to hoard things, and we have the tendency that even if the price comes down, the people, the middle people between the consumers and the suppliers will tend not to bring it down. So it is easier we see inflation go faster, but coming down is something that is very difficult in Nigerian economy. But I think what will have raised the issue is that the government needs to come into this situation. You see, with this diesel and aviation fuel, the other things that the ordinary person affecting most is petroleum and cooking gas. These we are not talking about them. So at least even if, let's say, diesel comes down, maybe in normal climate, industries and others will see the effect of that, but they are not likely going to bring it down. Like I said, they will say this is just one element in their own production. Other elements are still very expensive, so they will use that as an excuse not to bring it down. And if you take up the jet fuel, not any ordinary person they patronize this airline. The basic thing is transportation, and yet it has not been addressed. So I think that is why I said I'm a little bit pessimistic. If the ordinary person will feel the effect of this very soon.
Okay. Well, we've also had this news here. External reserves fall by $520 million in 5 weeks. That's according to the CBN. What are your comments on that, sir?
You see, that one also is part of the economic crisis that we are in. We seem to be very much, dependent on that. We are depleting the external reserve. We are borrowing more and more. And so at least the economy, I don't see it in the trajectory of recovering very soon. And the effect of that, when we deplete the foreign reserve, we are going to feel the crunch very soon on Nigeria. And the person that will be most affected are the ordinary people, because inflation will keep on skyrocketing faster than how it is now.
Okay.
But fuel subsidy has been removed. So shouldn't we be having more money and maybe borrowing less and less? Because since May till now, the money that is accrued from fuel subsidy removal should make us a rich nation. That's what we
should have been
told.
saving.
Yeah, we should have been saving. So what is really going on?
Yes, it's the Nigerian factor. That is what is going on. The subsidy, nobody talks about it. And in fact, people are alleging that despite the removal of the subsidy, the government is still subsidizing the sector. That is one thing. The other thing is the fact that in Nigeria, we have people who do things with impunity, and the government doesn't care about them. And the other issue is that of corruption. So these are the things that translate into the fact that we are unable to see and feel the effect of this subsidy removal. And the other factor is, look at what has been budgeted. People expect that with this huge amount of money that is may be collected from the removal of subsidy, we are going to see a budget that will address the social sector. But if you put it, you see the social sector, what is the amount of money that is put on health? What is the amount of money that is put on education? What is the amount of money that is put on agriculture? These are the areas that will affect the common man. But their own budget allocation is very insignificant. So we see wastages, we see corruption, we see, like I said, the Nigerian factor. So that is why I don't think this subsidy removal, at least for the foreseeable future, near future, we will see the impact of it on the life of the ordinary person.
Interesting. Okay, so we're just going to move over to another one which says Nigeria's revenue not enough to support development, says IMF, which is the International Monetary Fund. So what's your take on this? We're not making money, or the money that we're saving is still not enough for us because our revenue is not sufficient for us to even develop our country.
And in another paper, it's written that the IMF is even advising Nigeria to raise the interest rates when they have their next MPC meeting. So what is your take?
No, I think we should have enough of this dosage, IMF dosage. To me, I think it's a misplacement of priority. Look at the budget first. About more than one side of it goes to debt services. Okay, and then we are going to borrow more money. We spend that amount on debt services. Another one side of it goes to recurrent expenditure. Only less than one side goes to capital projects. So you cannot see development in that direction. And now that they are saying we should raise the interest rate, what it means literally is we are going to kill the industries in Nigeria, because people, companies, manufacturers and others will borrow money. And given the inflation, and if you raise the interest rate, they cannot be able to stay afloat. So what it means literally, we are going to see more industries collapsing, and we will sink down deeper into the economic crisis. So I think our leaders, for the first time, they should now start thinking out of the box. They should not take all what IMF said, life hook and sinker. I think we should look at this issue and try to be realistic. Cut our court according to our clause. If the revenue is very low, so we should now have a tight rock working budget instead of, despite that we have the challenges and yet we are multiplying our own consumption. Still look at the budget. It is almost more than 2.5 the size of last year's budget. So what is the miracle that happened? We now more than double what we spent last year, and we expect development to come.
All right, speaking on developments, so the federal government is to spend 837 billion naira on 2,254 roads and bridges. Is this something that is, yes, we're to be happier? Because, I mean, everyone complains about their cars, the roads are depleting. Is this something we should be jubilating about? And is this something that will be done? That's the question, because, I mean, they can say this and put it on paper, but will it be executed?
That is one thing. Roads and other bridges and other things are not something that actually revamps the economy. That is one thing. Secondly, we know even if such amount of money has been budgeted, since we take up of this current dispensation, we have never had it when we have more than 50% implementation of the budget. So you can have it on paper, and if you don't implement it, there is nothing that you are going to see on the ground. And the mother of all things is that of issue of corruption. So I think this is not something that we are going to jubilate about it. Rather, I think the government should have put emphasis like on electricity and others. These are the areas that will now help revive our industries. You see, so one of the things that people are criticizing like the proposed Mandela, power project. Nothing is earmarked for that one. So I think we shouldn't put too much emphasis on roads, bridges, and other things. Rather, let's look at those areas that could help our economy to revive by, getting our industries to take up, by getting agriculture, to be productive, and other areas, and as well as social sector, like I said, health, education, things that will improve the living standard of the people. Now, we are saying Nigeria, about 70% of multidimensional poverty. So these are the areas that we should address ourselves instead of infrastructure, which at the end of it, they will not generate any money. In fact, after 3 or 4 years, we will now sink another money to maintain them. So there will be guzzling money, and nobody will benefit us less.
Well, the federal government is thinking about tolling some of these roads, so they possibly will make some money out of it. But let's move to more political matters than what we've been talking about. ECOWAS is meeting in Abuja, on the Niger crisis. ECOWAS panel to resume talks. More sanctions loom. So far, I don't know if I can say so far so good, since Niger leadership changed from civilian to military. These sanctions, how have they worked? And if they add more sanctions, will it be doing ECOWAS any good, adding more sanctions, or there should be another approach?
You see, I think there should be another approach to this issue. Putting more sanctions, it will hurt Nigeria to some extent, but it will also hurt Nigeria because over 90% or over 80% of the transaction between Nigeria and Niger in terms of commercial is informal. Now, when you put this section, it also affects Nigerians. Here, we in the north, we are feeling the crunch of it. And the other thing is, eventually, you are going to polarize the ECOWAS. Those countries, have started looking for their own alternative. And if they solidify, then we are going to see the effect of it. Remember, ECOWAS had a problem along Anglophone and Francophone land for quite some time. So by the time you add another cocktail of crisis, I think the organization will be handicapped. And the other thing is, by the time you are pushing them too much, they will go to Russia and perhaps China. And then we can have the struggle between the powers closer home to us.
Let's take a final one from the Punch before we go to other newspapers and just browse through them if we may. We talked about the political crisis and the political class doing, you called it the father of all corruption. I don't know if it is related to this headline I'm going to read to you now. Akeredolu, Assembly won't probe signature forgery allegations, say lawmakers. There was allegation that the governor's signature was forged at some point and all that, and now the assembly members that should be at the fore of probing how this came to be and why and all those things are saying that there will not be any probe. Something as serious as the forgery of a signature of the first citizen of the state.
Yeah, you see, the irony of it is that they are accusing a commissioner for doing that. I think if the assembly decide not to to investigate into it, I think it's quite unfortunate, because no matter what, one of the major ingredients of or pillar of democracy is rule of law. So if you have a situation like this and you let it go, I think you are setting one bad precedent in terms of what will happen next. Then the other thing, it is highly unjust, where you have a public official, signing or forging the governor's signature, and yet the assembly refuses to say it is not going to do this. And like I said, this is unfortunate, and in fact, they are reneging on their own responsibility. As people representative, they have to look at that so that at least the purpose of law is fully served. One, to punish whoever is guilty. Second, to restore what has been embezzled or whatever it is. And thirdly, and most importantly, to deter others from doing it. So by doing that, I think they are setting about the president in the state and in the country as a whole.
Alrighty, let's move over to something that we really talked about last week. We had gone for the COP28 in the UAE, and we're moving over to Nature News now. We talked about COP28. African gets 3 slots in loss and damage funds. Now, could this be why we had to go with like 1,411 delegates, because we're expecting this damage, this loss and damage funds? And what does this even do to us? Is this something that is, a lot that would actually, is it enough to actually help us here in Africa?
I think it is a drop in the ocean. It is not worth the amount of money that we expended on the issue. Even if it is going to come. After all, we are talking of 50-something countries, 53, 54 countries, and now you are giving them this thing. So who will be there or who will benefit from it? And the other thing is, even if we are going to get it, I doubt it very much if the North, that is the developed countries, will give a serious thing about it. It will have a wasteful thing. So I think, to me, it's just mere diplomatic success or benefit that we can get than actual benefit that will affect us. After all, we have been at the receiving end of global warming. They are the emitters, and we are the victims. And yet this one will not do anything in terms of addressing the precarious condition we are in terms of climate change.
Yeah, we're moving to Daily Trust. There are so many other headlines on the Nature News, but we're moving to Daily Trust now. We've talked about the ECOWAS meeting. We've talked about the senators donating salaries. Okay, we didn't talk about it with you, but we know that the senators have donated money for the victims of Kaduna Village massacre. We're wondering why no heads are rolling. We're wondering also why it has to be the Senate that will do this. We're wondering why nobody has been held to answer for this. But if you may just tie this together, we also have 2024 budget, Works Ministry to spend 1 billion naira on grass cutting and 3.1 billion on vehicles. You might want to take from head to toe, or you take from toe to head. Would you want to talk about on the Kaduna Village massacre first, and then the budget for Works Ministry grass cutting?
You see, the Kaduna massacre, I think, as you rightly said, people are expecting heads to roll in order to head off such event from occurring. You see, in the past 3 years or so, this is the first time that we have it. It happened in Borno, in Katsina, in Nasarawa, and now in Kaduna. So I think something has to be done. And it is quite unfortunate that it is only the Senate that has to come to it, even though the President has promised that they are going to do something. And in fact, for the first time, we saw the Vice President going there to condone the people. So I think there is some element of hope there, but I think the government has to do something. It has to be up and doing in terms of this issue, because this should have been one too many in terms of similar things So that we sweep it under the carpet. Always we say it is an error, it is a mistake, and so on. Now, the other one, I think we are coming back to the issue of grass carpet cutting. Remember what happened in the past about grass carpet
Who is the
cutting?
presidency?
And now you say 1 billion naira to cut grass. I don't know whether it is all over Nigeria that is covered by grass, but I think this shows you what I said earlier on misplacement of priority. Budgeting 1 billion naira on grass carpeting, I think this is highly uncalled for. I don't know what it is, but the fact is that things we have to do things that will benefit the country rather than create an avenue to enrich very few people. To me, I think it is a wrong thing for the ministry to allocate such amount on grass cutting. Remember, if we do a simple comparison, it is almost a quarter of the whole budget on health to Nigeria. Now you are cutting grass at 1 billion and you are spending 4 billion on health to Nigeria. So I think the government should have to look at issues like that seriously and block the source of leakages and wastages in our own budget.
All right, before we wrap it up, we're a little bit out of time, but we want to take this from The Guardian. And this says, asset declaration, 6 months on, Tinubu's net worth unknown, CSO's kick. So now I want to believe that, just saying what your assets are, declaring your assets is a moral and legal demand for the people, for every person who's going to hold office to be able to declare their assets. I mean, it brings transparency. But why is it that 6 months on, the president, we still don't know what he's worth. We don't know what his assets are. Should that even take this long for him to declare it? And why is it not declaring it? Why is nobody, actually asking him for this asset declaration that we need?
You see, declaring assets is beyond moral and legal thing. It's also ensure accountability and transparency of government. But unfortunately for us, it is now 6 months that the government is quiet on the issue. This is in sharp contrast with what people like Yar'Adua did in the past, and I think it has to take, it is unfortunate that it has to take the CSOs now to start questioning using this Freedom of Information Act in order to get the government. But I think Nigerians should be worried. We should pressurize our leaders because it is our right that they are our representative or they are our leaders, and so they have to declare their own asset so that at least that will give us a more quantifiable thing that we can now measure. What do they declare before and after that one? Even though declaring asset is now becoming a mere ritual exercise. People are becoming wiser and wiser. So what they do is they declare fictitious asset. Maybe if somebody is worth, let's say, 1 billion naira, he will say he will declare about 10 billion naira. So that all he needs to do is to fill in the blank. By the time he reaches the end of his term, if you see him with 12 billion, you will not question because he has already declared that he has 10. So I think despite the fact that it is our right, it is as known to Nigeria. So I think it's something that CSOs are doing is a good thing, and also Nigerians should take on this issue to see that our leaders declare their own assets.
Okay, Professor Fage, thank you so much for being a part of our show. This is where we have to wrap it up. It's always a pleasure having you on the show. Thank you for being there.
Thank you.
So that was Professor Camilo.
Thank you very much.
Fage, a political affairs analyst. We're going to take a short break, hopefully remind you of what the weather is so that you can plan your day well. And then when we return, we'll take our first hot topic. Stay with us.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamode Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamode Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
We're glad to know you're still there and watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. Right now, we have Mr. Augustine Ega, a security expert with us, to be talking about the fact that despite petrol subsidy removal, smuggling to other countries flourishes. Mr. Ega, good morning and welcome to the program. Good morning and welcome to the program, Mr. Augustine Ega. Well, we seem to be having some problems with the audio connection for Augustine Ega. As soon as we are able to rectify that, we will bring him back. But we're talking on the topic subsidy removal, and we're wondering why the smuggling is continuing in to other countries. Mr. Ega, are you there with us? Good morning.
Good morning, I can hear you.
Okay, we couldn't hear you, so we thought that you had issues with your audio. We're looking at the fact that subsidy has been removed, and the people who brought it about were hoping that smuggling into other countries will come down, will be cut down or eliminated totally, but it's still flourishing according to the report that we have heard. Now, what are the issues? What is it that makes it so easy for people to smuggle things out and into Nigeria? Because we know with the smuggled fuel outside, the smuggled rice inside, and so many other things and all that. Why is it so easy for smugglers to thrive?
Thank you. I think subsidy removal and smuggling has nothing to do with each other. There are two different things we should talk about. Criminality is criminality. That cannot be stopped. As far as human race is concerned, it can only be reduced. Security, we can only maximize security. We cannot totally eliminate criminality. So that is what is playing out. And it will take two nations to stop cross-border crime, because this falls under cross-border crime. It will take Nigerian government and the receiving government or the other government that is participating in the illegal crime to stop it. Nigeria alone cannot achieve it because there are so many routes. If you talk about in the southwest here, there are so many routes that leads to those Benin Republic and all those. In the north, you have Niger, you have Chad. There are so many routes that can be used even through the forest that even the customs cannot detect those routes, except some advanced method is required to detect and to deter those kind of criminality.
Okay. Well, so right now we'll not even be looking at fuel subsidy removal at all, because there was hope that if fuel subsidy is removed, the price will go high, and if the price goes high, it will make the people who are smuggling to find it difficult to smuggle. But we've seen that it is not the way to go. But you've just raised a concern that the two nations need to come together. Are you now saying that, okay, let me rephrase. How would you assess the level of security in Nigeria in terms of trying to stop these transnational smuggling or crime, or how you put it?
Well, like I said, the black market is a market that always exists. It's as old as man.
and it will always remain. You can only reduce the participation in that black market. For instance, if there is no buyer, there can be no seller. If it's not attractive, they will not smuggle from Nigeria to sell there. And what I will rate is that no matter how much you try from the law enforcement angle, or even the government will try to build up security in every area, you will still have some compromise within the system. Those are the black sheeps. Those that will sell out the system, and they are just working for their own selfish interest. So these smugglers, some of them, the big smugglers, they know them, they know when they will come to DT, they know how they plan it. But some other little ones that we know that there are so many bush routes that they can use. It only takes some advanced method like like I said earlier, for you to detect those routes. So I mean that there will always be a compromise in any system. There's no system that's perfect.
But has Nigeria done enough? First of all, that's my question. Yes, have they done enough? And then we see that, okay, it cannot be eliminated and all that. But from the side of the government, has enough been put in place to make sure that this thing is reduced?
From my assessment, especially in terms of the custom and the immigration, I don't think they have done enough funding in that area. Because they are very busy buying arms for the military. Their concentration is Boko Haram and the military and insurgency. But they don't know that this is where the money comes to fund all those underground operations. This is where they need to fund the customs, even if they have compromise in the system. Some advanced equipment should be given to the Nigerian custom, because it's a high-level criminals they deal with. For instance, in some of, like, we have they have idea of the mapping, like their own intelligence units. At least I've had contact with some very senior officers in the Nigerian customs. They tell me that sometimes they spend days in the bush trying to track down one smuggler. Days in the bush. They will spend up to a week or 2 weeks inside the bush trying to track down one dangerous smuggler. But if the government have done enough, they shouldn't do that. There should be some level of, maybe there are some high technology equipment they can use. It is not hard for them to use drones. They can use drones to checkmate some of these areas. They can even use helicopters to parade these areas and see that where they can cover, where human effort will be less. They can use this to achieve effectiveness. But if I ask the Nigerian government, or in my assessment, how many helicopters do they have? At least for the custom services, based on what we are having in that area, that region of the border areas. Because they said in the past, the borders were closed, but now the borders have been opened. Before you open the border for trade, what measures have you put in place in terms of security? They just opened the borders, and so the trade will continue. So in my assessment, enough funding have not been given to the Nigerian customs. They are just using them for revenue generation. A lot should be done in that area, else the military will continue to suffer.
Okay, so you had said earlier that if there's no seller, there's no buyer. If there's no buyer, there's no seller. Is that something Nigeria is supposed to do with Benin Republic, possibly working with their own customs as well? Because if you're going to smuggle, you have to pass the border between both countries. So you have to get it from Nigeria and move it to Benin Republic. And we have reports saying that in the middle of the night, people are moving with at least 100 liters. That's even the least you can get every night. So people are moving with 500, 1,000 liters, as much as they can carry. And it has, even regardless of the fuel subsidy that we've had, there's been no significant reduction in all of this smuggling. So shouldn't we be looking at, speaking to the people of Benin Republic, the customs, and finding a way to work hand in hand to ensure that we can mitigate this issue that we have on our hands?
Yes, I think you've answered the question. In any cross-border crime, one nation cannot succeed. For instance, if you look at the Schengen nations in the Europe, they all come together. European Union, European Police, and the Interpol and all that. They come together to deal with cross-border crime within their region. But here, I think cross-border crime within the West African or ECOWAS region is a safe haven for them. There have been no strict measures to tackle cross-border crimes, and that's where they get funding and funding for all these illicit things that we're having insecurity, that are raising the insecurity in our nations. And so it is true that the two nations must come together. But if I have had some view that in the border of the semi-border kind of policing is strict. But if they are strict, what about our people?
Sure.
Nigeria need to do something very well. They need to reorientate our officers, and also the military need to be involved, because if they don't handle this, it's what the military will continue to fight terrorism. Sometimes this is where they get funding to all those illicit acts in Nigeria. So it's something that they must stand in one accord and fight against it.
Okay, well, you said there are some specific things that need to be given to customs. Are there some of these things that you can recommend that you think custom needs as, you know, the low-hanging fruits that they need to get to help them in their security drive?
Some of the advanced equipment, like I told you of a friend that I met, he's a very senior officer in the intelligence unit in Nigerian Customs. He shared the experience that for the past 2 weeks he has been in the bush trying to track down one smuggler. That shouldn't be the case in this advanced world. There should be something like drones. They should apply drone services. And of course, like I said, helicopter, all these short helicopters should patrol some of those areas that they know that are vulnerable. So these vulnerable points they should assess those vulnerable points. They should deploy drones. They should deploy drones to monitor all activities from the National Control Center. Wherever they decide to have their control center, whether in Benin Republic or in Nigeria, they should have drones. They should equip the control room. Control room is going to help them deal with these issues, so that they will not only be reactive, but they will be proactive in dealing with these issues. They should also have helicopter services so that they can fly into those regions where they have other routes that they cannot ordinarily monitor and deploy their men because of danger. Because some of those routes, their men could be killed, and of course they kill their men in some of those dangerous routes. So they should apply another medium. They should apply advanced technology so they can handle it. And I think government should assist, but they have not been doing enough in that area.
Is it so capital intensive that the government cannot carry out? Because sometimes we tend to ask this question, that why is it that the government knows these things and they don't do it?
Deploy the resources
needed. So is it that it's too expensive for Nigeria to afford?
It is not too capital expensive more than the military hardware they are buying. These drone services have become so cheap and so easy. Sometimes it's based on professionalism. Some of the people that are leading this people, I don't know if they are abreast with the current technology in security. They should be abreast with current technology in security. Like one of our sessions we discussed that what can the private security do? I say private security are very knowledgeable in the current technology application. They have custom services in more dangerous areas like Mexico, US. They deal with drug cartels. And how have they been handling it, and they are still having success? Our own is even a small issue. They should try to liaise and shake hands with some of these nations and see the kind of technology they are applying there and bring it over to our own region. And I'm sure the federal government is going to fund it. And of course, some of these routes, we can say that, like I said, there will always be a compromise in the system. There are some dedicated routes I know from our intelligence that some of those routes, they even know, they will even put their men there to allow people to allow passage of some of these contrabands. So let us also talk to our officers. Our officers will be mindful of what they are doing. We should not keep on endangering Nigeria. We have suffered a lot. And this border, when there is a porous border, there is nothing the internal security system can do. So all must work in sync in order to give us a good security system.
Okay, so talking about if they're capital intensive or not, shouldn't that be part of our security budget? Because, I mean, the federal government they've proposed a budget, so shouldn't things like this be part of the security budget? Should it just be, you know, the military and the equipment that they buy for those, or should little things like this, like trans-border transactions like this, should that also be part of the budget for Nigeria to ensure that, you know, we're keeping our resources here and we're getting value for money?
Yes, I think, like, if they have the defense, and I know that they can work in sync with other intelligence organizations here in Nigeria, especially if some of these organizations have their own equipment. they can share the information. Like, of course, okay, sorry. Like you see, the NDLA, Nigerian Drug Law Enforcement Agency, National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, Nigeria Customs. If you see some of their function and the immigration, there's some kind of relationship.
Yes.
So for them to effectively utilize their budget, I think if they bring together the intelligence services in NDLA and the customs service and immigration, because they all handle cross-border issues, they can fund this kind of equipment we're talking about, and they will use it at least to handle some of those vulnerabilities that will come in that border control. Unlike customs, you have their own budget. We need equipment, we need hardware, we need hardware. Then
NDLA.
How they call it? NDLA will require their own, immigration will require their own. As long as they are all in that border, because all of them are always in that border together. You will have NDLA, you will have customs, you have immigration, normally in any border. So they should have this technology together, especially the drone services and the helicopter services, so that they can collectively tackle this. It will reduce the budget.
Yeah, but we're just concerned because sometimes we have this problem of information sharing, even intelligence sharing within the security apparatus, because the police will know something, they will not tell the SSS, they will not tell the military will know something. They don't share information as much as that, because maybe there's no intelligence bank or something, I don't know how you call it in your security jargon. But if something as basic as information cannot be shared, do you think they can work without any problems if they're sharing this hardware that you're talking about?
Well, it's in a joint task force operation is one of the drawback in every joint task force operation. The officers that are deployed, they tend to be more loyal to their command than for the general good of the task force itself. So this is one of the drawbacks we have, but they need to change their mind disposition. For instance, I'm also relating to the U.S. issue. That is what happened until they had the Twin Tower bombing. You know, all this like I am loyal to my own command until they had the Twin Tower bombing in the U.S. And then they came up with Homeland Security. That is the historical background of Homeland Security. So that now they join all of these issues that will affect the Homeland Security, they put it under one central command. So in that command, you have different law enforcement, including the military, working and bringing that information to a central place where they can utilize it effectively to protect their citizens. And that's why you see US have been stable. Right from the Twin Tower bombing, you've not had any issue that they cannot arrest. If there is any issue relating to internal security, you see that in a matter of hours, they are going to tackle it because the system is working. So when you have different commands working in a particular place to get to handle an issue, they are more selfish to their own command. They believe it's their own command, but they should see in the greater good that they are serving Nigeria. That is why they need to harmonize their operations. This is what happens normally in a joint task force. Like you have actually pointed out, I am reporting to the Nigerian police force. I have a boss, I'm the immigration, I'm reporting to my command. All of them want to receive some kind of, how do I call it, some kind of maybe commendation and maybe a promotion letter that is was able to share some information that is critical. But in the issue of border control, it's totally outside of it. Because anything they miss to share at the right time and to tackle it, it will boil down to having a national threat in the internal security system. They need to put their resources in border control, because I believe that is where Nigeria problem is coming from. Yes, I can tell you this.
Okay, Mr. Ega, this is where we are going to wrap it up today. It's been a pleasure really having you on the show this morning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Okay, that was Augustine Ega, security expert, talking to us on the issue of trans-border smuggling or crime, because it started out as the fact that fuel subsidy has not made any impact on the smuggling activities of criminals across our borders. So he was able to give us a perspective and why these things happen. We're going to take a short break. When we return, we'll be taking our second hot topic. Stay with us.
For me, I wanted to change that culture. I didn't believe that until you see a white man or you see a foreigner in the kitchen before you can believe that, you know, good food is going to come out of that kitchen.
You can leverage on each other's spaces and, you know, sell. We believe in Nigeria, right? We believe that Nigeria can get better. We, the youth, are the ones that can make it better.
And my products are proudly made in Nigeria.
Made in Nigeria, showing every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. and repeats on Saturday at 8:30 a.m.
Thank you for staying with us. You're still on The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. It's time for our second hot topic, and this is IMF advises CBN to further hike rates at MPC. We'll have Frank Eleanya, who's a technology and media editor at Business Day. He's going to help us with this. Good morning, Frank. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Always a pleasure to be on the show.
Thank you.
And thank you for having me.
Thank you
so much.
being there.
Okay, so the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, has advised the CBN to further hike rates. What does this mean for us? Like, can you just give us a brief understanding of all of this and what the impact will be on everyone?
Okay, so is a normal response, the normal economic response to inflation when there's a spike in inflation, what the economists will tell you is to fight it with rate hikes as well. So the idea is to mop up excess liquidity so that you can strengthen, in some ways, strengthen your currency. You know, because the assumption is that there is excess liquidity in the market. So because of that, if you hike rates, it will discourage arbitrary loan or borrowings and all that. But then that often works in societies where things are already set and there are no serious issues going on. You know, in a society like Nigeria, or in an economy like Nigeria, and as we are currently facing, you will find that once that happens, when you spike your rates, when you increase your interest rates, what then happens is that you make it difficult for manufacturers and for small businesses to go for loans. You know, so while you're discouraging loans, you're also discouraging business transactions, because people would not want to go for loans at that rate. Already it's at 27%. What that means is that banks are likely to be borrowing businesses at say around 30-something%, because they too have to make some margins from their borrowings. And if the businesses decide, okay, we don't want to go to the banks, we want to make it faster, we will go to fintechs or lending, alternative lenders, you know, the rates becomes even higher, say between 40% to 60%. You know, how do you survive with a loan at that rate? So many businesses will just, you know, why don't we just tough it out and see what happens? And in the end, some of them die. In the end, some of them will have to cut jobs. So what you're looking at is more job losses that might ensue. And if you have job losses, the interesting part is that inflation will not go away, because you need people to spend money actually for the economy to thrive, you know. So if people don't have disposable incomes to spend, then you haven't solved inflation like you wanted, which is why I said that those kind of advice that the IMF and the World Bank
Hello, are you there? Okay, I think we're having a little bit of a glitch with the audio, but yes, we've been discussing the International Monetary Fund advising the CBN to further the rates, the hike rate right now. So
I don't know. I'm not an economist.
So my next question to him when he comes is, if businesses are going to be collapsing, then how are we getting more money? Because at the end of the day, if businesses are thriving, obviously they have to pay tax.
Yeah. Frank, are you there? We couldn't hear you.
Okay. Yes, I'm here. Okay. I'm sorry. I thought I didn't know I was muted.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay, so what I was saying is this. Once you have that advice, your economy will not grow because manufacturers will be discouraged from borrowing. Okay, because I mean, what business will want to borrow money at say 30-something% or 40% from banks, or 50 to 60% from alternative lenders? You know, so it is a difficult thing to balance, to tell third world countries that actually require businesses to do business to spike their interest rates. You know, it is a sound advice if you're talking about an economy where things and some people are not struggling, there are no issues going on. You know, but in this situation where we find ourselves, we actually need the manufacturing sector to be functional, but they're not functional. So if you now go and say spike the rate, increase it and all that so that you can mop up. And the interesting part also is that currently, I don't know if you have experienced it, many businesses are also experiencing cash scarcity. So banks are not giving as much money from over the counter, you know, and that's a problem. You know, that's a problem for businesses. So it's important that we learn how to balance all of these things and not just follow blindly what the IMF is trying to tell us. Okay. So I think that it is not going to work very well for us. It is not going to work very well for us.
Okay.
So that's what I think.
What I hear from you is the IMF is proposing a one-size-fits-all approach. So,
exactly.
I mean, it has worked for other countries, and they just feel like, okay, this is the actual response when there's inflation. However, Nigeria is a peculiar country, so you cannot do the one-size-fits-all. You have to think of, you know,
Sure.
what would work for that country. But my next question now is, if we're to do that, for small businesses, small and medium scale businesses, and even, you know, large ones as well in the manufacturing industry, in the manufacturing sector, what happens when the business has to collapse and we're not making money? So there's no revenue, these businesses are not going to be paying taxes to the government, and then the government is not making that revenue. What happens then? Are we going to see a decline in our economy, you know, deteriorating even more than where we are right now?
You're absolutely right. It's going to affect businesses because, like I said before, the incentive for borrowing will not be there. The only reason why a business will want to go and borrow, apart from the fact that they need the money to fund their business, is also because the rates is attractive. So they know that, okay, if I borrow, I will not spend everything that I've made on paying back the loan. So they will want to do that. But when they see that, oh, if I borrow, I'll have to spend everything I have, including even the business, to pay back, it becomes a problem, you know. And the alternative for them will be, don't borrow. If you don't borrow, then you try to tough it out with the revenue that you're making, the meager revenue that you're making at this point. But the meager revenue is being pressured by inflationary forces, which means that you can't restock the raw materials that you require to maybe produce whatever it is that you're selling to the market. And if you can't do that, you will then have to think about other measures like, can we cut jobs? So when you cut jobs, then you send more people back into the unemployment pool, which means that more people don't have disposable incomes which also means that inflation is not going away. People are not going to spend, and so it is a vicious cycle. And at the end of the day, again, when inflation spike, our central bank will still go back to IMF again to go back and say, what do we do? Then IMF will tell them again, increase it. You keep increasing it, at the end of the day, you're hurting yourself. So there are some times that you have to leave all of that and tell yourself, what's the radical approach that we can take to make sure that we bring these things down, which because you are thinking about your people, your businesses. You're thinking about saving the greater population that these decisions affect. So it's important that we learn how to balance all of these things. IMF, if you ask me, they have not been fiscally responsible when it comes to helping third world countries actually grow and leave the poverty arena. So it has always been about maybe the interest of those who give them the funding. I've always argued that IMF and the World Bank, they know that Nigerian authorities are not responsible enough to even pay back loans. But every other month we see them trying to give them loans and trying to give them this and trying to give them that and all. And you keep asking yourself, to what end? To what end? How are you monitoring these loans that you're giving to these guys? So it's as if they are pandering to some interest that is different from the interest of the people of the countries that they're dealing with. So as a country, you too have to now start thinking about, am I always going to take everything they say hook, line, and sinker? So it's important we know how to balance all of these things. It doesn't mean you can't go to IMF when you need help, but if you want to go to them, know why you're going to them. Not every time you're going there cap in hand to go and collect money. So I think at this point, in any interest rate hike will affect the economy. There's no two ways about it. And we are not blessed with government that is prudent. We currently have a very lavish squandermania government, that spends everything and doesn't even care about what happens, uses 10 billion to renovate house, 15 billion to build a VP house, and all of that.
That's really funny.
1 billion to cut grass.
Don't forget
right
that.
Now.
Yeah, exactly. And then to eat a lot of food. So it's a squandermania government, and just as in there's no way you're going to have that, and then you think that the CBN increasing hike will affect the government officials. It will not affect them. It's a business that it will affect. So once in a while, you have to put the greater good in front of you and then make the decision.
Okay.
Well, Frank, I don't know if you need to be specific about the solution to this, because we cannot raise it. From what you're saying, it doesn't make any sense. In fact, all this raising of the interest to cut inflation doesn't make sense to me at all in any way. But of course, the economists are saying it. But in Nigeria, since we have a peculiar case, what do you propose? You've just said that we have a government of squandocracy.
Squandomania.
Squandomania. I'm calling it squandocracy, where a government of people who squander everything. So what do you propose instead of raising this interest rate? What do you propose shortly before we wrap it up?
The only way to reduce inflation sustainably is by production. You have to increase production. Increasing production means that your manufacturing sector, every business thing that you have, just produce. There's no other shortcut to it. You can't IMF your way out of it. You can't cut your way out of that. There's no shortcut. Even if you go through shortcut, you still come back to the main thing, which is that increase production. Once you increase production, you increase exports. If you increase exports, you earn more foreign direct investment. So when you have more foreign direct investment, you have more dollar in the market, then your currency would not be struggling because it is trying to find dollar in the market to give the first thing is to address production. And the other ones that we keep singing like a song every day now is cut the cost of governance. If you cut the cost of governance, you will have more money to do because most of these squandering that they're doing is done with FX. It's done with FX. Look at the other day they went to Dubai. How much they spent just going to Dubai? We were able to calculate the amount of money they spend on air tickets, but we do not think about, okay, what about accommodation? What about per diem, traveling allowance? As far as I'm concerned, sorry, I don't think we had any business going to that COP28. We absolutely don't have any business going there. The pledges that they went there to make, they will still not implement anything. Because at this point, we don't even need to implement any climate change anything because we are backward industrially. So whether you and I like it or not, we're going to have to use fossil to industrialize our way. So there's no, look at what happened afterwards. They were trying to say, put a date for fossil fuel to be phased out. Saudi Arabia rose and said, no, you can't do that. Why? Because they need fossil fuel. So already within themselves, they know that, oh, we are just here to drink tea and everybody's happy and all of that. But you have developmental challenges. You carried 422. Let's even go with the estimates that the government gave themselves. But the one that we saw on the UN said that they went there with 590, 1,414, and they sponsored 590. But 422. Was sponsored with our dollar. So when you think about that, then you now come back home and start thinking about all the government officials that they have appointed. First of all, this is the government with the highest record of ministers, the highest record of aides. So everyone is an aide, everyone is a minister in this government and all of that. And all of them have different things that they have budgeted and all that. Look at the budget that we have. That budget is a mess. It's a mess. How do you account for a government where the Ministry of Finance is doing more projects than the Ministry of Works? The Ministry of Finance has 9 trillion naira as budget, while the Ministry of Works has about 600 and something billion. How do you account for that? What happened? That the Ministry of Budget and Planning itself has 4.4 trillion as its budget. The Ministry of Agriculture is budgeting for 300 and something billion. How do you explain that disparity? Why is ministry? What employment does Ministry of Budget have that it is doing? I don't understand.
All right.
So
Frank.
when you look at that,
Yeah, Frank. Right, if we keep talking about Nigerian problems, we could spend the remaining days of the year talking about them. Today is already the 11th day. That means we have 20 more days to the end of this year. Let's hope for a miracle. God of 11th hour, that's what a lot of people say. So, Frank, thank you so much for coming on the program this morning.
All right, thank you.
Okay, we've been talking with Frank Eleanya there on the program. We're looking at the fact that the IMF has advised Nigeria to hike the interest rate so that the inflation will come down, and we're not making sense out of it, and he has helped us to make sense out of what it is, if it still made sense. But this is where we draw the curtain for today, and we hope that you did have a wonderful time watching us. We hope to return tomorrow for another very interesting edition. Until then, my name is Nyamgul Agaji.
My name is Roma Paulson. Have a good day.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. the growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thought and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
The hair industry is a multi-million naira business in Nigeria. The industry has experienced impressive growth in recent years. From the sale of hair extensions, wigs, and hair care products, it is a huge market and it is largely buoyed by patronage from women. Women are mostly identified by their hair, but does that mean without hair they have no identity? Definitely not. There is a condition called alopecia. It causes the partial or complete absence of hair from areas of the body where it normally grows. And for women who have it, they experience baldness. We met an alopecian, Jasmine Oguns, who shared her story with us.
Alopecia is an autoimmune disease, but we alopecians like to define it as an autoimmune condition, so we don't scare people. So alopecia is an autoimmune condition that happens when the immune system attacks the hair follicles, thereby causing partial or total hair loss. You know, the immune system is actually supposed to protect us from germs, diseases, and sickness. But in this case, the immune system attacks the hair follicles because it sees the hair follicles as a stranger to the body system, so it attacks it. And once the hair follicles get attacked, then there's a problem in the roots of hair growth. Yeah, so that's where hair loss starts from. I started having hair loss in 2004. That was my first year in school, in higher institution. Before then, I used to have very long hair, like very beautiful hair. And a particular day, I went to the salon, and my hairstylist noticed a bald patch behind my head, just around here. It was very tiny, very insignificant, but she noticed it because she has been making my hair for a long time. Yeah, so she noticed it and called my attention to it, but I didn't pay so much attention to it because I felt it was a minor thing and my hair was going to grow back. So after 2 weeks, I went back to make my hair. She noticed another one on this side. She called my attention to it again, so I became scared. I informed my mom about it, and my mom also didn't see it as a big issue. She just said it would grow back. And after a while, the patches started increasing, and they started forming a map on my scalp. I stopped going to the salon to make my hair. It became a thing of concern, and someone told my mom it was lakpa caused by dandruff. But then I didn't have dandruff, so where did it come from? So she got sulfur, started applying sulfur on the scalp. But instead of it to get better, it got worse. That was how the alopecia journey started for me. How I knew it was alopecia. Okay, before I got to that point, it was the whole journey. Because after the Lakpa episode, there was always an extended family member who would come up with one name or the other. In fact, it metamorphosed to spiritual problem. So they tagged it a spiritual problem. I know in this part of the world, anything we don't know is automatically a spiritual problem. So that was when the frustration started. They started taking me from one pastor to another, and because most of these people, they're about what they can get into their pockets, they second, you know, and it was really traumatizing, you know, and I didn't know until after 10 years. Yeah, I didn't know it was alopecia until after 10 years. So I'll share a bit of my experience in that journey. First, some pastors said someone took my hair to the ocean. That's why I don't have hair. But there are some sacrifices here and there that we could perform that would make my hair grow. So I had times that I killed cows. I had times that I killed chickens. There were times we just give out the cows raw, like the meat, the pieces, you know, raw like that. There were times we cook and feed people with it, just in the quest for my hair to grow back. And there were other ugly experiences I had too, ugly encounters I had of some spiritual men asking to have some form of intimacy with me before my hair could grow. Like, it was really traumatizing. It was annoying. It was frustrating because at some point I got depressed, and I got to meet with a dermatologist who introduced some hairsprays to me that I used. It didn't work. And the moment I stopped using the spray, my hair fell off. In fact, at this point, I now lost my hair completely because the spray did not work. You understand? So it triggered some other hormones, and then I lost my hair completely. So I became completely bald. You know, initially, it was just in patches. And then after applying those sprays, I lost my hair completely. And I used that spray for a period of 1 year and 6 months. And at that time, a spray cost 15,000 naira. So I must use a can, like I must buy a new can every fortnight. It was a fortnight thing. I was buying a new can every fortnight. And I administered it for 1.5 years. But instead of it to get better, it got worse. And I still did not stop. I wanted the solution. I wanted my hair back. So I approached another dermatologist who placed me on a wrong medication. And because I was so desperate, I didn't even bother to ask, what is this thing you're placing me on? What is this medication for? I didn't know it was using me as a specimen. For every time I got 0.1 mg, I took 5 as a dose. For every time I got 0.5 mg, I took 10 as a dose. So that was an abuse. And I discovered that my memory was diminishing. So at that point, I had to stop. But it had already caused some damage, and I became depressed. And I became suicidal as well. So at some point, I became suicidal. I almost died because I made a suicidal attempt. But thank God my mother was at home on that particular day, and she saved me. So it has been from one bad encounter, one bad experience to another until 2015, when I decided I was going to do a personal research to know what exactly my problem was. And that was how I stumbled on the word alopecia on the internet. And I realized it was a condition, or it is a condition, like what I've been going through actually has a name, and the name is alopecia. So that was how I got to know that the condition is alopecia. I started embracing myself in 2015. Yeah, that was when I did the personal research that I became aware. And okay, I stumbled on a particular lady's story online, and I started following her up. Her daughter has alopecia, and I saw the way she instilled confidence in her daughter at every stage that her daughter was encountering. Like, it started with bald patch, from one bald patch, it increased to patches, and then she lost almost everything, and there were just few strands of hair left. I saw the way she would pack the hair into ponytail and go everywhere with it, you know. So I admired that. But I noticed that while I was doing my research, I didn't really see much of black people with the same condition. There were more of white people. And within me, I resolved that I could be a strength to other people, especially black people who are going through this same experience, who are experiencing the same thing. Because looking back to how my journey started, it wasn't funny. And at that point, I knew there were people who were going through worse situation than what I went through. So I decided I was going to be a voice to other people. I was going to stand my ground and create awareness. Though in the process of doing that, I opened up to a few persons, media personnel, who did not really understand my story, and they made a mess of it because I wanted to do a come out video, you get? So they made a mess of it and turned it to a comedy skit. That was when I knew there's really no bad publicity, because that was when I met my deputy, Moshudat Badmus. I was really sad about it because the whole thing went bad for me. You know, it went viral. A lot of people saw it. A lot of people misunderstood the message because they actually did not pass the message right. A lot of people misunderstood it. So it went sour, and she came online, saw the ridicule and everything, and she started fighting for me. So she was like the voice I didn't have at that downtime, at that point in time. So I approached her and I was like, you seem to know about alopecia. Do you have alopecia? She said yes. He needed to see the joy that I felt that day. Like I didn't feel that kind of joy in 10 years. I was so excited. I was so happy. I contacted her immediately. We started talking, and before you knew it, I was on my way to, then she was in Ogun State. I was on my way to Ogun State from Kaduna. I took a trip to Ogun State just to meet her because, you know, it was relieving for you to see someone or know that there's someone who can relate, you know, to whatever it is you were going through. Because before then, people around me could not understand. There were times I wanted to talk. I wanted to just, you know, explain how I was feeling, but I didn't have people to talk to, because even when I talk, they don't understand. You understand? It was more like a mental thing for me. But when I met her, it was relieving. I felt so much relief because she could relate. Yeah, she understood where I was coming from, and that was how the foundation journey started.
The National Alopecia Areata Foundation states that alopecia affects about 147 million people in the world, and according to Africa Prime News, there are over 100,000 persons living with alopecia in Nigeria.
It has not been easy running the Heroic Alopecia Foundation because, okay, one thing is for people to know what their condition is. Another thing is for them to come out, right? So, like I said, when I met Moshudat, that was when the foundation journey started. Though I'd already started single-handedly before I met her, and then we took the race together, and we continued the race. Then some other members joined, and we grew to about 13 members, and in the process, we got to know more. We got to know that alopecia is actually a journey. You get? Some would accept the fact that this is what it is. Some may never accept it. But it's a good thing that you are aware that this is what the problem is, right? And we realize that a lot of people are out there suffering that don't know what this condition is, and they really need to know. because if you know that you have a problem and you know what that problem is, I think your problem is half solved already. So what we do basically is try to reach out to people, try to create awareness. Thanks to BBC Pidgin, I was featured on BBC Pidgin last year, and as a result of that publicity, our member strength grew from 13 to 70. Yeah, so right now we have 70 members. Majority are Nigerians. We have few of them in Ghana, some in Sierra Leone, Cameroon, Senegal, America, London. So we still feel there's a need for us to create more awareness. Because if you'd ask for my opinion, I would say only 2% of people in Nigeria are aware of this condition called alopecia. I think a lot has to be done, a lot needs to be done concerning awareness. There was a training I went for recently at Nikkei Art Gallery, and on the first few days of the training, I didn't go with my wig. I didn't wear my wig. And nobody really paid attention to the fact that I don't have hair. I only got comments like, your hairstyle is nice, and because of what I went there for, I didn't have that time to explain to them that it's not a hairstyle, but a health condition. Until after 5 days, I decided to wear my wig. So I went there with a wig, and after a while, I started feeling uncomfortable with my wig on, so I removed it. And people were like, it's better. You look better without your wig than with your wig. So another question popped up from someone else, that why the hairstyle? What inspired the hairstyle? And I told them it's not a hairstyle, but it's a health condition. So that got a lot of people's attention, and they're like, oh really, it's a health condition, tell us about it. So while I was talking, I heard whispers of two persons arguing about one Tope somewhere that has a similar condition, and the other person said, no, it's not the same. Tope's case is spiritual. You know, they were arguing in their dialect, in Kaba actually. So I heard and I paused and asked, why did you say Tope's condition is spiritual? He said, because hers is not completely off like mine. She has patches and all. I said, yes, the patch is a form of alopecia actually. Like, there are different types of alopecia. Hers is alopecia areata. That's the medical term for her condition. And they're like, oh really? I said, yes. So I went as far as explaining to them that there's also a condition called alopecia totalis, where it's just limited to the head alone. You know, the hair loss is limited to the head alone. And I also explained about alopecia universalis, where the victim loses the lashes, the brows, and every other part of the body that has hair. And they were amazed. So when they told me a lot about Tope, I told them I was interested in meeting Tope. But guess what? Tope is dead. Tope died as a result of isolation. Tope died as a result of stigmatization. I also heard of the story of one woman in Benue State that died as a result of stigmatization. She was tagged a witch because her hair stopped growing, and she was isolated, far away from people. You know, they stopped giving her food, and that was how she died. I also heard of some girls in Benin who were constantly tied and flogged with broom because they have alopecia. And at the moment, we have two parents in Kaduna who are representing their sons because they are kids. One is 6 years old, the other one is 7. There's this belief in the north, when strange things happen to you, they just assume you have Anjanu, like a spiritual problem, like evil spirits. I think Anjanu is evil spirits. And they kept burning their scalps with fire, that they are chasing away the Anjanu, until they met me. Someone actually told me about them, and I went to visit the family. So when I got there and I removed my wig, I saw the relief. You know, there was this sigh of relief that, oh, okay, so this thing is not happening to our son alone. There are other people who have this thing, and it's a medical condition. You understand? So a lot needs to be done concerning awareness.
Alopecia can affect anyone regardless of age and gender, and in many cases, it takes a toll on their relationships.
To an extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people, because I remember back then in school, when it started at first, I didn't start covering it immediately. I still rocked it, and after a while, I started covering it with a scarf. And my friends were surprised, like, when did you start covering your hair? You were not like this, what's the problem? And some of them just tried to be naughty and they pulled the scarf off. And when they realized that there was something strange about my head, some gave space. The naughty ones tagged it a name. Some started calling me an alien. Like when I applied the spray and everything fell off, like I lost every strand of hair on my body. I'm talking about my lashes, my brows, every part of my body. I didn't have hair. I had a friend who was constantly calling me an alien, like to my face, and people would laugh about it. It became embarrassing at some point. And then relationship, yeah, I had a major relationship then that failed as a result of alopecia, because my supposed to-be mother-in-law called off the wedding introduction, 3 days to the wedding introduction, because of fear of the unknown. You know, she didn't want a situation whereby our grandchildren would have hair loss problems, so she called off the wedding introduction, not minding how far we had gone, and then the preparation for the event and all that. Then the last disappointment I got to was as a result of alopecia, because I went for a consultation with the person I was dating at that time, and he heard all the medical advice I got about me. Like the dermatologist advised that I should not bother myself, because at this stage, at this point, the hair loss has really, it has gotten to an advanced stage where my hair might not grow anymore, you understand? So he heard all of that, and his countenance changed on our way home. So out of curiosity, I tried to question him about his mood and everything, and he said he's scared, does not want to raise kids that would not have hair. So to a great extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people. Alopecia has really affected my family in a lot of ways. Like my mom, right now, she still does not accept the fact that it is a medical condition. She's yet to come to terms with the fact that it's a medical condition. She still feels that there's more to it and the hair would grow. Yes, the hair could grow, because alopecia actually has a mind of its own. The way it decides to go off, like the way your hair decides to go off, it could just decide to start growing overnight. That's another mysterious thing about alopecia, because it has to do with your immune system. So your immune system might just decide, okay, I want to be good, I want to be perfect, and then your hair starts growing again, you understand? So it has really affected my family, because I remember when I didn't know what it was, I was constantly being stigmatized, because my mother would always have a scarf or a cap or something beside her, and the moment someone knocks at the door, she's throwing it at me to cover my head. I didn't like that part. I didn't like the fact that I could not just be myself, you know, and feel free like every other person. I didn't like the fact that I have to always cover my head, you know. And another thing is, it became a prayer request. Like till now, it's still a prayer request. Everyone is always praying at some point, at one point or the other, for my hair to grow back. Yeah, so it has really affected my family, not just me.
1 in 20 people with alopecia also has a family member who has experienced the condition, which implies that most people that have alopecia usually don't have family members with this condition.
I'm not too sure that the awareness is really there. Having said so, I mean, if we think about the patients who come into the clinic, alopecia is That is one, I would say some studies have shown that is one of the top 10 dermatology consultations. And because the world is generally getting more visual, everybody's more concerned about appearance, and we talk about quality of life and all this. So you're seeing a lot more patients coming in. They're coming in. Areata in itself, a lot of people don't know. I don't think the awareness is really, really there. But remember that when you are dealing with a specialty, so if we talk in the general population, maybe no. But if you come into the specialty community, specialty hospital, we'll see we have a bit, a high enough number of cases. But I would say if you just ask for the general population, no. And so to the next question of how can we make them more aware of what you're doing? If we have people who suffer from, I remember that because of the stigma of alopecia, everybody knows that a woman's hair is supposed to be like her crowning glory. She wants to do things with it. She wants to look well. You don't really want to cover it. But with wigs and weaves, nobody knows who has what. Now, a lot of women will just take it out. So you don't know who has a problem because of the stigma or the quality of life. Very, very significant impact on the quality of life. So people are hiding. People are not able to get. And some people go to those who don't really know what to do. Some people, the salon, the hairstylist, who should almost be like your first sort of, oh, madam or girl, as the case may be, what's happening to your hair? Do you think you need to see somebody? Most times they might give you their own version of what they think works, and the hair loss is worsening. Where ideally, if you present early enough in alopecia areata, you may just be able to break that autoimmunity.
Alopecia often develops suddenly over the course of just a few days. This condition affects the mental health of the victims and sometimes makes them withdrawn.
Dealing with stigmatization before I became aware was not easy. I had days that I cried. I had days I didn't want to see anybody. Like I locked myself up in the room for days, for weeks. There were days I didn't want to see my immediate family members, my downtime and all, as a result of stigmatization. Like I mentioned earlier that there was a time I was depressed. It was as a result of stigmatization because I felt stigmatized by everybody, even those that were close to me. At every point in time, I was expecting people to show me love. So at every moment that I don't, at every time that I don't get that kind of love that I expect, I feel stigmatized. So it was really ugly for me. But the moment I got to know that this is what it is, I became free. I got some form of liberty, I got some form of liberation, and I don't get stigmatized anymore. So when people try to mock me now, I just laugh at their ignorance. And if I have the opportunity to educate them, I don't hesitate.
Alopecia can cause a lot of anxiety and sadness. It is important we have more support groups in the society to help people living with alopecia deal with the psychological effects of this condition.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating. and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Here are success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
A 20-meter cliff, a couple of ropes, freezing cold water, and me trying to cope with all of that. I did make it down in the end, but this outing with a couple of guys really had me testing my limits. And that's precisely our topic this week on Made, leaving the comfort zone. I'm Chris Kober, welcome. We don't want to be bogged down with details, do we? It is the result that counts. Well, sometimes it's the details that unveil an inconvenient truth. Take meat production. We know that for us to be able to slap that steak on our grill, an animal needs to die. Often enough in anything but a gentle or respectful way. Our reporter Kai Steinecke, an avid meat lover, decided he wants to leave his comfort zone and does want to know how the sausage gets made, literally. A word of warning, the report contains scenes some viewers may find disturbing.
Hello. I am going to slaughter one of these animals. They belong to Wendelin Schmucke. He farms sheep the traditional way. His family has been doing this since 1750. His sheep are out to pasture for most of the year. But it's hard to find enough grazing land.
The sheep need about a hectare a day, that is.
A hectare every day?
Yes, a hectare for 700 sheep.
So this whole field is only enough for today. When they've had their fill, the flock will go home to the farm.
I hope the ones that I'm gonna slaughter are going to be bigger.
Oh yes, this one is bigger. It's 6 months old and weighs about 40 kilos.
That's huge.
I had no idea how quickly they grow.
I really don't know if I can do this.
I'm grappling with the fact that we kill animals so we can eat meat, and that I'm going to kill this lamb. First, we have to take it to the slaughterhouse.
Yeah, you really can feel the 40 kilograms.
It's a 10-minute drive, nothing in comparison to the lengthy journeys to the slaughterhouse that livestock often face. Marco Kerr will be by my side throughout the process. He's been a butcher for more than 10 years, and he only slaughters what people bring him for their own consumption, like this lamb that I've bought. What was it like for you the first time?
You don't forget the first time. I had to leave the room. It was all a bit much. Not because of the blood, but the fact that an animal is dying. You don't really grasp that until you see it. And when it's done, you can't undo it. But we'll manage.
Oh God.
Marco shows me how to use a bolt gun. It destroys the sheep's brain, and it won't feel anything afterwards.
Hold it loosely and then press once. That was it.
Oh!
Yeah.
That's like a real gun.
Yeah.
And now the lamb's head is in the firing line.
All is good, all is good. Oh my god.
Höchster Punkt.
Ja.
Verbindungslinie.
Highest point, draw a line. There.
Finger weg.
Take your fingers away.
Nur den Finger weg.
Ja.
So. Aufsetzen.
On the head and pull the trigger.
Ja.
Knife, slice it through, all the way.
Durchstechen, richtig. Durch.
And again.
Ich muss nur einmal.
Oh God, Jesus. That's a lot of blood. That's a lot of blood.
Das war's.
That was it. It's over.
Hat er's geschafft.
So, how was it?
It's all happening so fast. I think I'll need time to process that. I've killed an animal.
Super geschossen, wirklich.
Great shot, really.
Wirklich sehr gut.
But that was just the first step. We're still a long way from having any chops or sausages. First, cut off the head, then the legs and the pelt. That's easier than I'd expected.
Das bedeutet dann aber auch
This
so,
isn't mass
es ist ja keine
production.
Masse so, ne? Also dann kann ja nicht jeder
Not everybody
immer
can
dann
get
halt
a
so
lamb
einen
like this.
haben, mehr oder weniger.
Das ist so. Das ist so.
That's
Aber
true.
das macht's auch wieder besonders.
But that's
Und
what
das
makes
ist
it
auch wieder das,
special.
da haben wir den
And it's what makes it
Nachhaltigkeitsaspekt einfach
sustainable.
mit drin. Die Leute
People approach the whole thing in a different
denken
way,
einfach anders über das
especially with an
Fleisch,
animal like
wenn sie es
this.
essen, gerade bei so einem Tier. Genau.
We still need to get rid of the guts.
Genau. Einmal über Nacht in die Kühlung, wenn's abtropfen.
Now it's left to hang overnight. That makes it easier to process.
I think what happened back in that slaughterhouse will forever be burned into my mind. The noises, the sounds, the smells, but it's the only way that sustainably eating meat is actually possible, because doing this in the masses of meat we eat today is absolutely impossible. But still, for me, I don't really know if I'm ever going to walk into a supermarket again and be like, yeah, I'm going to eat that meat.
The next morning, it's time to harvest the meat we've worked so hard for. Taking the carcass apart isn't any easier, it turns out.
And there goes the shoulder.
About 20 kilograms of the lamb are lost in the process. Mainly the... That looks great.
Da haben wir es. Dann Bratwurst als erstes.
How about a sausage
Ja.
for starters?
Dann
I'm not going to lie, this tastes really, really good. And I don't feel guilty about it because the lamb had a good life and a good death. And I'm not turning vegetarian, but it's only for special occasions, really. When you slaughter animals like we used to do 100 or 150 years ago, and like we just did, you also need to eat meat like we used to 100 or 150 years ago. That means only a steak a week, and that's it.
Oh my, what a day for a reporter. Leaving your comfort zone doesn't always happen voluntarily. People losing their jobs because businesses are suffering under pandemic restrictions. Now, that's a real problem. But maybe this crisis can also offer opportunities. Entrepreneur Ernest Darko might have some advice for you, even if you're not into large-scale health systems development like he is.
The COVID pandemic has really turned the world upside down. So here are the 5 tips to boost your career in the context of a pandemic. It's really important to focus on things that you're passionate about. Even if in the overall sense of your career, it's hard to find, the thing to be passionate about. I grew up in a situation where healthcare was always poor, clinics were always overcrowded. Halfway through my medical career, I realized that if I really want to make a difference in these types of environments, I needed to be a doctor of systems, not just of people. Many years later, here I am basically running a company that is focused on helping countries fix their systems at large scale. If it's not easy to get out of bed to go to that job or to go do that particular thing I've chosen to do, then I know I'm probably doing the wrong thing. If in particular you're in a career that's very much dependent, for example, on seeing people, and we know that going into lockdown and isolation is the norm, it's definitely going to impact your career or your profession negatively. So do that assessment really quickly to understand whether it's going to diminish or create opportunities for you. If there is an opportunity, try and figure out how am I going to work myself into that opportunity. So if I can now innovate in order to now meet this new demand, yes, I cannot see people in person, but there's this huge demand now. How can I innovate basically to meet this new opportunity? So we developed a screening app, for example, that community workers who are going to do the door-to-door COVID screening could use to capture the screening and the result of the screening in real time. Look at tech enabling yourself. Using technology to allow you to innovate, using technology to allow you to meet the new opportunities that are presented by COVID, as opposed to purely being a victim to what COVID has done. So technology can be a game changer in many cases. It allows you to scale yourself up. It allows you to be accessible by your clients in ways that probably might actually be better than pre-COVID. As we've seen with COVID, things keep changing, right? Everything from having first wave to second wave to learning new things about the disease that then changes the policy environment, that then changes the rules. You'll know you're adapting in the right way if you're maintaining your clients, if you're maintaining quality and you're maintaining satisfaction with what you're doing. I know it may sound like a bit of a luxury to be in a position where you can do all of these things because some people may not actually have these options. But to the extent that you can, I think it's important that you do so. And I've seen some amazing examples of people doing this and in fact, not only surviving the pandemic, but actually thriving in the context of all of the challenges that COVID-19 has brought.
Readjusting your career can be difficult, no doubt, particularly if your plan was to have one of the coolest jobs ever, flying a plane. But we know the pandemic has been an utter nightmare for the travel business. The global airline body IATA says air traffic this year is expected to be 66% lower than last. So it's been a huge mess for the sector up to this point, and even with bookings slowly recovering, German flagship carrier Lufthansa has suggested that would-be pilots in its prestigious Flight Academy might have to rethink their plans.
Flying free as a bird over majestic landscapes, it's an appealing prospect for many. The videos about Lufthansa's pilot training program in the United States are a favorite with Lucas Heim. The 22-year-old moved to Bremen a year ago with his girlfriend to start his training at the European Flight Academy, the Lufthansa Group's training school in Germany. Now they're packing up and leaving Bremen. In March, the course was suspended. 700 would-be pilots were left hanging. For Lucas, it's been a very trying time.
They just kept stalling and putting us off. First they said the course would start up again in May, then in September, then next January. Since it's also unclear, it's time for us to leave. We can't keep paying rent for this flat. We came to Bremen so that I could become a pilot and Svea could go to university. But our time here is now over.
After many months in a kind of suspended animation, would the training resume or wouldn't it, Lucas and Svea made the difficult decision to give up and go home.
We had a plan when we moved here. Lucas was going to complete his training. And now we're leaving again, and he hasn't completed it. It's like running in a marathon and turning back halfway and never reaching the finish line.
Lufthansa, Germany's biggest airline, was brought to its knees by the collapse in air travel caused by the pandemic. It was saved from bankruptcy by a €9 billion bailout. Half its fleet remains grounded. The head of Lufthansa Aviation Training, Stefan Kenan-Scheib, says the airline has 1,000 pilots more than it needs.
We tell our student pilots quite candidly that the prospects for becoming a pilot are very, very bad right now because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the financial situation of the Lufthansa Group. We're losing €500 million every month. It's our duty to be open to the students and tell it like it is.
Most aviation industry analysts say the demand for pilots after the pandemic is hardly likely to soar. They don't see air travel picking up significantly until 2025. Most of the youngsters who have had to halt their training need a job to get by. Caroline Bösner was in the United States when she heard the course had been suspended. Now she's back living with her parents in Leipzig and working at an Amazon logistics center.
It wasn't easy, but I had to take a pragmatic approach. I knew I couldn't just sit around at home. I had to do something. And it wouldn't be a bad thing to make some money. You don't earn anything as a student pilot. On the contrary, it's more like burning money.
Many student pilots now find themselves in a precarious financial situation. They are by far not the only group of people in need of work, as the pandemic and ensuing lockdown measures shuttered entire industries.
People who worked in tourism or food service are coming to us. They say either they need a job as a stopgap measure or they want to change careers entirely.
Caroline Bösner says for her, working at Amazon is temporary. She's not given up her long-standing dream of becoming a pilot. She remains as committed as ever.
I absolutely still want to fly. I'm not going to give up on my dream. It's anchored within me and it's not going to go away. I flew all over Florida. It was fantastic. And then suddenly I was back in cold Germany. I can't imagine doing anything else. So I have to find a way to finish my training. If need be, without Lufthansa.
200 minimum.
The enthusiasm may be great, but facts on the ground are not encouraging. Lufthansa has recommended its students actually give up rather than wait for the course to restart. If they complete the programme, they're going to be charged €80,000, and they won't have the guarantee of a job, as used to be the case. Lucas's father, Christopher Heim, is appalled. He's been a pilot at Lufthansa for 32 years.
This sounds to me rather like coercion. If I agree to terminate the training contract, everything will be fine. If I don't and want to fulfill my dream, then a huge sum of money comes due. I don't like that. I think it's dishonorable.
It's quiet and empty at the European Flight Academy in Bremen. This is the first time Lukas Heim has been inside since March. He too remains determined to become a pilot, despite the difficult conditions prevailing right now. Though he says he doesn't yet know how he's going to do that.
What I would like is for them to say, when we restart pilot training, we'll take you guys first, or that they at least certify our test results.
But Lufthansa has not made any such commitment. Nor does CEO Carsten Spohr have any words of encouragement for the students. He's already indicated that Lufthansa will have no more work for tens of thousands of its employees.
As with all professions and at all German universities, there are no guarantees of jobs in the future. And that is the case here too. Aviation remains a fascinating industry for young people too. But I think we have to face reality. In the years ahead, there are going to be too many people for the jobs available. Anybody planning a career in aviation has to take this into account.
The pandemic could end the dreams of an entire generation of would-be pilots.
"2020 has brought dread, distress, and disappointment, sure, but there are exceptions. E-commerce has seen an unprecedented boom. And with people having second thoughts about standing in line at crowded malls, trade experts believe online shopping revenue in Germany will be up almost 20% this year. But my colleague Olaf Krieger feels Christmas is not about the presents. It's what we make of it, now more than ever.
Christmas is what we make of it.
Oh, how joyfully, oh, how merrily, Christmas comes with its grace divine.
Christmas comes with grace in this of all years? Really?
Krieger, is that you? What are you doing here?
How about a bit of Christmas in these troubled times?
Come on in, we can decorate and we can chat.
You have children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. How many altogether?
I have 3 kids of my own, 2 girls and a boy, 5 grandchildren and 4 great-grandchildren.
What's your favorite Christmas memory?
My childhood, with my parents and grandparents and with my kids when they were little, in the Ore Mountains.
And who helped decorate?
Just me.
Alone?
Yes. I start putting up the decorations in early December, but I wait until the 23rd to get the tree ready. Not a day earlier.
No one helps?
I don't want any help.
How about the food?
Really?
Yes, absolutely.
Christmas Eve is lentils with sausages. The next day, potato salad and maybe roast goose with red cabbage and kale from this garden.
From your garden?
Yes. So tell me, Krieger, how is Christmas with your family? Do you spend Christmas at home or do you go somewhere?
I'm going to try to be with my mother, but it might not be possible. She's in a home, and I may not be allowed in. But we hope that whatever the conditions, we can celebrate Christmas and be together. We can make that happen somehow. I hope. But suppose we can't meet up the way we used to at Christmas.
Yeah, if my son comes, we'll sit together with him and my daughter-in-law and my grandchild. And for everyone else, we have the phone.
Our Christmas lights. Suddenly people are so important again. Forget about the presents. Christmas won't be cancelled. It'll just be different. Let's have more light.
Let's have more light. What a splendid idea. That's our show. Thanks for watching. See you back here next week.
Reading is an essential habit and a culture that must be developed. Nigerians are generally believed to have a poor reading culture. The role of government in promoting reading and equipping reading spaces and libraries in Nigeria cannot be underestimated. But first, we must look at the development of reading habits from the home and the role parents play in encouraging their children.
My parents, my mom used to be a teacher, so reading was obviously part of a curriculum. And then my father used to be a professor and is an author. So I started reading very, very early, and I started reading books that were higher than my age grade. I was reading African Writer series from age 7, age 8, and reading encyclopedias by that time. So obviously my parents had a huge part and encouraged that in me.
In the Nigerian book market, there's a high influx of foreign authors writing for children, but very few Nigerian authors telling relatable, homegrown Nigerian stories.
If you start out reading stories even to your baby, even before they're 1, and then as they get older, buy appropriate materials that are colorful, with easy to read words, and read with them. I think that helps.
Adedotun Enyade, a co-founder of Robin Heights, a leading bookstore in Nigeria, has tips for Nigerian authors and how they can improve on their work and get into the hearts of readers.
The story has to be good, right? If you're writing, whatever you're writing, if you're writing fiction, if you're writing non-fiction, it has to be really, really compelling, one. Next thing would be in terms of the packaging, right? People have gone past the era where you just take your books with just about any printer to print for you. I think, publishers, self-published authors as well, they need to invest in ensuring that the quality of the book, the final output is one that will, stack up with any book, published, elsewhere in the world. So that's really important. Then I think, what would be the most important tip for me to them would be just, they need to invest in marketing.
The book business, like any other business, is challenging.
If you ask anyone who's running the business in Nigeria, they will tell you capital, of course, right? Book selling is also, as with any other business, is also quite capital intensive. Getting to pay your rent, getting to actually buy the books and stock up your shelves when you have them. Hiring good people requires decent amount of capital. So I would say it's getting the startup funds to set up something. And then if you're looking to do it at scale like we're hoping to do, then it also requires you raising funding, which isn't readily available in commercial banks, right? I don't think a bank would say they want to give you a loan to set up a bookstore. They probably will be skeptical about the number of people who read. So for us, I think it's just I would say capital is is at the top of the totem pole.
It is commendable that certain individuals and organizations are making concerted efforts to revive the reading culture in the country. The government should also redesign the school curriculum to incorporate more reading activities in primary and secondary schools.
All right, you're welcome to the most undiluted show on this part of the globe. No Cap is a show for the free-minded, the radical-minded, and those who always have one question behind their mind. And that question is why. If you're one of those people who get upset or angry when somebody says something to you, like, look, this is not the show for you because we say it as it is. We do not cover, we do not edit it, we do not filter it. It's no cap. Like, take the cap off and just speak. My name is Miles, the eighth wonder of the world, and I'm flanked by two beautiful women. They say, blessed is he amongst women. And when that Bible verse was actually for me, right? To my immediate left, I have the beautiful, always smiling, by the way. We'll get to you in a bit. Why you're always smiling? Frown small. I just frown small. I have the beautiful Booms in the okay, Booms, sorry, yeah. Oh yeah, Booms in the building. Booms, how are you doing today?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
And to my far left, I have the always dashing, hips to the side. She said hips to the side. We don't edit here. Have you forgotten? Okay. All right. I have Rosange in the building.
Rosange.
I like Rosange. Rosange, how you doing?
I'm fine.
You are fine, by the way. Bride price is an important aspect of marriage traditions in Nigeria, but how relevant is it in the light of today's world? Although Nigeria's diversity has created room for different types of marriages, but one thing that has remained constant is the payment of bride price. It has become an essential part of valid customary marriage in the country. Now, bride price is usually the payment in a monetary form to the parents or the guidance of the female partner made by the groom on account of marriage. Now, initially, this issue of dowry and bride price was more like a pleasantry exchange between husband-to-be and the future in-laws when it all started. In most cultures, though, it was little things that were just like little things. But these days, people now see it as, business. Especially the men, they now see that, oh, they are bought over the woman. Like, it's you now belong to me. Like, I have paid your bride price. So now, anything I tell you to do, you have to do it. Now, that's where we are today now. Before we get back into the studio and we talk about it and argue, because I know you people are already frowning and ready to explode. Yes. We went into the streets of Lagos. We talked to one or two people, and a lot of people were furious. People were angry. Some people loved it. Some people were excited about it. And they had this to say about bride price. Is it nonsense?
Bride price, nah.
So that means you're for sale?
No, that's not what it means. What does it mean? It's just a token. I mean, it's just a token. So why are you paying for your wife? Are you trying to buy her or something? I don't understand. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. I don't think you have to pay to get a woman. Like, that's not right. I just think.
Why do they have to pay to like get me? I don't know. You can gift my family every other day, but you can't buy me. Nah. So I don't buy the idea of buying bride price.
Absolutely nonsense. Absolutely.
Why do you think so?
You know, I mean, I feel like if I don't know why we pay. Why do guys have to pay? Like, why? Come on, why can't girls pay? We want it. Yeah, we want it. Like, we want that payment. So why should it be only the girls?
Basically, it's kind of ridiculous, the cost, you know. Like, it's something that is pretty small. So, but I think it's traditional. And I mean, based on your culture, you should just adhere to that.
It's sense, nah. I don't know, sense or no sense. Me, I don't know. But my own mom, she's waiting for it because I'm the only girl. So yes, now sense or no sense, that is not my business. I don't have anything to do with that because my mom is patiently waiting as the only daughter. So she don't write list everything. So.
All right, you're most welcome back. Now, did you see that? It's still No Cap. If you're just joining us for the first time, we're like, what are these people doing? Yeah, it's called No Cap, where we say things undiluted. We say things the way it is. They say things, and yeah, we take off the cap. We don't lie about it, right? There's no point to risk it about it. What are you people? Anyway, so yeah, when that was the street of Lagos, and you heard what people had to say. A lot of people had diverse opinions about this. Now, let me start with you people in this. You ladies now. Bride price, sense or nonsense? I think Bumi wants to go first. Booms wants to go first. What?
I mean, I feel it's utter rubbish.
What's utter rubbish?
Bride price.
Okay.
I feel it's literally nonsense. I mean, in the past, it used to make a lot of sense. But now it really doesn't make sense again. I feel like people use it as an avenue to get out of poverty now. Yes, to be very honest.
Auntie, calm down.
I should.
But yeah, no.
Okay.
Go on.
But honestly, like, I see lists now and I'm wondering what is going on exactly. What are you guys trying to do? Are you trying to ruin a relationship, a life that is about to start? Because by the time you see what they're asking the man's family to bring, it's enough to start the family they are trying to. Do you get, like,
open a store?
It's really like nonsense. And the one that upsets me the most is the people that even take it. I mean, an uncle that I haven't seen in 15 years, or an auntie that
you've never even met before.
Do you get? And they are claiming right on, we sent you to school. What? I mean, I saw when my parents were struggling to send me to school. Right. So where are you coming from to take? So I feel like it's ridiculous. The money that we spend on these things that other people are going to share, why don't you just give it to the new family to start? I mean, at the end of the day, by the time they share, it's little that comes to the bride and the husband. Except for some very few people now that the money, the father hands it over to his wife and then the wife does whatever thing she wants to it. But I just feel like it's utter nonsense.
Okay, Razanj, bride price.
Nonsense. Like today, she said it all, yeah. So it's complete nonsense because, I mean, like, back in the days, I would have agreed to it. Yeah, a few tubers of yam, oil, and these 5, 10, 15 naira.
Do you get?
But right now, you're literally trying to open the store, I barely started life. I mean, like, we're just trying to, like, put things together and all of a sudden you're giving me 4 Fusca paper. Not me. You're giving the man to be. I mean, how do you expect him to survive? How do you expect him? I mean, what are you looking for, really? And then you now see, like, a boss with, like, 15 relatives that you've never met in your life. They're all sitting down waiting to consume you. No.
Miles is looking like he's interested in paying bride price.
Okay, we'll get to me. Let me throw it to both of you like this, since you're both on the same side now. Now, what happens, right, if the person you've been in a relationship with for a while and you guys are, okay, let's just move to the next level, and your parents just, boom, they bring out the whole bride price thing, like, oh, this is how much it is, this what, blah, blah, blah, and it's a little bit too much for him, and the guy just feels like backing out. How are you guys going to handle that?
I'll speak to my parents.
What if they don't agree? Like, what's your native name again?
Nwamaka.
Don't
do that. Don't do that. That's wrong.
I will tell you this. Your fathers before you, where you cannot. This is
my
they
father.
Go all that on you.
I hope you're watching this. He won't do that.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, because we'll come to an agreeable terms. Like, oh, okay, so this is what's going on. This is what is on ground now, regardless. And this is my partner. This is my life partner. This is how I feel would run. So regardless of whatever it is, I mean, you should cut it down. But maybe to the public, we could make it look like, oh, it was extra. This was the list. But I mean, in-house, because we're family. And then family, we cover ourselves up. We're meant to keep ourselves, So
Do you know how many parents and uncles and aunties are watching this right now, and they're going to like, are these actually our children?
You know, I was going to actually say something as regards that, because this bride price thing, it usually doesn't just come from the angle of the parents alone. The uncles and auntie also have
external
a say
family
in it.
members.
Yeah, so if you say you're going to talk to your parents about it, honestly, trust me, they're not going to listen because they have other voices speaking to them. So for me, I'll pull a radical on them.
No, if your parents are vocal enough and they're pretty well grounded, and then they don't allow third parties come into their business, I don't think that even if the rest of the family members will make suggestions and opinions, it really is still what they want for their children that would still be, because the world has evolved right now, and this time,
it just depends on
they're more
families,
exposed.
I feel like most families have the voices of uncles and aunties, grandparents from somewhere,
and then
speaking as regards
they
their
trap them
marriage.
based on tradition.
Yes, exactly. This is how we have been doing it from way back.
You have to.
So if anybody pulls that on me, dude, I'm going to get married to my man. Whatever guy, when you guys are ready for bride price, like normal bride price, you call our number.
Okay.
Yes.
That being said, I'm gonna give my 2 cents about this, right? Okay, cool. So bride price has been there before we were born.
Yeah.
Where when we're still in liquid form, wherever it is we were, whatever, if we're in the right sack or the left sack, whatever sack we're at, when we're still in liquid form, bride price has always been there, right? So our mothers were paid bride price for them. So what is this new we are woke situation? And people say, oh no, bride price is not a thing. Look, it's just what it is. Now, the price of let's say your timepiece that you're putting on right now, it's not the same price it was 10 years ago. Right? Now, if it seems like, oh, these guys are inflating things, like look, a tuber of yam now, it's like a normal size tuber of yam is like 3,500.
More reason why they should reduce the amount of things.
I disagree with you. Now, in some cultures,
This guy has sisters.
In some cultures, they demand 20 tubers of yam. Some will say, 150. Some different cultures.
Have you seen the new list now?
Wait now.
Okay.
So if for the ones who say, we want 50 tubers of yam, that's what they've been taking. That's what their culture is all about. Are you telling me that? Do you know how much a tuber of yam is? Okay, so do the math. And they are trying to pity you people, instead of you people carrying load and bringing load of just they're calculated and put it into monetary form for you. Like, okay, cool. Why don't you just pay XYZ money? So I don't think bride price is nonsense. I just think it's just what it is. I don't. Okay, well, I have a daughter.
How many?
Now,
how
when
many
I am
sisters do you have?
wait, now I don't have. What's your problem?
You want to collect
like honestly, I want to
like when it's time to give my daughter out in marriage,
Yeah.
like I am definitely going to list it out. This is tradition. This is where we come from. We shouldn't lose. We shouldn't lose who we are as Africans.
For real?
Because the white man is saying, look, if you want to marry as a man, if you're about to if you're about to go into a marriage as a man, you should be ready to chest it. It's not for children. It's not a place of management. When we get to one place, so if they're billing you 40 or 40,000,
but do you also know
get ready.
that this is what has sold some women into slavery? Because some men just feel like, I can't pay this much as bride price, and then you will not come down and serve me. Like, some women go into marriage and they become automatic slaves because of what their parents collected for bride price. The man will just calculate 2 times 2.
They don't have a say in that relationship.
Wait, are you saying bride price now is what is not making them have a say? Is it the girl that collected the money?
Well, I mean,
they feel like it's your family. You are a part of your family.
Like, I already bought you. I paid excess for
paid,
you. So
if
anything I want, you should do it.
I bought you. I bought your entirety. You know, some parents.
So you're literally a glorified house help.
Exactly. Some parents go as far as saying that, they paid tuition fee, so you have to pay for it. So it's like he was paying for.
I paid for your school fees,
your clothes, and so that's what the husband is paying for. So he's like he paid for what he wasn't there for.
Yes.
And so he's buying you.
So now he's taking responsibility.
Exactly.
I disagree. Your parents are responsible to give you a proper education to a particular level, right? And they are not supposed to be waiting on the fence like, okay, I need to get my payback. Now you're getting your payback when your child starts working and your child wants to bless you, like, oh, daddy, I got your car, mommy, I got you your house, blah, blah, blah. That's different. That's from your child, not like, how will I now milk this guy? Bride price is not about milking anybody.
Okay, so in all honesty,
it varies because it depends on the tradition, depends on the where you come from, literally, because it's not the same. Every tribe has different ways.
Okay, so which just brings me to, what was the idea behind bride price?
From the get-go.
From the get-go.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, like I read earlier, it's it was just a pleasantry exchange of you're coming to meet. It was like what we do in introductions. We are coming to your house.
Exactly. Why doesn't it just end there? I bring something to welcome your family, and you bring something to end my family.
Something to welcome the man's family.
That's for introduction. But for the traditional marriage, there's like a prize on the bride. That's what they call it. They don't call it groom prize. A prize on the bride. Like, I am buying this woman. I am buying this woman to become my wife. I don't feel comfortable with that.
But in other tribes, they put maybe 5 naira, 10 naira, 20 naira. I mean, like, that's all you pay.
Do you see that now?
No, they still do it. Depend. I think some Delta State, some other like.
Wait, where are you from?
I'm from Delta State.
Okay, from Delta State. Like, what's the bride price range in your side?
I don't know.
So, but do you have sisters who's got married?
Yes.
Have you heard? Did you see what was brought? Or
no, I know. I don't have sisters. I have cousins. They're Benin. I mean, it's quite different, because it's still the same thing, but it wasn't as much as that. But you see, Imo.
This guy, Imo and Abia people are coming for you. You keep saying it. Is it that bad?
No, because I had my friends. Like, I'm sorry, guys, but they were crying. Even for us, like, they were literally crying. Like, how do we do this?
I have an uncle that got married from Edo State, and according to the information, he has to buy a luggage box of clothes for his mother-in-law and for his wife.
Yams,
like fully
oil.
Loaded box.
So what's wrong with that? That's tradition.
What is the
Before
idea
you realize you're only
behind
spending like
tradition?
10 million naira just buying things.
What is the
No,
idea
come
behind
on.
this tradition? Like, why am I not
it's not
giving my
fair.
husband something? Why is it only the...
Which brings me to that. God will bless you.
Okay.
Now, why are we not we the male folk? Why are
Mhm.
we not being paid for too? Why is nobody giving us groom price? Like,
Do you
I
understand
wanna
my
marry this
point
good
now?
looking
Other
man.
part
So
of
that's
the
why it
world,
feels
the
like
woman-
they're buying
the
the
women
bride.
are marrying men now in other part of the world. So what is your groom price?
Anything.
I mean, in India, you could go get married from India. The women pay.
They
the
pay.
bride.
They pay
They
for
pay.
wedding. Oh, really?
Yeah.
India, here I come.
And that's
Nigerian
why,
women
if
are
you
not even
notice,
tried.
the women in India have more say over their husbands.
Actually.
Because that's what the idea
are
is.
you
It's
automatically
literally like
saying-
you're buying the person.
So that's what you're saying now.
Yes.
Do you believe that bride price seems like you're buying the person over? Like,
Oh no, well, it just shows that, for me, I feel like it just shows that you're capable and that you are responsible and that you'll be able to literally take care of me
Nah,
or
come
for my
on,
father,
like-
you'll be able to take care of my child. That's what it just shows, that okay, so for the fact that you can provide it just shows that you are man enough to do more, not because that you're buying me off or
I mean,
just,
so
don't
if
feel
that's
that
the
way.
case,
but
why
that's
not-
what it's supposed to be.
Why not ask the guy to set up his house and you guys to come and look at it? How are
Of
you going
course,
to take
no,
care of
the
my
house
daughter?
is already set up, sis.
What if the guy went to rent the house and you don't know?
At least the rent will still cover for 1 year. Do you get my point? Some people, the money that they're living in one-room apartment,
Yeah.
and the money they spent on bride price is enough to collect a 2-bedroom apartment,
And
set
then they
it
start
up
running
well,
around looking
buy
for
food
loan.
stuff, like make the woman very much okay for a year, and then I give it to one uncle and auntie that will not see again.
And
once
then
I
they're
get
struggling
married.
for the first year of their marriage.
Do you understand? They
know?
can't even go
They're
for a
even in
proper
debt
honeymoon.
because they borrowed money to make sure things happen. A lot of
Yes.
marriages are like that. Like after marriage, like what next? We're looking at ourselves like nothing to do. We're struggling.
So let
You
him
know.
set up the house. You guys come and look at it. Oh, okay, this is what
struggle
my
Jesus name.
my
Amen.
child is going to eat, and it's okay. You are capable. You are good to go. Let's do this.
Let's do this.
Not feeding some people, some ancestors somewhere.
Okay, so let me finish it up on this note with both of you. Again, I'm going to ask. The guy now says, "Oh, he comes to your household
Yeah.
and it's like, this I can't do this," and says, "I can't afford this. I have to go." How will you take that? I can't afford this.
No, baby, you're not going nowhere.
You die
We'll
there.
get to the bottom of this. How? Let's travel. I mean, there are other ways we can do
There's
this.
no access. There's no access. You keep saying Jackpot because there's access to it. Imagine there's no access to Jackpot at that moment.
Let's go to the forest.
I mean, we go
Reveal
radical.
now.
No, to be very honest, we go radical. I tell them this is what I can do. If you're not ready to accept it, I will marry this man because I want him to be able to fend for me and not for some people somewhere.
Because the only reason why I have chosen to marry this person is because he's my friend, and then I see that we would actually build stuff together. You know,
And
it's
I
about
understand the fact
not-
that he can even fend for me. Not
he understands me.
See,
You know,
what
he
is
gives me
paining me is
stability.
the aspect that
He
we are
gives me
feeding some
time.
God somewhere,
Come on
some
now.
ancestors somewhere. Like what? Why? I mean, I would definitely go radical on them. When you guys are ready to take what we have, you just contact us because I mean, someone that
this.
I've been trying to
Cheers to this. Cheers to this. We go radical.
Someone I've been trying to like build things with. We have been trying to achieve some things. We have a plan for when we get married. We will not squander the money on bride price. Because we don't do that. No, we will not do that.
Can you make cash for squander?
For squander on better things. For squander on house and cars. Because I'll pay bride price finish. I'm using my leg to walk out on the road for what? All that money, put it together.
Now you work out.
We go to honeymoon. I want to go to Paris.
Do you understand?
Or Italy. Like
Okay, ignore what I said earlier, but do not ignore it at the same time. I was just trying to sit on the fence. But really, bride price is part of our culture. We like it or not. It's not going nowhere. But I just feel right now that the parents now are taking it to the
They're
next level.
overdoing
They are overstretching it. When you see some ridiculous amounts, you're like, how is this person that's just about to start his life?
Exposed
daughter,
parents don't do that.
Go all the way. How do you expect them to get all this done?
they gave me bride price list. I mean, 2 years ago or about 3 years ago. And immediately I sat down, I dissected it. I said, this is irrelevant. This is... my big mom was looking at me and was like, David, this is how they've been doing. I said, when it comes to my point, and you guys are joking. When it comes to my point, this is irrelevant. This money, I can use it to do so many other things. This is what I can use it. Right. They say, okay, they will reprint. I say, I know you people want to do me behind, but I will do you people behind. We will do each other behind, because if you bring this thing and go and give my husband, he will tell me. It's going to tell me. Am I married? No, I think it's the bride price.
It's the bride price that chased the guy.
But they pursued you, not pursue the man.
They pursue me safe, because I'm like, really, guys.
You see, that's the reason why most. Where are you from?
I'm a Yoruba girl from.
Okay, I'd like to say, but most Igbo ladies, they don't marry.
Igbo and who again?
No, let's not do Igbo. Okay. I'm not being tribalistic, but I mean, like, because of this, a lot of people are still there.
Single,
I mean, it feels like you are planning for your bride price more than you're planning for your future.
Yes. This actually, like I said earlier when I started the show, it actually happens to my friend, and this is not me just trying to create a story. It happens to one of my best friends. When he watches it, he just shake his head like, this guy had to do this, Like, that's, did you see that meme where they said,
I saw the meme where my friend was on the radio station when he said
I mean, I do that a lot.
This actually, I'm sure he'd be like, God, my house has to take my story out there. Like, it actually hurt him. He was ready. They had done the introduction, right? They've done the, I think, engagement or something. The guy was ready. He had packed everything he had. He moved down to Lagos from Abuja, got a new place. And he saw the bride price. He wanted to kill him. And this is the girl that he loved so much. Now, girl on her own now goes, don't worry, maybe we should just keep saving. We'll get there. Blah, blah. She didn't fight for him. So it really broke him.
You know the annoying part? The guy probably had established the girl in some sort of way.
Yeah.
Do you get? And I'm like, shouldn't that be enough already? Like, these people have established to a certain level. All they needed to do was get married and get it going. And then you guys are trying to frustrate that effort. It's really upsetting.
But why are you thinking all about, where did you go just you just look lost, like you're thinking about it, like, oh my goodness.
I'm just imagining, I'm projecting myself,
what you're going to do,
like what I would do.
I mean, I've thought about it. Like, the moment I saw that list, I thought about it.
Talking about what you guys would do now, moving forward now, right? Since this is the generation of the younger, we are the younger generation now. They are still listening to us gradually. Our voices are heard globally now. We have the internet and everything. Now, let's start with you. Moving forward, you get to that point where you want to get married. Let's start with when you get married. Then, when you start having your own children and you're trying to give them away, what is the way forward for you?
Okay, so the way forward for me is do things.
And if this comes into play, somehow, I'm not saying you're going to marry a mechanic, which there's nothing wrong with a mechanic actually, but if it comes into play.
Okay, so I think before we even get to that point, right, I would have a chat with my own folks. Like, okay, so it's almost that time, and that time is right, like almost now. So you guys have to get your thinking faculty straight.
Wait, so you are doing like this for your parents?
No. I mean, no disrespect.
If
my mother was here now,
sorry, I cut you short.
Okay, so but I mean, like, we need to get our priorities straight, because consider me, consider my future. Right. I mean, like, I know they want the best for me, so they would not even try to act funny, So they will come into terms like, okay, so I think this is what we should do. But tradition will still be played out, regardless. But don't come and build house on top of. No, it won't work.
All right,
cool. And then for my kids too, I would do the same. So
like, will you even take any money out? Or will you just say, you love him, you love her,
do the
just
normal
go?
Tradition, but the whole 1 naira, 2 naira, all the naira denomination or your currency, everything, all those normal.
All right, Booms, what about you?
Okay, so for me, let me start with my parents. It's already in play. This is what I want and this is what I don't want. This is how things should get and this is how things shouldn't get. So I think we're almost on the same page now. And for my children, I'll just stick to this tradition of money. Hand the money, the bride price to the father hands it over to the child, and she used the money to build her family. I think that's very much okay.
Understanding.
Yes.
All right, cool. That being said, no cap, we came, we saw, we conquered, we spoke it the way it is. They think bride price is nonsense. I think bride price is not nonsense, but don't hike it too much. And you heard from the people from the streets also, they had diverse opinions about it. But you can reach us on all our social media platforms and let us know what you think. If you think bride price is nonsense, please let us know. If you think it's nonsense, please let me know. If you have a fine girl in your house, I will visit. And if you think it makes sense, you'll be fine. Don't let me know. Don't reach out to me. Thank you so very much, Booms. How can we reach on your social media platforms?
You can follow me at Mo_Toraya13
Alright.
On Instagram alone.
Okay. What about?
Yeah, you can follow me on Instagram at Rosange_. It is spelled as ROS4NGE_.
Yes. All right, cool. Follow her. Don't follow me. I do not have indie money. I'm just saying. All right, we came with Solve Concord. We have to go. When we come back next time, it's still good to be the blast. Still no cap. My name is Miles, the 8th one of the world. Adios.
Good people, I greet you. My name is Akitomi Waino, and here is my good old days story. My birthplace is Ibadan. I hail from Ijebu-Oru, but I was raised and nurtured by my maternal grandmother in Owode-Egba, where I had my primary and secondary education. Call me Omo Yagba, and you won't be far from the truth. But I bet you, the wisdom and knowledge garnered under the tutelage of this, our grandparents cannot be bought with money. You grow fast, you learn faster. Growing up in Owode was fun and peaceful. Standard of living was moderate as majority of the people there were mostly petty traders. Our ambitions were really not to be rich overnight. Our ambitions center around academic fulfillment and economic contentment. Growing up, I could not notice any fundamental and remarkable difference between my cousins who were Muslim and those of us who were Christians in the way we were relating with each other. We would eat, play, and do things together. I recall with fond memories the particular incident. One of my grandmother's cousins, Mr. Fasasi Ikumakpai, fondly called Baba Pupa because of his complexion, the go-to person whenever there were issues to be resolved. Baba Pupa, a lanky man with Owu tribal marks, was an enigma, very eloquent and intelligent. He commanded so much respect from all and sundry. At some points, you will assume he was a local chief. One fateful day, a man in the neighborhood came to report to Baba Pupa that his wife just packed out of their matrimonial home. Without asking questions, Baba Pupa sent words to the wife through an emissary. Go back home and promise to see the couple the following day to resolve the matter. The estranged wife not only went back home, she also made peace with the husband, courtesy Baba Pupa. Such were the situation in those days. Before the courts, elders always would wade in and settle disputes, be it domestic or land matters. Where are our elders today? What went wrong? Are those communal methods of settling rifts in those days? Do they still have bearing on our community? A food for thought. Moving to Lagos under the tutelage of my late uncle, he inculcated in us high moral standards. Our house on Shubuola Street, Surulere, was not different from a hostel. It was a house that had over 30 children, eating from same pots, from siblings to cousins to nephews, even friends and friends' children, and all sorts of acquaintances. Fighting was prohibited. Participation in church activities was a must for all the children. Everyone had his daily shares, which must be carried out, and it must be done diligently without supervision. NTA 2 Channel 5 then was forbidden in our house because of the station's regular broadcast of foreign movies. Lists will get corrupted with foreign influences. The relationship between us and our immediate neighbors was remarkable. We shared same boundaries with the mosque. The mosque was like our playing ground. I remembered a boy from the mosque had a domestic accident and one of my brothers took him for treatment in our church clinic. When the chief imam of the mosque heard, he was happy. That was how the mosque set up its own clinic. The clinic is still there and even bigger today. Moving to Ogunlano Drive, Mama Lasho, as my mother is fondly called, was equally so accommodating, trusting us enough to believe that all those we introduce as our friends are those of strong and impeccable characters. She will always welcome them with open arms and treat them just like her children too. Such was the environment I grew up in. The lesson of those years was still very much on my mind and have become the bedrock of my relationship with people. Today, mutual suspicion everywhere. How many parents can willingly accommodate close relations? Not to talk of acquaintances And do you blame them? Bad precedences abound, enough to strengthen people's resolve not to be their brother's keeper. Another food for thought. Now I think and reflect. Can we bring back the glories of those good old days? Can we reenact those strong communal strength of those days and eliminate those mutual suspicion? We can do it. It will be our collective wish to make conscious effort to make the difference. It is scary thinking that our children will refer to this current era as good old days. Together, let's change the narrative. Our children desire and deserve a better future, not the good old days. I therefore join sign Shemode Badejo in this collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
Hello, this is Plus Reports. It's where we bring you some of the stories and events which made the news recently. In case you missed out on some of the stories, don't worry, we've got you covered on this edition. Welcome, I am Uime Elijah. We start this week's edition with good governance. Lagos residents have been charged to take ownership of projects undertaken by government in their areas, as it would go a long way in tackling the issue of abandoned projects. This charge was given by the Inspired Youth Network during their citizens' engagement town hall meeting with stakeholders on addressing public requests from the 2024 budget of Lagos State. Details in this report.
Community members, youth champions, as well as government representatives have gathered in this hall.
How can we have a very effective implementation
to ensure that young persons, especially young women, have access to democratic and public responsive service delivery?
Over time, the stakeholders have monitored the implementation of budgets and are here to discuss the findings from their trackings on abandoned government project in Oshodi Solo local government area. The idea is for the community to take actions towards the completion of the project.
Create budget for all of this. Let budget that you have created be used for the completion of this project. And we have one in Ikorodu currently. The one we had in Ikorodu is a vocational center. As big as Ikorodu is, we only have 1 or 2 vocational centers being managed by the Lagos State Ministry of Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation. Now, this is another vocational center that can complement the effort of the one Lagos State government is currently running. If we have large number of people going to one vocational center, we will not have good, effective training and learning or effective learning in all these vocational centers.
The idea was to go monitor the projects that was going on in Idowu Rufai Street in Agor Palace Way, and we found out that constructions were not really ongoing the way it should be, and this was causing some issues leading to drainage problems, and of course all of this can also result in diseases and displacement of people. So we tried to bring up these issues to the limelight to let people know that there's actually a budget allocated for this particular construction, and the need to demand for accountability so that the right things are being done.
The town hall meeting also aims at educating relevant stakeholders to be involved in the budgeting process and ensure good governance, as government is advised to meet with the people halfway in this discourse.
From all of our engagement so far, from inception, you could see that the major challenge there is that a majority of the persons in Lagos do not really have a better and deep understanding about projects and budget processes and the rest. So that's why we're doing all of this, to see how we can educate the citizens, to make them be a part of the process to actually drive a change in their society.
It's good that organizations like this are coming up with such engagement and wanting to know what the resources are used for. And if we do not accommodate such programs like this, going forward we may not be able to achieve anything. This is more like helping government to helping government to lessen their work and all of their burden.
In all, they urged the government to look into the abandoned project and ensure their completion, as it would not cost anything more since they have been budgeted for in the first instance.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Development scholars have pointed out that good governance is a prerequisite for successful development, which every country craves for. And now it is time to talk about leadership and the future of Africa. Over the years, Africa has been reputed by the mainstream media as the West as a dark continent. Despite its huge potentials, as such, there is the need to change the narrative and celebrate Africa and its people. These were the words of Mark Idiahi, the convener of the Future Leadership Conference at this year's Award for Public Sector and Entrepreneurship, tagged Renaissance Repositioning Africa for Global Relevance. Details in this report.
The venue is filled to capacity, and the main focus is to celebrate Africa and Africans, and indeed excellence in leadership and entrepreneurship. The convener, Mark Idiahi, takes to the stage and shares on the unparalleled dynamism of the African spirit.
There is a deliberate attempt by the West, facilitated by the mainstream media, to underestimate the potential of Africa.
The conversation continues in earnest on the way forward for the continent. No doubt the choice of the speakers is informed on their passion in telling the African story. So as questions are raised on why Africans do not celebrate themselves, the issue of leadership also takes center stage.
While we celebrate our GDP as Africa, one of those top 50 companies, their revenue and their capitalization is more than our continental GDP. So that's something to think about. Then you now add the fact that 80% of the world's resources are under our feet in Africa.
So we've come of age. We will no longer allow people to give us a name just so they can appease whatever desire or innuendos they have about Africa. We believe as a people we have to begin to beam lights on our potential and appreciate and celebrate what we have. I would tell you that we no longer need politicians in leadership. Over the years we have had politicians in leadership, and look at where that brought us. It is almost as if we clamor for new regime, new set of leaders, then eventually when they are voted into power, it's almost as if we find ourselves in a war situation. And the solution to that, like John Maxwell would say, everything rises and falls on leadership. We have to become very pragmatic.
What is the panacea for the leadership challenge in the continent? And just how can Nigeria and Africa take over the helms of affairs in the productive sector and even the creatives?
We have leaders who seek to, their yardsticks and their standards of leadership is foreign. So when they encounter African problems, it tends to be strange for them and makes them either weak, disconnected from the problem on ground. You know, African problem is different from Chinese problem.
Nigeria's gross GDP has been enriched by 156 billion naira this year alone with Nollywood and Nigerian music. But that's very little compared to what we could actually do if the government and the banks, etc.
And lots more.
Thank you so much for the good work you are doing.
Justin Akadonye, Plus TV News, Lagos.
You will agree with me that African states, individually or as a collective, should be more assertive in defending their interests and demanding fairer representation in global fora and multilateral institutions. We move to public speaking and the need to catch them young. Young people have been urged to shun drug abuse and channel their energies into productive ventures that will improve their lives. This is just as the government and parents have been urged to do more to safeguard children from falling prey. This advice was given on the sidelines of a public speaking competition organized by School of Eloquence Lagos on the theme Drug Abuse and its Effects on the Youth. Details in this report.
At a very young age, she folded her hands to places like nightclubs, and as being an outgoing girl, she started mingling with people, which is the wrong crowd.
This public speaking competition is meant to serve as a testimonial to the importance and power of effective oral communication and commitment to elevating the art of public speaking to mainstream levels in the Nigerian society. 9 government-owned schools are locking horns on the topical issue, drug abuse, a trend which is eaten deeply into the fabrics of the society. The competitors have indeed done their homework and research on the menace. Unsurprisingly, they speak passionately and eloquently.
And whosoever a child learns from home is most likely to remain with him for the rest of his life.
Yes, it's not the first day that I take this that you're going to end up at Yabanet, you end up in the hospital. But these things, it's over time.
Cigarettes and alcohol are commonly abused by Nigerians.
Not only affects our physical self, they also affect us mentally.
Through their speeches, they share stories of young people who have been affected by the scourge, with an appeal for all hands to be on deck in fighting the harrowing trend.
From a very young age, she folded her hands to places like nightclubs, and as being an outgoing girl, she started mingling with people, which is the wrong crowd.
Over the years, drug abuse has been a pressing issue that every one of us here knows.
Parents who brought us into this world, what happens when they are perpetrating this crime?
When you talk about mental health consequences, we talk about depression, anxiety, neurological impairments.
The dean of the school shares insight on the theme of discussion and why it is important to catch them young. Other speakers have words of advice for parents, the society, and even what the government should be doing to save the young people from going astray.
So for us, we noticed that a lot of the people that we teach public speaking to could probably have done better if they had learned public speaking much earlier in life, rather than learning public speaking as adults. Apart from politics, apart from the state of the economy, the issue of drug abuse is a prevalent subject matter. It's there, it's present, and we're talking about it.
We have a lot to do. You've all come here to say it today. Charity begins at home. We need to ensure that we inculcate the right discipline. In life, the choice that you make will determine your future.
At the end of it all, Dairy Farm Senior Secondary School carried the day as one of their representatives emerged winner in the individual category. CMS Grammar School and King's College followed in runners-up position. Then again, Dairy Farm School walks away with the School of Eloquence Cup 2023.
People in position must be able to speak well. It should be mandatory for policymakers and office holders, business owners and thought leaders, and what better way to achieve this than to start with school children. Away from education matters, as part of efforts to show benevolence to orphans and the less privileged children in society, the Naval Officers' Wife Association has supported 4 children with scholarship and also donated food items and other consumables to an orphanage home. The Zonal Director of NOAA Lagos Island, Ms. Olufunke Bankole, alongside other members while on a visit to Rako Child Initiative Orphanage, urged spirited Nigerians to support those in need. Plus TV News defense correspondent Destiny Momo has more.
This orphanage has been enjoying the goodwill of the naval officers' wives for close to 10 years. Today's visit saw 4 children receiving scholarship and other valuables. The zonal director disclosed that the donation was an initiative of NOAA as supported mainly by their husbands.
NOAA is a non-governmental organization and we are majorly being sponsored by our husbands with little or no assistance from corporate organizations, though when it becomes, who are we not to embrace it? So having said that, for years, it's been our focus to ensure that we touch lives. In fact, that is our anchor drive, to ensure that we touch lives positively. We also believe that we should try as much as possible to see how best we can sponsor some students through secondary school, and how it's been said that a child trained through the secondary school or given education is a nation that is being trained.
She enjoined the head of the orphanage to be steadfast in bringing up the children who have been brought to the home due to unfavorable circumstances. The founder, Rako Child Initiative Orphanage and Widows Home, Pastor Daniel Nwaka, was filled with excitement and gratitude as he thanked Noah for the continuous support to the home.
Their coming has been a great blessing to us over the years, but it has been a journey of grace, God's grace. It has been not easy. These children, some of them came when they were 2 years old, 3 years old. Today we have 19 in university. One is serving now in Port Harcourt, and the others too are doing well. We have almost 200 in different secondary schools, the same thing in different primary schools all over. So we see them grow. We see them when they came in, like some of them, I can see the picture here, they look somehow. Like this one talking now, you see her picture, she came in primary school. Now come here. Now she's now in Kogi State University, 400 level. She came hopelessly then, but now full of assurance.
Noah says its love for charity will be extended to the widows next. The gesture was born out of the humanitarian side of the Noah National President, Mrs. Ijoma Blessing Ogala, who believes orphans and widows should not be left out in this Yuletide celebration. Destiny Momo, Plus TV News.
It's time for a short break now. We will be right back with more stories. Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. The Diocese of Lagos Anglican Communion has inducted Venerable Babatunde Adeleke as the Vicar and Archdeacon of the Church of the Resurrection, Victoria Island. The induction ceremony, which took place in Lagos, had the Senior Special Assistant to President Bola Tinubu on Sustainable Development Goals, Adejoke Orelope Adefolure, family members and well-wishers in attendance. Our correspondent Paul George reports.
Melodious rendition of hymns filters the church hall as the congregation, led by the choir, was in a joyous mood. Venerable Babatunde Adeleke Oduwole, clad in white robe, is ushered in to take his declaration of assent as the Vicar and Archdeacon of Church of Resurrection. The anointed clergyman was excited to be in the presence of God while performing the induction rituals. Venerable Oduwole said he is ready to hit the ground running as he explains the vicar's role in the church.
Well, I must say that I'm very excited. I'm enthused, getting ready to hit the ground immediately. It's a day we had looked forward to. Institution, induction, and installation. It is a customary and ancient custom of thanking God for choosing those such personalities. They serve as the eye of the bishop. And so we call them Oculus Episcopus, meaning the eye of the bishop.
He thanks God and says his vicarship is all the Lord's doing. Meanwhile, the former Deputy Governor of Lagos State and Senior Special Assistant to President Bola Tinubu on Sustainable Development Goals, Adejoke Orelope Adefolure, commended the man of God's selflessness. She describes him as one who is reliable.
In addition to that, I'm also been instituted as the vicar of the Church of the Resurrection 1004 Estate here in Victoria Land. To God be the glory. I'm excited. I'm really happy. I know that God has done it, and He who has called us will back us up. He will enshrine His word in our heart and grant us miraculous feats within the time we are going to spend here in Jesus' name.
I've known him for 12 years as a vicar and as a priest in the Diocese of Lagos, Lagos Diocese. He's a man of God that that we can rely on in terms of prayer, in terms of counseling and motivation. Wishing him all the best. God will bless his ministry. God will give him more strength, more grace, and on a daily basis, God will minister to him.
Some church members showered encomiums on him.
In Jesus' mighty name we pray.
In the period of time that we have interacted, he's been a very pleasant personality. He's been an exciting person to be with. It's just God's gift to us as a church. I pray for him every day, and I ask that the Lord will continue to equip him with grace, with his spirit, with more of his wisdom, so that he's able to carry the Church of Jesus Christ.
Everything is working perfectly the way God wanted it. He was a curate in this place before, and he rose to be a venerable, and he was brought back. So I say it is to the glory of God. I am happy for him, and I congratulate him. It shall continuously be well with him and his family in Jesus' name.
The ceremony was brought to a close as the guests were treated to a cocktail party.
From all of us here at Plus TV Africa, we wish Venerable Babatunde Oduwole the best in his new position. We take you next to Ondo State, where the home of Mother Earth Foundation has charged the federal government to take responsibility for the 3-year-old Ifeno at its Ororo Iwell at OML 95 and must extinguish the fire as soon as possible. These were the outcomes of a media briefing and documentary screening at the Ororo oil well fire held in Lagos. Details in this report.
An ecosystem's unraveling that demands to be heard.
The Ororo 1 oil gas well blowout at OML 95, which happened in April 2020, has been on fire for over 3 years. Inhabitants of Awoye community in Ondo State, where the inferno occurred, have had their livelihood severely affected. Their primary means of survival, fishing, has been harmed due to the contamination of the marine ecosystem by the raging fire and accompanying oil spill.
It's a grim reality painted in barrels of spilt oil and hectares of ruined land.
After several visits, the home of Mother Earth Foundation, HOMEF, put this documentary titled Ororo Inferno, a tragic odyssey of injustice and environmental destruction, together. Executive Director HOMEF, Nemo Basi, alongside others, say these inferno represent a huge discounting of the lives of the people, their culture and their ecosystem.
Now that accident happened, and the government officials said it could be stopped within 6 weeks if they hired the right contractors to stop it. But 3.5 years down the road, the fire is still burning. And I believe government would wish that we just ignore it. But you can't ignore that kind of disaster happening in plain sight. It's happening day and night. It's not anything that is hidden. And it's just unfortunate that Nigeria goes on as if nothing is going on. And this is really horrible.
So we don't need to search for who caused it. We know it's caused by the oil corporation. Who bears the brunt? The local communities are the ones bearing the brunt of this spill. The biggest question is, why punish me for a sin that I didn't commit?
Members of the Awoye community at the screening also speak about the devastation they have faced since the oil well fire began.
Since that last year, waiting me at the experience to say, fish no dey again. Nothing.
if we go river, before we were fishing 3-4 fathoms, now we take the fishing. But now if you no enter 20 fathoms, you no fish for eye. I don't see anything. Now so everybody begin to suffer. No blame you, all the communities.
Mo bá bẹ̀ ìjọba torí ó bẹ̀ kàrán. Mo bá bẹ̀ ìjọba pé jàrá ayọ̀wọ́ bá má ayọ̀wọ́ ó ra kàn mí. Òmò tẹ̀bí fi wà yìí. Tó ti bẹ́ẹ̀ gan. Inú mo sọ ni pé jà ìjọba mi. Ọkùnrin obìnrin àjọ ò bá wá dédé ìjọba mo fẹ́ gan. Tó obìnrin tó ọkùnrin jàjọ jàrá àwòyọwọ́. Àwòyẹ pẹ̀lú dédé gbẹ̀kùn ẹ̀nà wọ́n dédé pátápátá ti bàjẹ́.
HOMEF also urged the government to ensure that remediation activities in the affected community are carried out immediately.
There is no word to describe this horrid debacle. Ororo One Well is a crime scene that needs international attention and action since the Nigerian government is asleep on it. As we go on the show, market women at Tejosho has been urged to make the most of simple technological tools to scale up their businesses and accelerate growth. This advice was given during a She Enables sensitization program organized by the Enterprise Growth and Opportunities Foundation at Tejosho Market in Lagos. Details in this report.
Nigeria is experiencing inflation, and most women are depressed and struggling with their businesses. They are helpless, and most of them are victims of mismanagement due to lack of proper financial management. So it is apt that these young people from the Ego Foundation take time to distribute multilingual pamphlets on the importance of maintaining and reading or computerized records of their sales and stock.
And this is what I know I'm able to make. These are the things that we want to teach children.
Then that I sell this thing.
Or back here at this hall, women listen with rapt attention on how they can be financially included with the help of their mobile phones. The session is interactive.
I think they will charge about 800 and something, let's say 1,000 naira.
Then how do you reach out to those kind of group members?
Roland Ajetomobi is a serial entrepreneur. He is here to share knowledge and insights with the market women and entrepreneurs on the best way to go.
At the moment you are able to have a mobile device and you can subscribe to that device with internet and data, and you also have a bank account, you can use that device to make money.
Toluwase Olaniyan is a convener. He shares the idea behind desensitization and also speaks on plans to extend the program to other markets.
And for us, it is instructive at this time, right, and very, very important, helping women, supporting women through, becoming better at their businesses. Because around where we have large markets and on the South communities, so we've been to Alimosho, been to Mushin. So the next stop will be, we're going to Ikorodu, we're going to, Fai, Egbeda, Badagry. Places where we can harness a large number of businesses. It's almost natural for women to be excluded, financially. A few people feel it's expensive, few people feel it's for the high class. So what we're trying to now do is to take it to the inner roots and help them understand the essence of this and how this can become a lot better.
This petty trader is overjoyed about the knowledge learned. She, like other women, are speaking with one voice on how their horizon have been expanded.
I'm happy because I know that the various women that comes here will be benefited.
You need to meet to have people they can afford what you are selling on your status. In your group or your WhatsApp, your Facebook.
I'm not limited to these shop things of a thing. I can easily broadcast it online. And how to also reach out to other group members.
Felicia and Olajumoke are just few out of many who have benefited from the She Enabled program, which aims to help women improve their trade, showcase their businesses on digital platforms, upgrade their bookkeeping skill, and at the same time get connected to advisors and global funding opportunities.
Women in Nigeria are highly interested in becoming entrepreneurs, but face unique challenges to do so, such as barriers to access finance and business development services that are critical to formalizing and growing their business. And that's all on this edition of Plus Reports. But before we go, let's remind you to please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Instagram, and X. Also, do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa, Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uime Elijah. Thanks for watching.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Utienyi Orishawarami Elu, and I am joined in studio by two amazing, beautiful women, Omolola and NJ. Hello, ladies.
Hi.
Are we not excited to
Hi.
be here? Monumental and auspicious day.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, viewing public, Nigerians far and wide, Ways is 4 years old today.
4.
I mean, I'm so excited by today. I don't even know. I've been awake. I left my house at like 6:30 this morning. By now, my energy should have dipped. It should have waned. But I'm just excited because I cannot believe 4 years.
4 years. I know. Time passes so fast.
It does.
So fast.
If Ways was a child, be a toddler right now.
Wow, actually. Wow.
We'll be talking, waddling, walking.
Oh, this is the crucial point, right?
Yeah, well, sort of, before you get into the school age of 5.
This is the crucial point.
This
where
is,
they are everywhere.
Omolola is looking so pensive.
I know.
I don't know if she's about to be emotional, about to have an outburst.
Yeah, I think it's one of those two. I'm just out here thinking, 4 years. Wow.
4 years, right?
Yeah. Feels like yesterday when I joined the team.
It feels like yesterday when you joined the team. It feels like yesterday when I was standing in the green room watching the first episode.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, for it to be 4 years, I remember our party at 2.
Yeah.
And it's just been a wonderful ride. But today we have a absolute cornucopia. This episode today is not the usual episode. Today we're here to celebrate. We're here to talk about all the wonderful things that Ways means to us, and what you mean to us as our viewers. So here's what we found as today's quote: "Whoever controls the media controls the mind." And that's by Jim Morrison. I think that's a very important quote for us here on Ways, because I think the concept of it really speaks to informing people, inspiring people, and influencing people to take action. So when we say Ways, it's a beautiful and wonderful thing. But what are your thoughts on the comments, on the quotes, very quickly?
Whoever controls the media controls the mind. Not a lie. Is the truth in itself, whether you choose to believe it or not. We have seen the power of the media in so many ways. We've seen relationships, friendships, both business and personal. and even social get rocked, their boat rocked due to something that came out in social media. Maybe I told you something and I told you not to tell anyone, and eventually someday we quarrel, and then out there is on social media. And it has been known to bring either good or bad.
It's incredibly powerful. So
it's a very, very important tool. That's the reason why we always have to be very careful what we put out there. And
there's a responsibility, a very, very strong responsibility.
And you know, they say the internet never forgets.
Never.
So you got to be careful.
Yep.
You don't want to, in a couple of years, someone Googles your name and they see something. Hey, God! And it's always the bad things that come up first. Yes. So, and then you're mature, you're having this kind of conversation, you know, you're sitting down beside the president and you just finish having a major conversation, thought-provoking conversation with maybe an ex-president or a current president, and then the next morning you wake up to a lovely video of you. Something you did 25 years ago.
Twerking on the dance.
Do you know one of my biggest fears? Twerking, you can call it, you can say youthful experience. Yeah, we all did it. But there's some things you know that you have done.
Yeah.
That should never make it
see the light of day.
Because you just know that it's going to have an effect, and at that point in time, whatever you put on social media, you won't be given the opportunity to come out and say, so this is what happened at the time, or this was where my mental health was at the time, or this was the reason that happened at the time. You don't have any explanation. You can't even tell them that you are no longer that person.
Yeah.
So it's just it's better to avoid it.
Yeah. And I think, I mean, you're talking about social media. I think social media in itself has been hugely transformative, and it has increased the power of the media exponentially. Because traditional media, you had to be around a radio or a TV
physically,
you know. But now social media is in your hands. As long as you got a phone, you got data. It's right there. Whether you want the news or not, it's coming into your space, right? So really looking forward to this celebration that we have today. The Ways Show is 4 years old, and what a journey it has been. Happy birthday to us here at The Ways Show. To celebrate our Big 4, we'll be having a very special episode as we journey through our experience over the past 4 years. Today, NJ and Omolola and Issy, who joins us via Zoom, we're all joining together to virtually celebrate this special day, and we look forward to having Uwa join us and some very special guests. But first, let's take a break and we'll be right back. Please stay with us.
And co-anchors.
Stand by. 6, 5.
And I am joined by my amazing co-anchors. We have Issy and Nasa. Hello. I was gonna call her Naza.
Not Naza. No, don't you dare. I think she's gone through that enough. Nasa with an S.
She was so traumatized.
She was appalled.
Issy, how you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. And you?
I'm good.
You're glowing, girl.
Oh, really?
Newspaper that we have 12.5 million Nigerian children And currently, we have about the number wasn't actually stated, but we have about 5 to 14 years of age out of school or not having quality education. And we also have 61% of children who are between the ages of 6 to 11 years of age who are not in school.
Of the education sector to other uses. And so what this means is the already the education sector that is already not thriving, and we need to put more money in. So because the allocation from the government isn't enough as it is, and then it's been diverted. For us, it doesn't even make sense. So some of the key challenges for education in Nigeria is poor infrastructure, teachers not getting paid enough. So he said the Senate needs to enact a law to penalize governments that are doing this, and he's concerned for the youth who then don't get into university because the infrastructure doesn't exist to accommodate the applicants that
Who has ever visited the Ministry of Education? Who has ever visited the Ministry of Education?
She was calm. She was relaxed, like she was unperturbed. Okay? But if somebody tells me that you have committed a crime,
the very eloquent and beautiful Isi Bakome Fodili. Ways has had a lot of wonderful anchors over 4 years. Isi is the oldest on the team, and she was actually on set on the very first episode, and Isi joins us now via Zoom. Hi, Isi. Hi, Isi, are you there?
yes, I'm here. Happy birthday. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes, we can. We're so excited to have you on set today. I was just saying how you were on the very, very first episode of Ways, and we'd like to just hear about your experience, what it's been like, and what your goodwill message is for the show on our 4th anniversary.
If I had to say what I've been through on the show, I have a lot to say, but I would work through a few things that we've gone through with Osayiwa Me as a team. We've grown tremendously. I can't say how far we have come. When we started, we went through the auditions. We went to different channels for auditions, and we ended up in Plus TV Africa. So it has been one challenge after the other, but we have been able to pull through all of these challenges. If not for the tenacity and doggedness of Osayiwa Me and the ladies of Ways, I don't think we'll be standing here celebrating Ways at 4. So it has been a long journey for us. It's been fun. At the same time, we've experienced growth. At the same time, we are looking forward to a better future for Ways, where all the ladies in Ways will grow, and Ways as a brand will grow better than what it is today.
Absolutely. I love that you touched on the determination, the doggedness, and I'm certainly looking forward to hearing from Owa, because you summed it up real good. To make it through 4 years, it's definitely been amazing. Like I said, over the 4 years, we've had a whole bunch of different anchors. So we started with the old, and now we're moving to one of the new but older members of the team.
See, love we work, but you see, laws we also work. Yeah. If I take you to jail and you see somebody say go jail.
Are you going to raise a petition?
We've raised petition tirelessly now. Continue. Take your message. Don't face me this night. It's not me. I'm not the cause of your problem.
Okay. Hi, ladies. With the precedent set last Saturday, the ruling government has lost the effrontery to correct any ills in the society because they allowed impunity to fester to the point of depriving the citizens of their legitimate right to vote. They lost any shade of authority to correct anyone for wrongdoing, and that is tantamount to anarchy.
Absolutely.
how ridiculous can we be as a people? Sorry, how ridiculous can we as a people reject this?
So NJ is with us here in studio today, the lady of the many glasses and the many hairstyles, and a very distinct voice, if I will add that as well. What's your journey been like on Ways? How long has it been?
I think maybe a year thereabout. Yeah. But I know I've been on the
guest a couple of times.
I guessed a couple of times, yeah. And I have worked with UWA on some other projects before now. Even so it's been a lovely experience, and I think I would say when I reflect, it's been a while, and a lot has happened within that time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've been able to build relationships, you know, mixed with other old and new anchors. So it's I've never done this before, even though it was what I studied. I studied mass communication.
Oh, really?
I never really thought I would find myself behind the screen in any form. You know, I always hid behind the camera. So, you know, but the first time I was a guest on the show, I just told myself, I said, okay, now this is a different way you can be in front of the camera, because there's something, being able to provide solutions to people's problems, and give out the right information per time. It's very helpful to other people, and you know, it's kind of like a responsibility, and it's something that I do in my daily life and in my normal 9-to-5 job. So doing it on screen, the only difference was that, and the part that I love is that I get to look at a screen and no one is looking back at me. So I'm not speaking to an audience, I'm speaking to an invisible audience. So it makes it easier to deal with. You know, you don't have to think about people's reactions and stuff like that. But I have noticed also that over the years, it has greatly helped to even improve my daily life. So speaking now is easier and is more fluent. I was saying that last week I had a couple of conferences that I had to attend with my boss, and he threw me under the bus and just told me, go up there, you're going to do introduction, and I thought it was just a normal introduction until I saw what I was going to do or what I was supposed to say. And for some reason, you know, with everyone, all my team members shaking for me, to an extent, you know, I kind of just told myself, you've done this and you've been doing this for the last couple of months. So, you know, just act like you're talking to that camera and then just say what you have to say. And I wrote down a couple of things and said it. And at the end of the day, you know, he was very excited that, you know, I was able to take up that challenge. So it generally improves you, and there's a lot of personal development therein, and there's a lot to learn. There's a lot of information. And being able to have that information and be able to, you know, inform other people. So because you have to do some research, so you have to have information. You can't give what you don't have. So it makes you do certain things in yourself that helps to improve you as an individual, and thereby giving back to, you know, our viewers and all those out there. So I would love to say, even as the journey continues, we will continue to improve and get better. Happy 4th birthday. And we hope that we'll continue to get bigger as a group and better even as a show. Happy birthday, Will.
Thank you so much, NJ. The next anchor / do everything person has a very interesting journey on Ways.
I had like menstrual issues, and then, you know, it was really hard for me to even be able to track or to understand what was going on. And then I realized, well, enough is enough. I can't leave this to myself. So I saw the app, and some of them will ask me for money, some of them will take me. So it kind of discourages you for a bit. But ever since, that's 2 years ago, ever since I've been using the app, I don't even stress. Sometimes I don't even remember my period. But it's like the moment I check the app, that's when I'm like, it's supposed to be tomorrow. I check. But then it doesn't mean they do not need that information. Right. They do not need to have a limit, because you find out that most people that don't have access to these things, when they start to get to a certain age.
So I take come more pride in this particular young lady's journey on Ways. But I'll let Omolola share her story.
Hi.
Hello.
Happy birthday, Ways. I've been on Ways for 2 years now? And
Feels like a long.
It feels longer. And I think my favorite thing about Ways is just watching everyone grow.
Yeah.
I used to feel like, oh, I'm young, I have energy, but then I'm with these older people that keep like surpassing expectations back to back to back. I'm like, I have to double up. I have to double up. And then, I mean, just a couple of months ago, we had the Gen Z takeover, and I realized that even the generation coming, they know what they're doing, they know what they're saying. I was like, I have to double up. Yeah. So I think my journey so far on Ways has been one of growth, continuously redefining myself. I mean, look at me, I'm in front of the camera, I'm usually behind the camera. Right now I'm in front of and behind the camera all at once. And I mean, who would have thought I would have been able to do that?
She's got magical powers, folks. I mean, it is a fantastic story, from intern to do everything, fix everything, to producer extraordinaire. It's been definitely an amazing 2 years having you on the show.
Thank you. It's been amazing being here.
So I think we have another clip coming, and this one is my favorite. Yes, I'm biased. Thank you. Is a program set up by the Nigerian government during the military regime to involve Nigerian graduates in nation building and the development of the country. There is no military
command. You know, it was just an opportunity for some people and to even get out of their house.
Was that your first time in Abuja when you served?
No.
Okay.
No.
So you had some experience with the town already?
Yes,
okay.
Yes. But you can never. NYSC in Abuja is that it's.
I'm still in touch with my boss as well. So all of these things, I think, the question for me in wanting to hear what your experiences were like is the first part of it that says, is NYSC still worth it? Mm-hmm. One of the things that I took away from that camp was meeting so many people from all over Nigeria. Mm-hmm. That for me, my camp was very well blended with people from all over Nigeria. So in case you didn't notice, that was my clip. For me, media is my passion. Media is my calling. Let me put it that way. As we celebrate for today, I am excited. I know I've said it a few times, because this is probably the longest I have spent on one single show. I've always done media. Ways for me is a labor of love. It's an opportunity to do something that I'm extremely passionate about, which is to spread logical information and to educate people and cause Nigerians to see Nigeria and my fellow Nigerians the way I see them through my eyes. I hope that over the last 4 years, I've been able to give something to each and every one of our viewers, and and to bring some insightful information to your screen. So that's been my goal, and I hope I've achieved it, and I hope that for the next 4, the next 5, and maybe even the next 10, that I continue to get the opportunity to do that. So happy anniversary to Ways. Please stay with us. We've still got a lot more. We'll be right back.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
Welcome back. Uwa is here with us. She's not here physically, but she's here virtually to tell us all about this wonderful concept and why we're sitting here today, 4 years later, celebrating. Hi, Uwa, are you there?
Hi, Uti. Hello, everyone. Hi, NJ. Hi, Omolola.
Hi, Uwa.
Hi, Isi. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
So, I don't think there's anything I have to say again. Apologies. We have work. Parallax Consulting is the one paying our fees, so we have to work. But I don't think there's anything else I want to really add, because I am. What I would want to say is, I mean, this that we're doing right here gives me so much joy. It gives me so much fulfillment, knowing that, you know, it's one thing for you to have a vision, it's another thing for other people to carry that vision, you know, and hold it dear to their heart as though it were, you know, their vision as well. So I'm super grateful. I don't take it for granted for every single member of the team that has been a member of WAYS from inception. We all have been amazing women. I mean, just watching some of the old clips brings a bit of nostalgia, you know, but I'm grateful. The call for WAYS has always been, you know, passing the right information, transforming lives, right? And I know so many people that they never had experience with TV, you know, just encountering us on WAYS, and, you know, their lives have transformed. I mean, so many people have gone into politics, gotten some appointments. I mean, it's just been one testimony after the other, and, you know, I'm grateful to the platform that we eventually chose. I mean, Isi was with us on our very first episode where we shot. We were supposed to air somewhere else, but, you know, God did not want us to be there, so we then moved, and we've been with Plus TV for the past 4 years. So we're grateful for that, and we're hoping that it's going to be bigger, it's going to be better. And I just want to say thank you to every member of the team. I think, you know, sometimes you know that, yes, these people, they got you, right? That's the kind of confidence that I have with the women on WAYS. Like you rightly said, Uti, is a labor of love. It's not something that, you know, if you say, okay, maybe it's financially rewarding or something. And this is, you know, what people are always used to now. You know, it is something that it has to be financially rewarding for them, for it to make sense. But, you know, that has not been our story on WAYS. It has never been our story. Our commitment or our motivation has never been financial. It's the fact that every member of the team truly believes that their voice counts and can change and transform lives, right? We can truly make a difference. And I love the quote for today. And that's the call for WAYS. We understand the power of media, and we know what media can do in terms of transforming the minds of people. Once you're able to transform a mind, you have transformed that life. So, and that's our call for WAYS. We are very, very deliberate about, you know, mind transformation and making sure that we, even in our topic selection, the kinds of things we talk about, you know, of course, again, we're passionate about small businesses, we're passionate about your health, your mental health, your well-being. We're passionate about personal growth and development. And that's why you can hear testimonies like NJ saying that even her personally, and what's her name, Omolola, personal journey, you two, you've grown. I mean, I watched myself, I said, now, wow, things have changed though. We have been upgraded. But hey, we give God all the glory. I remember that our tiny table, oh my God. That was
so small.
The tiny chairs, you remember the table, I remember the chairs. You sort of had to you balance on one side.
Complaining about that chair. Wanted to frustrate you. You know, look at the tiny table that Isi, Nata, and I sat in. I said, oh my gosh, we've really grown. And, you know, it can only get better. It can only get. I'm grateful for the past 4 years, and we know that bigger things are coming. So I'll stop here because I know we have a lot of people, you know, to speak with. But thank you again, everyone.
Absolutely do. Thank you, Uwa. Thank you for the vision, and thank you for keeping the team and ways going. Like Uwa said, we have been here, and there have been a lot of ladies around this table as co-anchors. We have had, at any given point in time, I think there's about 9 or 10 anchors if you sort of see the montage we've had. And I think the main thing to mention, I think is really unique about Ways is we're not media people. We're all subject matter experts in different areas of our lives, whether it be customer experience, whether it be law, entertainment, public speaking, development, MSME experts. We've had all sorts of wonderful, beautiful, and bright women on the show, and we're going to run through a clip very quickly to celebrate them all.
Uti, sorry, quickly, can I just say something before you run through that clip? Just one thing, because what you just pointed out, I wanted to just quickly touch on it, that it was important that we brought women that were not, you know, your regular TV people. They were 9 to 5 women that had their day job, but they were also passionate about the things that concern the nation. So it was a blessing finding those women, you know, out of their busy schedules, you know, coming every night after close of work to come and, contribute to the conversations that happens on Ways. We were very deliberate and intentional about the kind of women, and we've been so blessed to have every single member of the team. Yeah. I'll keep quiet now.
So I think we have a clip coming up.
Yeah.
know, right? It's a lot. I mean, as it was playing, I was just thinking, wow, lawyers, politicians, like literally, that is the gamut of smart, leading, beautiful ladies. And we have some of our, I would say, co-anchors, forever sisters, who have been part of this team. Alumni, thank you, who are also joining us here today. So I think we have AK Jojo, Akanima Ojo, our CEO, country manager, SME expert. The list goes on, and I'm still talking about the same woman. Hi, AK.
Hi. Well, after expecting that introduction, I'm done. I'll just take it, but thank you. That was so powerful. Hi. I would say.
We've loved having you on the show. I mean, I was just watching through some of the clips, but what was the highlight for you, your time on Ways?
Well, for me, it would be the friendship. It would be being amongst very powerful women that knew exactly what they wanted out of life. We were very intentional women. And to have this bunch of women in one room and not quarrel on set, it's a blessing. Nobody would believe it. I spent 2 years on Ways, approximately 2 years, and I had never come to quarrel on set. Never. I think the most upset we were being, probably we were running late and then the camera wasn't set properly. That was only, and it was just little things, but we never had the women quarrel. And I could pick up my phone and call anybody. I called about 2 weeks ago or last week when I was a problem and I needed help. But that ability to be able to have these characters in the room express themselves, be themselves, and still give to the audience authenticity is something that is rare. That is something I enjoy, and that is something that's uncommon. You have these shows everywhere, international, local, and you would hear news on social media about two hosts, people are quarreling, somebody doesn't like what somebody's wearing, or somebody's dissing someone. But it has never happened on Ways. And for me, that was, apart from having a platform where we came to express ourselves and contribute to society, especially as it concerns women, children, SMEs, and the underprivileged, the fact that you can form honest friendship that radiated through our speaking, we're not just coming to talk, but we're living it. That for me was the pinnacle of everything that happened on Ways. And thank you for being the kind of person that you are, and for allowing us to be the kind of people that we were and still are.
Absolutely. And like you said, it's a family, it's a journey. Today we have called and you have answered, so it's great to see you. Thank you for joining us. I think I also spied another person that I will call is Labor of Love. Norma is our beauty expert, public speaker extraordinaire, like Poshko. Thank you. Norma wears many hats. Not to mention she's mommy. She's literally, it's just plenty things. Hi Norma, it's so great to see you. Thank you for joining us. What's your journey been like?
Hi UT, hi everyone. Thank you for having me.
You look amazing as always. Can you hear me? Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. Congratulations, ladies. Congratulations, Uwa. 4 years. I can't even believe that 4 years is gone since we started this experience. And it's been a great journey. I mean, some of us have been working in the sidelines or behind the scenes, but just observing generally the growth with the women, the growth with delivery and presentation. And for me, I always love Upgrade. Anyone that knows me knows that I love Upgrade. Anything that is forward-thinking and progressive, trust me, I am there. And I'm so happy for Ways because it started as a dream. It started as something that was just in the mind, and trust her, she's always having so many ideas coming up in her head. I should do this, I should do that. But when this came out, it was birthed from a place of real hunger for a change, for some kind of change in the direction of young people, young talent, to help people to have a rethink and a recalibration of their minds in the way they think about the world in general. So it's not just about face washing or just shallow thinking, but really thinking deep about how our actions or how our behavior changes the narrative everywhere we find ourselves. And that's what I love about Ways, the fact that it helps you to take away something to think about and see how you can even plug in and be like the solution. That's what really it's about. And that's what drew me to the caliber of women, the people that are just involved. It's a family. It's become a family. And anyone that comes in finds their place. You're not trying to be somebody else. You're original. You're authentic. So this is a very beautiful place to grow. Coincidentally, I'm doing a program in broadcast performance because having had that background and seeing what it can be like, I said, let me even go deeper. And man, it is not easy at all. We're looking the way we are looking today, but trust me, like I always say on the show, we don't
look how we're going through. Yep.
Like we go through, but thank God it's 4 years, beautiful experience. Women have grown, they've evolved, even though some of us are not as present as we would want to, but at the same time, we connect with what is going on right there at Ways, and it's been 4 years, beautiful 4 years of baby crawling, growth stages, but we are evolving and we are getting better and better. So congratulations, Uwa. It can only be, even more dynamic and extraordinary from here.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us, Noma. We really want to hear from our viewers as well. So please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 0818-038-4663. Now, it's not just about the anchors. We also have people we like to call friends of the house. You've seen them on the show, episode after episode, time after time, as our guests, our subject matter experts, the people who come here to teach us from their wealth of knowledge. Today we have, I believe, a few of them joining us as well. I know that Jeffrey is on the call with us. Hi, Jeffrey.
Hi, how are you doing? Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you so much for joining us. You absolutely qualify as a friend of the house. How many times have you been on Ways now, Jeffrey? Do you remember?
About five or six times now.
5 or 6 times. So you're the real MVP. You're the man supporting the women of Ways. That deserves a round of applause.
I try.
Thank you for answering the call every time we call and for bringing new things to this table and to the conversation. What are your thoughts around your time and across our different episodes on the show?
Well, when you walk into the room and you're the only guy around 4 to 3 women, you need to be calm and understand that you need to, let them lead and enjoy the conversation. I think for me, just thinking back as everyone else was talking, is just to see how typical day-to-day people that can really make a difference. And I like what Uwa said when she mentioned the last point, that we didn't want celebrities, we didn't want people that were influencers, we just want people who live daily lives, who have original, realistic view of what's going on and are able to contribute real time to conversations. And that was always the case. And the second thing as well, everyone is always so prepared. They know the topics, they understand the context of the conversation, so you don't feel like you have to say everything. Sometimes, because of how informed the ladies are, it allows me to breathe. I can just take a break, listen, and then join the conversation, because you're talking to people who understand most of these conversations and are able to make realistic contributions to that as well. And to be honest, a lot has changed. I remember the studio way back. Now, there was a time I walked in and there was a lot of expansion. The lights were different, the decor was different, the seat was different. And someone did mention, I think that was Naomi or so, she said, I like how things evolve, and things have evolved. Even the topics, the conversation, the audience that you have, the followership that you have, it just means that you're doing something right. Right? Every time you come on, people want to know what you want to talk about. People calling, people contribute. And I thought it was more than 4 years. I was thinking this is like 10 years kind of achievement. Because you guys have done so much and so many faces have come through the show as well. It's now hard to even keep up as well. So well done to everyone. And I think because of the authenticity of the program and the realistic view of the people who come on the show, I think you are going to be sitting down here talking about this in a decade. And we're going to be saying, do you remember at that time we did this 6 years ago?
Yeah.
And I like the fact that you're bringing on fresh faces, new people who want to experience media and also grow their career using this platform as well in the media space. So well done to all of you ladies. I'm really, really proud to have been a part of the show and to meet everyone as well.
Thank you so much, Jeffrey, and we look forward to you being a friend of the house today, tomorrow, and always. So thank you for joining us. The Way Show is not just about the anchors, it's not just about our guests, but it's also about you, our viewers. Everything that we do is really for you. The concept of Ways is for you as you tune in to join us every single day. Now, if you do watch the show, you know that there isn't an episode that goes by without the wonderful messages that we receive from Daniel Illo. His messages are not only, you can tell he's watched the episode, but then he's also always got something wonderful to say about the anchors. And I believe he joins us on the phone now. Good evening, Daniel. Do we have Daniel?
I'm coming.
Hi, Daniel. Good evening. We can hear you. You're live.
Yeah, hello.
Good evening.
Hello, I'm hearing you.
All right, thank you for joining us. This is the first time you get to hear your voice.
Yeah. Good evening. How is everything?
Fine, thank you. So I think there's an echo. Maybe you want to turn down your TV set?
Yeah, it's off. It's off.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So,
Sister Uti, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us. We couldn't have celebrated today without
Sister Uti,
you.
good evening. Yeah.
Good evening. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I hear you.
Fantastic. We couldn't have celebrated the show today without you. It's important, like we said, you as our viewers, you're very important to us. What is it about the show that you like so much that causes you to, be consistent in communicating and engaging with us?
Well, I love this show because of the wonderful, beautiful women that God has gathered to keep us informed about the happenings of the things in Nigeria. Because I always tell people that if you are not informed, you are deformed. I always tell people that if you are not deformed, you are deformed. But I enjoy this show because the beautiful ladies on set, they allow me to know the happenings of the things in Nigeria. And I want to commend Sister Uwa. She's a wonderful leader, a great anchor. I respect her. She's doing a wonderful and marvelous job. God bless her in Jesus' name.
Amen. We hope that
God bless her.
At some point we get to meet you in person. Maybe when we turn 5, you'll join us for a physical celebration.
Yes, I really want to meet you ladies because you ladies have transformed my life through your program, everything, and I have never regretted being a fan of this wonderful show.
Thank you
I've
so
never
much.
regretted being a fan of this wonderful show because I love you ladies a lot. And you are doing a very good job. Beautiful ladies that are doing what they're doing.
Excellent.
Yes.
Thank you so much for joining us, Daniel, and we'll certainly look forward to continuing to receive your messages. It's been a wonderful
Sister Uti, just take care of yourself and have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It's been a wonderful celebration. It's been a wonderful journey down memory lane. I think we still have a few anchors joining us online. Dami is there, but before we come to Dami, we're fast. As we always say on the show, we're running out of time. So I think that some things are consistent no matter what. But I think we've told a good story of our journey on the show today. And there is no celebration, in my opinion. I think I said it on the show. Whether it's birthday, and this is a birthday, or anniversary, there's no birthday without cake. If there's no cake, it's not real.
No.
So I think that we get the opportunity to celebrate Ways with a cake, that says we are for. We will eat yours for you, so thank you. So I think Omolola is rightly positioned to cut the cake on behalf of the ladies of Ways. So please stretch out your hands. Thank you. We're going to do WAYS.
Yes.
And you're going to cut it. So,
Yes.
W for women.
Yay.
A for active. Y for young. And S for superb. So, happy birthday to us at Ways, and I think that thank you, and I think that as we also raise our glasses to celebrate the show, 4 years, we have Damilola on. I think Damilola is joining us virtually as we toast to say her own few words about her time as part of the team, because she's also a multifaceted human being. She's our voice on the streets.
Yes.
Hi, Damilola. Hi, Damilola, are you there? Anyway, so whilst we wait for Damilola to join us, ladies, a toast to Ways, to 4 more, and another 4, another 4, to a table filled with beautiful women spreading the right information, inspiring Nigerians, and influencing everyone to do better. And to our viewers, cheers.
Cheers.
Happy anniversary to Wings. Okay,
So again, for all the anchors that have joined us virtually, we will drink and eat and celebrate. So I think Dami is joining us now to give our final message before we wrap for tonight.
Okay, I'm just going to be very quick. Hi everyone, good evening and happy birthday, happy 4th anniversary to Ways. Thank you very much, Owa, for finding me. I use the word finding because I believe I was just found. I mean, because I joined in last year and I just started off by accompanying my friend to the studio because she was the original co-anchor on the show. But then I just accompanied her every time she came to the show because, I mean, why not? But then I just found me and realized that, okay, yeah, this person actually is a natural. She can do this. And then that's how I started off on the street and now even hosting a separate show by myself. I mean, I'm very happy for my own progress. Thank you very much, Owa, for the opportunity because I count it an opportunity, trust me. And one more time, happy birthday to Ways.
Thank you, Dami. I think, like I said, we've run out of time. We do also have another friend of the house in, Vumile. I got it right? I hope so. To just, if she's there, to give us a quick wave for taking the time to join us again as we celebrate. As we close out the show, I don't know, is Vumi there? All right, so maybe one will get her on. But as we usually say when we're wrapping up the show, I don't know if we have some messages to take or where time is out.
Well, I mean, we have one that says, happy anniversary and keep up the good work, beautiful mind. This is Raphael from Zaria.
Another person who watches the show and messages us constantly. Thank you so much. As always, before we go, do ensure that you follow us on Instagram at Ways Show Africa. You can interact with us further, drop a comment, and most importantly, follow all our social media interactions and engagements. Remember to like, share, comment, invite your friends and family to watch us and follow us. And as we close out the show today, we promise you that we will be back on Monday. If you missed today's quote, here it is again. Whoever controls the media controls the mind. We hope that we don't only control your mind, but we have your heart. Thank you and see you next week.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
Good day, all. My good old days story, here you have it. I am Debo Adefison. My father, a royal prince of Otutu Royal Compound, Ile-Ife, and my mom, the granddaughter of the Osibale of Modeke. While my parents named me Festus after Chief Festus Okotiebo, the then Federal Commissioner of Finance of Nigeria, my grandfather's uncle named me Adebowale after his late mother. Debo, the short form of Adebowale, glued on me like tick on cattle since 1981, when the quest for true Africanism led me to drop Festus as fit for my certificates only. My aunts were long enough to touch the pinna of my hair at 6 years old, and I was admitted to Seventh-day Adventist Primary School, Ile-Ife. Those days were full of adventures. I remember I once scored 0 out of 3 in a difficult simple proportion test in Primary 4. I tore both sides of the exercise book thinking my failure will not be noticed. My mother counted the 20 leaves, and 2 were missing on both halves. I did the smoky monkey, cigar ball, for 2 hours without rescue. She imprinted it on my consciousness that lying leads to higher crimes, which will prevent me from being the Minister of Agriculture as I then desired. At St. John Grammar School, Ile-Ife, I had access to sporting facilities and a very big library containing so many novels. Enid Blyton's Adventure of the Famous 5 series, Tintin, Kokuba Boni, Nikata series, James Ali Chase series, Sidney Sheldon, and Robert Ludlum novels. I filled the gap with Elizabeth Bradford Taylor, Dennis Robbins, and Mills and Boone series. In all, I was able to combine effortlessly social activities with my academic pursuit. Right On Magazine, Don Cornelius, and The Soul Train gave us the lyrics to our favorite songs and the dance steps, mostly American. Kool and the Gang, Everly Champion King, The Whispers, Raphael Cameron, Barry White, Gregory Isaac, UB40, George Washington Jr., and a host of others. We had a driven desire to go to disco in America and smell the fragrance of Paris. So young, naive, and suave was I. How can I forget so soon my university days and exploits in Ilorin? I joined the Kegais Club and led the Man-O-War Club as Commander-in-Chief without any negative impact on my studies. The Kegais Club took me to several institutions in Nigeria where I developed cherished bonds of friendship, which I enjoyed till today. We traversed Nigeria without fear of banditry or abduction. We created Iliad Orima at the University of Sokoto without the threats of religious fanaticism. We didn't have to fear cultists at Epoma, while Ilia Pota Pota was an irrevocable convolution of gyration. The Mother's Shrine at Polybadan was a home to all. Oh, how I love the songs and the sonorous compositions, the African percussions, the shrine and its uppermost, the ensemble of voices, the staccato of guttural exclamations, the exaggerated dance steps, the palm wine, and the serenity of processions at the beginning of all gyrations fused the youth of Nigeria together. There was no race, religion, or ethnicity as we saw and embraced ourselves as members of one family. The Kegai Club experience proved to me that Nigeria could still be devoid of disunity. Since graduation from school in 1986, I had worked in all states of Nigeria and the FCT, where I did my mandatory National Youth Service Corps. I'm sheer shocked to see the vision of a great nation as envisaged by our founding father is lost. I cannot go back to Muna in Borno State, where I once bought brown beans and sold monosodium glutamate. I have no courage left in me to cross over to Chad Republic to buy groundnut cake and bone meal. My family wouldn't allow me to go to Saminaka to buy split dry ginger for my commodity merchants. I watched price of maize and soya go ceiling high such that my colleagues in poultry farming are getting out of business because farmers in Kano can no longer attend to the soil. The Adejia Jamare River Basin is becoming idle. I cannot travel from Padongari to Sokoto at 1:30 a.m. as we used to do in 1985, when we will leave Mokwa at 12:45 a.m. to continue our journey. When will it be safe in Nigeria to go to Ilela or Maradi borders again? We rocked Mina to Zuba in 1986 at odd hours of the day. Olu is now occupied by non-aligned forces. Ondo forests are becoming the death knell of the southwest. Ritualists and blood-sucking demons have taken over the land. Who stole our peace? The virtues of yesterday are buried in the cesspit of avarice, greed, and irascible decadence. We in our fast-aging generation can claim we had virtues and great discipline. In this, there are nuggets of hope which our children can build for a rebirth of the nation. We can collectively resolve to make the difference and take steps towards changing the narrative. Our children, certainly, deserve a better and brighter future, not memories of the good old days. As an ardent believer in this drive, I therefore join my good friend, Sir Shemore Badejo, in this patriotic drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
Funding is one of the major challenges confronting businesses of all shapes and sizes in Nigeria and across the world. Finance is the lifeblood of every business. Without adequate cash inflow, businesses will not be able to procure raw materials, convert them to finished product, market or distribute the finished product, or even pay their employees. As a result of this, many financial institutions have sprung up to meet the financial needs of businesses. Once dominated by commercial banks, Nigeria's financial services industry and business funding scene now boast of other institutions such as venture capital firms, private equity firms, fintech and crowdfunding platforms. We will also look at the Afro-global expansion in the midst of a struggling economy. Welcome to Business Insight on Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonye. Now, first off, the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, CITN, says it will continue to support the government in its advisory role to ensure a better tax administration and effective system in the country. President of the CITN, Samuel Agbelui, said this during the Institute's Fellowship Conferment and Annual Dinner and Awards. Details in this report. The atmosphere here is warm and celebratory. As with tradition for year-ends, it is not unusual for organizations to celebrate and award members for outstanding performances. This year, senior members of the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, CITN, gather with kith and kin for their conferment as fellows of the institute.
Obey all rules and regulations of the Institute from time to time.
President of the CITN, ably represented by the Deputy Vice President, Simon Kato, appreciates new fellows. He enjoins them to show professionalism and live to expected standards wherever their services are required.
As tax professionals, as you are aware, the Institute takes this ritual seriously and only confers its highest class of membership to deserving and qualified members.
Fellowship is not mere an honor, it is a responsibility, a commitment to uphold the highest standards of profession, to mentor and inspire the next generation.
As the evening swings in and members are feted to a time of wining and dining, issues of taxation and government fiscal policies also hold sway. The guest speaker, Executive Chairman of the Federal Capital Territory Inland Revenue Service, Haruna Abdullahi, gives an analogy between residents getting their PVCs and having their tax clearance certificates. Government is also charged on trust and effect of tax payments.
I was trying to make a point regarding why it is very important for people to file their tax returns and have a tax clearance certificate. Because it's important, I compared it to having PVCs. So I said if you have a PVC and you pay your tax, you've done your part, you've voted, and then you've paid tax, and then you are able to interrogate political leaders. Because people decide not to, and then you are also expecting so much from government, but you are not doing your part.
And CITN has been contributing not just today. The entire Finance Act that have come up in the past administration, we've always been part of it. And that is what we are out for, supporting to ensure that there is a better tax administration and an effective tax system in the country. And we won't give up.
But there must be trust in governance. People are willing to pay. But when we pay, what does government do with the money? We must see the effect of our payment of the taxes complying. Then apart from that, they should make it easy. They should not allow the tax administration to give way to things like corruption or under the carpet activities.
At the end of the day, awards are presented to various district societies. The media and individuals are proving themselves worthy. All right, welcome back. Now, despite the development in the financial services industry, many businesses, especially startups and SMEs, are still unable to effectively raise capital to remain a going concern or even take off in the first place. This is partly due to the stringent measures put in place by these fund providers to ensure that their limited capital is made available to organizations and invested in projects that will theoretically guarantee the best returns. Unfortunately, many organizations, especially SMEs, lack the capacity to scale through these hurdles because of their weak structures and the managerial inexperience of their founders and operators. Now, my guest, Darlington Onyeagoro, has a diverse work experience in various companies and roles. He is currently the co-founder and CEO of Aladdin Digital, an app that supports Africa's economy by providing an ecosystem of solutions for gig workers and SMEs. Prior to that, they founded and advised Blacklisting, an alternative database for chronic debtors and fraudulent individuals reported by verified online lending firms in Nigeria. Darlington also served as the MD of Okash Nigeria under Opera Software AS, where they handled business development, product development, strategy formulation and execution, and people management. Many thanks for joining me, Darlington, on Business Insights. A whole lot of people seem to have issues to differentiating between startups and small businesses. They seem to misplace one for the other. Are there similarities? Are there key differences? Can you just enlighten us?
Well, thank you for having me. Okay, the term startup is about 5 to 6 years old in Nigeria. I can still remember some of the earlier startups. I mean, that basically in the financial side, when they started with these small loans, what they call nano loans or digital loans. I remember the first time I applied for a loan on a mobile app, and within a few minutes, I got alerts. I was like, is this possible? You know, in Nigeria, that somebody is not seeing you physically, there's no account officer, you're not filling a physical form, and within 5-10 minutes, somebody is willing to give you 5,000 naira. So that was the beginning of a turnaround, you know, in terms of financial technology. But right now, we have various types of startups. But let me try to differentiate between SMEs and startups. I had, earlier this year, one of my billionaire friends, I will say billionaire friend because he has an oil and gas company in the southeast. His monthly turnover is over 10 billion. In fact, it was my classmate, actually. We went to the same school, we were in the same class. We both read mechanical engineering. And he just chatted me on WhatsApp and said, please, how do I convert my business to a startup? He's somebody who has almost probably 100 employees, you know, a lot of, you know, tankers, he has petrol filling station, doing billions in turnover a month. But he wanted to raise $10 million, all right? So he felt he had to convert his SME into a startup. So I sent him some documents. So it's very critical. People are getting confused confused. You know, people hear startup, and they say, but I've been doing business and paying salaries. How do I become a startup? What is so special about these startups? You hear startups raising as much as $90 million. You have startups raising as much as, $50 million, $5 million. Small boy, 27 years old, has a 2-3 month startup, has raised $10 million. And you're wondering, I've been in business for 25 years before this boy was born. How am I not able to raise $10 million? So it's very critical that we explain what a startup is and what an SME is. A startup is a young business that is designed primarily to grow very fast. All right, and normally they actually use technology to bring new innovations into the public in terms of innovation. Let me use the term barbing salon. Whereas an SME, for example, is not about growing fast. And SME is more predictable and also in short term more profitable. While startups are not actually profitable. They deal with more valuation. I will break that in very shortly. Now, for example, I can see a barbing salon in my area, and I feel there is still one more need for a barbing salon in my area. So I will go ahead and replicate that same barbing salon, but I now provide a better environment, cozy environment, better professionals, better staff, customer care. Maybe when you come to my barbing salon, I give you a bottle of wine or tea or coffee. It's still a barbing salon. So that business model has been established for donkey years. You barb, you collect your revenue, and so on and so forth. But all you're just doing is adding, you're just like, not reinventing the wheel per se, but you're just adding some level of finesse to what already exists. That is a small business. Because you're not going to be replicating that barbing salon across Lagos in the next 2 years or across Nigeria. But a startup can start up today with a new innovation in barbing. Maybe it's bringing a new app or a new technology that has not been seen before, a novel idea in that same barbing industry. So that's why startups are different. So you are just replicating barbing salon, adding some small touch up here to make it different, differentiate yourself from the market. But a startup comes on with maybe an app that barbs the hair automatically or an app that does something, very funny. So when they come, they are able to raise more capital because they are bringing technology and into innovation, and they are designed to take over the market in maximum 5 years. While you are only after making sure at the end of the month you can cover your debt, both short-term debt, meet them, and then pay your salaries and make some money for yourself. So that's the difference between SMEs and startups. So let me stop there, then you can take it from there.
All right. So basically, from all I can just infer from what that you have said, for startups, they have the benefit of innovation and technology to do things differently that the ordinary small businesses cannot do.
Exactly.
So it's not about their paid up capital or their financial levels per se.
Exactly. So like I said, startups, the word startup usually ride on technology. There are different types of startups. There's aggregate startups. You understand that there are those in insurance. That's what they call insurtech. There's fintech. There's food tech. There's also prop tech, property. Yes. So 2 days ago, a friend of mine called me, and he's designing a platform that's going to actually fragment, your investment into real estate, where you can use your 10,000 naira and you own a portion of a building. And it's all just on app. Just go on the app, put your account, fund your wallet, and look at different buildings and different, rent, and then apply 10,000 naira. You're now a shareholder in a building. So what you cannot naturally do previously, they bring in new technologies, sometimes using blockchain, for example, to verify who is who and who has how much stock you have in that particular property, so that when it is time for dividend share, you know how much you're going to get. So prop tech is rising up, fintech, insurtech, food tech, agri-tech. All these guys are just using technology to do the same things that we know differently. And they are designed, so they are designed to grow faster. So that's why they also raise significant amount of money, because for you to actually grow fast, to get to the next level, you need to raise a lot of money.
Okay, fine. So how does one create a startup as it is?
The first key to creating a startup is, what are you innovating? What brand new idea or novel idea do you have? Or even if not a novel idea, you have a version of something. For example, there are a lot of fintechs today that do the same thing. There are a lot of apps today that give out nano loans. You understand? Last time I checked, there are over 500 apps on Play Store that give loans today, and so they're all doing the same thing, you understand that, and they're all called startups, you understand that, but they are using, for example, the difference is that the way they actually verify their customers might be different. The technology behind the way they onboard you and the way they verify you before they give you a loan maybe novel to them, or they may have a patent for that type of technology that verifies customers before they give a loan. But you, the end user, may not see the difference, but the investor knows that this guy has built something that allows him to the failure rate, or what they call the debt ratio to reduce. You know, other guys will be having 80% debt. You know, when they give out loans, the bad loans is about 80%, but this guy has 2%. So you are still in the same industry, but he has improved this process in such a way that you know, investors' monies are not lost. You know, when they invest in him, so that's different. So the key word there is innovation, and who is your audience? You know, what are you bringing to the table, and how fast can you actually iterate, launch, you know, do product, that's what they call product market fit. That means you're able to say, okay, this my product has a market, there's an audience for it, somebody is willing to pay for it, and you're able to scale very fast. So that's what differentiates a startup from a small business.
Okay, fine. That's really settles it now. But let's talk about funding. In my intro, I talked about funding challenges for startups, for small business, even for large businesses as well. But let's just focus on startups and small businesses. Before now, it has always been going to the commercial banks and dropping some sort of collaterals and you know, scaling all the hurdles before you can eventually get these finances that you need for your business or to even upskill your business. But lately there have been talks about people starting businesses from finances they got from family and friends. We've heard about crowdfunding and private equity. Can you just share some of this with us?
Okay, so funding is actually open to both SMEs and startups. But just that startups have a brighter chance to raise more significant money. Before I came here today, I was looking at a crowdfunding site called WeFunder.com. We are actually listed on WeFunder.com. We're actually raising some monies right now on WeFunder. So I looked at a particular startup. This guy has raised $981,000 in the last 2 to 3 months, almost $1 million. And I looked at the product. He has not really launched his product. He already had that funding. Yes, already. You go to the platform. You go to WeFunder.com/black. You will see their, if I call their name now, you go there live. Everybody can go and check them out. $981,000 raised through crowdfunding. People are investing $100, $300 because they believe in the idea. He only has 100 customers who have only done transactions for 2 weeks.
Okay, let's just take it one step at the other. For some people might not really understand, there's been so much talk about crowdfunding. What is it really and how does it really operate and work?
So what crowdfunding does is that it allows you, as a startup, mostly SMEs may not be able to do that. So as a startup, it allows you to actually tap into the community. So you share your idea, on their platform, and people see your idea and they believe in your idea, and they can pitch in as small as $100, which is about 100,000 naira, to buy shares in your company. So they're actually counting on you, they're betting on you that you're going to be a successful startup. So that actually started mostly in America, where they actually changed the regulation in a few years ago to allow what they call community rounds. Community rounds means that your customers, your friends, family and friends, and people in the public can actually become part of your company by just investing a small unit of $100 into your company. And a lot of mega startups, today, or big companies, started by crowdfunding, all right? But for you to do that in most cases, you have to be a US registered company. That's one of the advantages that startups have that SMEs don't have. A lot of these startups you see today, I don't want to call their names, they're all registered in US. Even my own company, Aladdin, we're headquarters in Delaware, we're in the US, so we have to register a company in the US and the UK.
So it has to be in the United States?
Yes, because you have to get SEC approval in the US. You have to get, there's a whole documentation, a whole process that's involved.
So it doesn't really come so easy.
Yeah, but it can be done. A lot of it. So I was among the first. My startup was the second startup in Africa to go on that platform. Now that was in 2021 when we went on that platform. We were the second startup, Aladdin, to raise money through crowdfunding on WeFunder. But it was a whole lot of process, a lot of documentations, a lot of stuff. But it allows you to raise money easily from American people. I have a lot of American investors who just, this is Africa. We like what you're doing in Africa. I'm giving you $1,000. Some give $10,000. Some give $5,000. So crowdfunding is one channel. But beyond that, also venture capitalists are people who are actually designed to give you money as a startup. All right, they look at your proposal, they do due diligence on you, they look at your projections. They're not banks, they're just individual, finance companies or investment companies. Some of them are actually family investments. So a big family that is wealthy can have somebody to manage a particular fund. It's a $50 million set aside to invest in fast-growing startups. So that's why it's quite difficult for SMEs are quite limited. They always go to commercial banks, but some startups now are not designing products to help SMEs with their working finance. So for example, you have maybe a PO, or I know some startups actually give you up to 10 million naira for a PO, and then they just fund it for you and they take that money back, invoice financing and stuff like that. But to raise real money like $10 million, $5 million for SMEs is quite difficult because the venture capitalists cannot see that speed. They can't see that speed to growth. They're asking you, when are you going to, dominate Nigeria? When are you going to when are you going to move across Africa? When are you going to move to London? When are you going to have a London office? The average small business is not thinking in that direction.
Not at all.
So that's the difference. So it's really, you see, there's a psychology between startup and SMEs. So if you want to actually make that switch, first of all, you must have an innovative product that is able to scale extremely fast to attract venture capitalists, angels, crowdfunding, and all these other things that are available.
All right. So, but from what you have said, it's not really something that's so common for the small businesses. But how are these forms of funding popular, as in the level of popularity in Nigeria? For instance, you've talked about crowdfunding, that you have to have some presence in the United States. What about for private equity and venture capital? Do you really need so much hurdles per se to scale?
No. You can actually be a Nigerian entity. There are a lot of Nigerian companies that actually raise money from venture capital. But for most venture capitals, because they're also looking at short-term investment. So let me just give you a startups are not designed to be profitable. And I want to say this clearly, because a lot of Nigerian
they're not designed to be profitable.
Yes, they're not designed to be profitable. They are designed for valuation. They are designed for exits mostly. You understand that? That's why you took Uber. Uber was operating for years, and Uber was never profitable. But it was valued at above $50 billion. The value of the company was above $50 billion. It's when they did an IPO, when they went public, all right, that all the guys that invested for years cashed out. So that's how startups normally work. They're actually designed to grow very fast. Their value increases. You can see, for example, let me use a popular one called Paystack. Paystack was bought by Stripe for $200 million. And Paystack was just about 4 or 5 years old. But imagine a 4 or 5 years company being purchased at the rate of 200 billion today for a company that is 4 or 5 years old, because it grew so fast, and then they could see the value, and it's supporting thousands of businesses, doing billions of naira in transaction per day. That is what Stripe saw, and they saw the potential to spread across Africa, and they put $200 million on the table. You understand that? So on that thing again, I want to point is that a lot of SMEs they're actually startups in disguise.
How so?
Yeah, because some of them have innovated a lot of things. If you go online, you see people that have innovated some technologies that can be scaled across Africa. But because they have the SME mentality, they don't understand the startup ecosystem. They are losing out on venture capital.
So they need some sort of reorientation.
Yes, reorientation, a lot of training. So I'm actually thinking about it, because a lot of SMEs that have done things very innovative in the medical line, some in the beauty side, some even you go to some people who would have designed a bike. I saw a guy online who designed his own type of bike. You understand, using scrap metal and very beautiful bikes. But you understand that, so if you go to a local investor, they will tell you, okay, I'll give you 100 million, but I want a return on investment in 6 months. A venture capitalist can give you 100 million and will not call you online for the next 2 years. You get to my point? Because as he's giving you that 200 million, he's giving 10 other startups 200 million. His calculation is that out of that 10, 8 will fail, 2 will succeed. And the 2 that will succeed will give him back his money plus interest. So you can see that venture capital, they have a different mindset. But a Nigerian investor, a local investor, will give you 50 million. He won't allow you rest. The chief will call you to VGC every 2 days to come and explain what happened to his 50 million. But a venture capital will give you $1 million, and I'm sure they may not even call you. All they want is just your monthly report or quarterly report telling them how the business is going. Because they're betting on you that you are going to return that investment 10x. For example, some of the guy that invested in Uber, the guy was saying he got, I think 1,000x. His investment, yes. When Uber went public, he invested small money, but by the time Uber went public, he got almost 1,000x. If I don't want to, he became a millionaire and started investing in other startups from his own Uber investment. So that's how powerful startup is. They give you the kind of, when they exit, the value of what you bought. Sometimes you can buy a startup when the startup is just $1 per share. All right, and then by the time it's exiting, the value of that share is $70. So that's a 70x.
So if there are so much advantages with the startups ecosystem and all of that, so how come the average Nigerian is not starting some sort of startup or something?
No, there is. Yesterday evening in Lekki Face, where I was in an event for startups. I mean, I saw startups everywhere. A lot of founders. There's this sticker, founders. So someone was saying there are over 20,000 startups already in Africa.
Oh wow!
And Nigeria is one of the leaders. One of the leaders in Africa is Nigeria. Nigeria gets significant amount of investment from either Silicon Valley or any other places. So the startup boom is already here. So people are now building, and Nigerians are Africans are creative. Kenyans, Rwandans, people are creating a lot of stuff, right? So it's you that don't know. But really, young people are creating startups everywhere, every day. So, but you see, what we need to also educate millions of SMEs out there who have innovative stuff, but don't know how to package it. I've heard a lot of people say, you can actually register your business for $500. In US, I mean, in the United States, you can do it for $1,000, and then you have a US bank account. But these are the things that those guys see. They don't want to invest in Nigerian entities. They want to invest in US entities where you pay your taxes, where you are fully regulated by SEC, and a whole lot of stuff. So that's why most startups have to register in the US in order to attract foreign capital.
Okay. Let's talk about Afro Global expansion. You know, there's a whole lot of issues happening globally with the wars everywhere. But let's talk about how this expansion is going in the midst of struggling economy.
Okay, so the honest truth is that anybody who is smart will tell you that if you want to earn anything today, earn in dollars. All right, so if you are a business that is still earning in Naira, you have a long way to go. And and this cuts across both SME, startups, conglomerates, whoever you are.
Okay.
That's why a lot of people are leaving the country. A lot of strategic investors, you know about GSK, a lot of people. So if you earn in Naira and then you convert to dollar, you realize you're not doing well. You can make $1 billion Naira, you think you're doing well. Convert that 1 billion to dollar, and compared to the investments you have made and the loans you took to get to that level of revenue, you realize that you're not doing well.
Nothing, yeah.
So what the Afro Global concept is a concept that talks about how do I also penetrate other African countries, or how do I actually also earn money from diaspora, from Africans in diaspora. I need to earn in pounds. I need to earn in dollar. You get my point. So you don't start thinking. So that's that thing as a business. Sit down in 2024. Ask yourself, how do I actually change this business to also earn dollar, apart from Naira? Because I will earn Naira today. Today is black market 1,200. I don't know. You can see what it means. So before even it's also actually affecting a lot of startups too. For example, all those startups who are in the payment space, you do payment, they charge you 15 Naira, 100 Naira. Yeah. How many 15 Naira transactions will you do to get $1? So you realize that now. So that's why most startups today are actually beginning to expand to Kenya. They're expanding to Rwanda. They're going to other African countries. Some are actually having a London office, because they're in London. They want to get some license to start getting transactions they can earn in pounds or from Canadian dollars or stuff like that. So I call it the Afro Global. And there are a lot of opportunities. And if you look at what Ruto, Kenyan president, did, and Kagame, which is the Rwandan president, where they said by end of December they're going to open up their countries. It becomes visa free for all Africans. So it shows you that the direction is that we are going to become a borderless Africa. All right, borderless Africa is a situation whereby you can actually access any African country visa free. And once that happens, the barriers to trade begins to shrink.
And everything will just be open.
Exactly. So that's why people like Aladdin, like my company now, we are designing a Pan-African payment system where you can send money in less than 1 minute to Kenya. You can send money to Tanzania, to Rwanda. So because we're positioning ourselves to be that go-to platform in Africa where you can do payments across Africa and also outside Africa. So because you have to start thinking in that direction, that I have to position my business to start talking about Naira transactions alone, or Ghanaian cedis. Because those two currencies are also, very volatile. And some other African countries. So you need to start thinking about how do I expand within Africa and also internationally. If you are to survive this struggling economy, everybody should learn to earn outside Naira. That's the secret to 2024 if you are to survive.
All right, thank you so much. All right, so Darlington, as we wrap up this now very quickly now, so what's the future of startups in not just Nigeria and in Africa, and what is your advice for people who are actually going or thinking about getting into startups?
So the first thing I will tell you that the startup scene, especially in the financial side, is almost getting saturated. I keep saying that because people are doing the same things over and over again. So if you're actually going to start a startup, please think of other sectors. What can I do in other sectors? You're an expert in engineering. There are still innovations in engineering that we have not seen. Agriculture, so many areas. But if you're to do a startup, come up with an innovation that is new, or come up with maybe an improvement on an existing innovation that can actually disrupt the game. Once you have that and you have an audience, you are good to go. All right. So as if you're an SME, you have been struggling with your business, but you know that this idea is innovative. It can be a food drink, or a new innovative food drink for health, or rather you have patented. As small as that thing, you can earn billions from it. All you need is somebody to package you and show you that this thing can actually be a startup. People don't even know how to do PowerPoint slides. They don't even know how to do anything. So you don't even know how to package yourself to become a startup. There's an art. There's an art, the formula to becoming a startup when you have an innovative idea, or else you end up being a small business.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. And that's indeed how much we can take on the show for today. My guest has been Darlington Onyeagor. He is the CEO and founder of Aladdin Digital. Many thanks for being a part of the show.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right. That's as much as we can take. Business Insights will return to your screen same time. My name is Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for being there.
My name is Olamide Onifade. I am a real estate lawyer, and today I'm going to be giving you a tip about buying a property, and it's going to be centered on location, location, location. Buying a property is a massive commitment, and it's important that you consider some key factors to ensure you are getting your money's worth. Fundamental on your checklist should be the location of your property. It is the biggest influence on your quality of life, job opportunities, ease of travel, and the value of your property. While a good location might be influenced by your personal preferences and lifestyle, there are some objective qualities every good location should possess. First on the list should be accessibility when considering a good location. That is, how close is the property to good transport facilities, your daily commute to work, and your children's school if you have children who are of school age. Second on the list is the availability of local amenities. This includes a good local hospital, shops, grocery stores, electricity, and maybe internet services. And third should be the appearance of your neighborhood. You should watch out for the environmental conditions of the neighborhood. Sanitation and maintenance culture of the inhabitants is also very important. This will give you an insight to who your neighbors are going to be. It is important that the crime rate of the neighborhood is also thoroughly researched. Qualities of a bad location can be when there are too many houses on sale, closeness to busy highways, airports, and train tracks. It is also advisable that you avoid locations that lean towards industrial use, such as petrol stations, religious houses, and industrial plants. Remember that you can change your house, but you can't change your neighborhood.
Senate asked the federal government to withhold allocations to local councils not democratically elected. And in Ondo State, the Speaker of the Ondo House of Assembly, Olamide Oladiji, has revealed President Tinubu asked Ayedatiwa to tender undated resignation letter. I am Gola Oba, and this is Plus Politics. The Senate has asked the federal government to withhold statutory allocations to any local government councils not democratically elected. The upper chamber unanimously resolved that this move would deter the dictatorial tendencies of any state governor. This resolution comes against the backdrop of a motion moved by Senator Abba Moro on the urgent need to halt the erosion of democracy vis-a-vis the dissolution of elected councils in Benue State. The lawmakers argued that the placement of caretaker committees to replace elected councils is an aberration, undemocratic, and a breach of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, as amended. Joining us live is Nasarawa Chairman of Association of Local Government of Nigeria, Algon Alhaji Aminu Muazu. My fact, we'll go on a short break and we'll soon be back. Welcome back. We had technical issues connecting with our first guest. We moved to the second topic for the day, And we are very grateful to our guest who is literally on as we speak. The Speaker of the Ondo State House of Assembly, Olamide Oladiji, has revealed that as part of efforts at ending the political crisis in the state, President Bola Tinubu had asked the Deputy Governor, Lucky Aiyedatiwa, to tender an undated resignation letter. And despite moves by President Tinubu and the leadership of All Progressives Congress APC to resolve the political crisis currently rocking governance in that state, the issues seem to be piling up by the day as the State Assembly has demanded the resignation letter of Aiyedatiwa as proposed by the President. Joining us live is Kennedy Peretai, PDP Publicity Secretary, Ondo State. Honorable Peretai, good to have you guesting on Plus Politics.
Thank you so much. Good evening. The name is pronounced Perete.
Thank you very much. I was just about saying, I hope I have not murdered the name. I really wouldn't like to be accused of murder,
okay.
You know.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. What is happening in your state? Just when we thought we had made some steps in the direction of progress, the crisis seems to be recalibrating and moving in the direction of discombobulation. What is happening?
Well, you will recall that immediately they returned from Abuja, I issued a statement to say that what President Tinubu has done amounts to window dressing, that the issues have not been addressed, and that as long as the governor of Ondo State, Rotimi Akeredolu, remains in hiding, as it were, it means there is not going to be respite, and the siege was still on. But 2 days after, we saw the first fireworks. You know, the State Assembly was said to have been, they are said to have received a list of nominees for to be council chairman and vice chairman. And we were told reliably that the deputy governor was not to know of it. But before we knew it, we went to court. The court did not give us a date, but we actually issued a statement saying that what they did was an illegality, because as far as the Constitution of Nigeria is concerned, local governments are supposed to be administered by democratically elected officials. That is Section 7 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended. But they have not done that. Yesterday, the High Court in Ondo State gave us an order restraining them from swearing the illegal chairman. But we're told that by around 8 p.m., they hurriedly went to the Cocoa Conference Hall and swore them in. So we have not seen the last of this crisis. It has just started as far as I'm concerned.
As the official opposition party, we know this is the presidential system of government and we don't quite have something akin to official opposition party as you have in the parliamentary system of government. But the PDP would ordinarily be referred to as the leading opposition party in the state. What are the options that the PDP has at this juncture beyond noise making? You must have some constitutional remedies. You have members in the State House of Assembly, don't you?
Yeah, we have 4 members. You know, what we are having in those states is quite embarrassing. And statesmen, elder statesmen like Chief Ruben Fashionti have intervened. They have written to Mr. President. We have also provided options. What can be done? First, if Rotimi Akeredolu cannot resume, as is the case now, we have also proposed that he should honorably resign, because as it is now, Ondo State is drifting. Nobody is in charge of the affairs of Ondo State. There is no governor, there is no deputy governor. The third in rank, which is the Speaker of Assembly, has been embroiled in a crisis with the deputy governor in the state. So, but the House of Assembly is operating, not as on the basis of parties. Once they enter plenary, or once they enter the one that they call executive session, according to them, they operate together. So it is not the matter of whether this person is PDP or this person is.
I would suppose that statement that once they enter executive session, they operate together is an indictment of your party. That your members in the House of Assembly are lacking ideological commitment. They have no respect for the Nigerian Constitution, and they go in cahoot with the majority party that is seemingly slapping the Constitution black and blue.
No, I've not said that. If you remember the processes that were involved, at a particular time, 11 members of the 26 members of Assembly were opposed to the impeachment. The 4 members, the PDP members in that assembly, are part of the 11. So we cannot say that they are working together with the APC majority. I've not said that. What I said was that at a time when some lists were making the rounds about signatures, one of the members from the PDP, that's the minority leader of the House, said that the list that was seen in public domain with the signature was the list they signed for attendance in one of their meetings. It was not for impeachment. But as it were, it was difficult for him to come to the public and make that known so that it will not be a case of the majority suspending the minority, which happens all the time. We saw it in Edo State, where the governor made sure that some members of the assembly were suspended, and for a period of almost 3.5 years. You also need some tact so that you don't get expelled, you don't get removed from parliament, and you'll be helpless, even though they don't have such powers. So that is exactly what I mean, that when they enter into executive session, they operate as a body, not as this one is PDP or this one is APC, not because they are collaborating with the so-called majority.
However, the Constitution also has a provision that empowers the lower house of the National Assembly in a crisis situation like this, especially where you have an aberrant House of Assembly, to take over the powers of the State House of Assembly. And I would suppose at this juncture, the members of the PDP, both from Ondo State and at large in the National Assembly, especially the House of Representatives, ought to be articulating the implementation of that provision now. Don't you think so?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, the issues are still being pursued because there is a provision, a constitutional provision, which says that if the governor is unable to perform the duties of his office or the president beyond a particular point, maybe beyond 21 days, I think section 190, subsection 2, it says that the deputy governor is supposed to be empowered through the doctrine of necessity to act in the position of the governor, which is what we have asked the Ondo State House Assembly to do, and they have not done. But in this case, what is clear to the public is that the Speaker of the Ondo State House Assembly is a master of impunity. He is somebody who has made up his mind that he will stand against the will of the people, the wishes of the people, and continue to take instructions from wherever source is taking this instruction from. For example, how on earth can a speaker say that he was constituting caretaker committees when the Constitution clearly states that elections and democratically elected officials are supposed to run the affairs of the local government? So is it not the case of the lawmaker breaking the law? So Oladipo has clearly shown himself as incompetent and against the wishes of the people. So we are still in court in several of these cases.
I hope, Kennedy, I hope you know the difference between what is called politicking and realpolitik. Kennedy, any reasonable Nigerian will agree with you that mountains of illegalities are literally being, are metaphorically being built in Ondo State. But the problem that an average, reasonable, well-educated, well-enlightened Nigerian would have is that what beyond the histrionics of talk, and talk is cheap. What is a party like PDP doing? Are you taking recourse to the law? Because as we speak, the Speaker of the House of Assembly and the controlling party in the House of Assembly are no bigger than the rule of law. And the only machinery that you have to articulate the effectiveness of the rule of law, we don't seem to see you guys articulating it. So is it just going to be you'll be speaking grammar, and the illegality will be going on?
Let me explain to you, please. Now, you said whether there is a difference between politics and realpolitik. I don't know about that. But what I can tell you is that when this matter started, apart from beyond issuing statements, beyond issuing press statements, we staged a protest in which I'm sure you are aware that armored personnel carrier was moved to our office to seal it up by the Commissioner of Police for days. And yesterday, we have a court injunction restraining the government of Ondo State, anybody for that matter, from swearing in local government administrators or local government chairmen. Last night, at about 8 o'clock, 9 p.m. in the night, they went and swore in these people against a court order that is before them that they were served with this injunction. So when you are talking about people that are flagrantly, stamping on the Constitution of Nigeria and stamping on the interests of the people, what else can we do? They are in court, even in this case of the assembly, and the swearing in of this illegal local government chairman. Then, as per enforcing the law to making Ondo State benefit from governance, because since the heart of the ship of the state is breaking apart, nobody is in charge of anything. So we are trying to go to court, but the courts don't. We are not the judges. It is what they give us. Even this matter that was decided yesterday, we filed on the 13th of November. We didn't get a date until yesterday. So it is what we can do is just within the law. The policeman came and said about we cannot even proceed on a legitimate protest. And our rights as Nigerians is enshrined, is constitutionally granted guarantee that we can demonstrate, we can move freely. But they stopped us. We went to court, but they said since they have released our office, we are free to go. So these are the things we are talking. State protest, go to court, approach the court. I hear that one now. I say, come and be acting government. Or go to Aketi, wherever he is, and bring him to Ondo State. As we speak, we don't even know where he is. The people that are managing him have not told us where Aketi is. And for more than 6 months, nobody has seen this man in public space. What are we talking about?
Well, a couple of weeks ago, about 3 or 4 weeks ago, we saw pictures of Southwest APC governors in a camaraderie session with him, reportedly in his house in Ibadan. But that does not, what is happening in Ondo State is saddening. For a man who, for the better part of his adult life, had epitomized, and I'm choosing my words carefully, had epitomized the rule of law, the integrity of the law, to be the chief dramatis persona. Now that all these illegalities are built around, it's saddening. But you know what? Politics sometimes, the way you partisans play it, and none of you can be said to be innocent. I'm sitting here now feeling frustrated as a Nigerian, feeling abused, and yet You know, I can't blame you. You've tried the way of the courts. The speaker reportedly, allegedly, from what you said now, deliberately disrespected the order of the court yesterday. So you've told us, allegedly. I'm not affirming it. But what else can be done? This madness has to be tackled.
What the Speaker of the House of Assembly and those working in cahoots with him are asking for is anarchy. Because in a state where laws are not obeyed, laws are put in place for the order of society, for the good of well-being of the state. So in a situation whereby somebody flagrantly abuses the law, is tramples on the law, and says, what can you do? It means we're asking for anarchy. If a man slaps you, maybe you go to court. Say, look, somebody has slapped you.
I wouldn't want to encourage you, Kennedy, especially for somebody who holds a very lofty office of, very lofty office in a major political party, to speak as though you are encouraging violence.
Well, I'm saying, even if the president, Jeff Kennedy says so, those who make peaceful change impossible, make a violent change inevitable. That's what I'm saying. That it's an invitation to
I'm basically counseling, especially yourself, that you must be very, very determined not to be seen to be encouraging violence. Number one,
you must I've not said so. I'm only stating the obvious. I'm
not condemning you, but I have a duty too to make sure that you are made to realize that some of your emotive pronouncements can be misconstrued by those who are ill-educated, who are not as exposed as you are, and that is why it is incumbent on me to make sure that I let you realize that you have a duty, especially to a system that you are profiting from, to be very circumspect in your use of language.
No, what do you mean by profiting from? Is this situation profiting from in what sense? I'm a Nigerian. I'm not in government.
No, you are the spokesperson of one of the two major parties in Nigeria. Yes, in a state of anarchy, there wouldn't be room for you to even sit.
I think it's better that you get me clearly. It's better you get me clearly. What I said, those who make peaceful change impossible.
I'm familiar with the dictum. I'm familiar with the dictum. I'm familiar with the dictum, Kennedy, and I know how. I'm equally very, very angry. I must be very honest with you, and it's so much painful because on a previous occasion that Aketi stood for the integrity of the Constitution and our laws. He actually counseled somebody who was in the same situation that he is in now to resign. If Aketi resigns today, it will not be in penury. It will not be hungry. It will not lack anything that will still protect his life and give him the dignity of an upper class life in Nigeria. So why are people now determined to push him in the direction of stigmatizing his legacy? Because at this juncture, Aketi's legacy as a human being is practically been stigmatized. I think it's about time members of his family, close members of his family, and people, the anger zone, who think they are profiting from this, they are rubbishing his legacy. My opinion, it doesn't make it this thing, but this is saddening, very saddening.
It's unfortunate. It's quite unfortunate that Ondo State is in this state of affairs, because Ondo State is populated by very cerebral and people who are well-to-do in every walk of life. But where we have found ourselves is quite unfortunate, and we are using the opportunity to plead with those that are holding Ondo State by the jugular, that they should release Ondo State so that we can have peace in Ondo State, we can have governance in Ondo State the way it ought to be. Anybody can be ill. Nobody is challenging the fact that Akedi, why should it be ill? No, why not? Anybody can be ill. But the Constitution provides for a situation like this. So once it happens, there is a constitutional safeguard which must lash onto for the state to move forward, which is what some people are holding back, including the Speaker of the Ondo State Assembly. For example, how can anybody tell a man that was duly elected to bring a letter of resignation that is not dated? Where on earth is it hide? Where has that kind of thing ever happened before? It's ridiculous, and it's actually making Ondo State look like people don't even know what they are doing. And just a few people are doing all of this. And we are using the opportunity to plead with them that it will be in their own very best interest, because there's posterity in everything we do. There's history. I'm going to record for everybody which role individuals played in this drama. And we are just doing our own part as much as we are able to do, using the law as our guide.
This issue of Aiyedatiwa having been made by the president to sign an undated letter of resignation, one does not know how far that is true, but I just pray it's not true. And the reason why I pray it's not true is that His Excellency the President may be walking a very, very thin line of decency on that subject. For a man who, for a time in his life, stood against the Gorgon Medusa of autocracy, fought for democracy, had to go to exile for democracy, being privy. I just pray it's not true. And you see, I don't suppose people like you two or people
the Speaker said so. Speaker of the Ondo State Assembly said so in plenary. It is in black and white. He said so. It's on tape. I'm not the person saying it.
I understand your point, Kennedy. But at this juncture, I am not one that respects that speaker so much anymore, because he could say anything. A character like that could say anything to either want to bamboozle those who are not standing with him, or wanting to machinate his own selfish ambition. Because all this, to any political tea leaf reader, all this is about the ambitions, the vaulting ambitions of these characters. Or am I wrong?
Because, very correct, sir. What I said in some of the statements I issued earlier was that I expected Mr. President, who's also a veteran in this business of politics, to know that what is at stake is the 2024 elections coming up in Ondo State. Who will succeed Aketi in the APC? So it is a fireworks that is connected with who becomes the successor to Aketi to pick the APC ticket. Now, whatever it was, Aiyedatiwa is deputy governor, and he has a constitutional duty or responsibility to take over from Aketi if Aketi is incapacitated in this manner. But those who are also eyeing the governorship seat know that if Aiyedatiwa becomes acting governor, they will be at a disadvantage in the contest for the APC ticket. This is the underlying factor. This is what is behind all the fireworks I've seen.
I hope some of those who advise the president will remember that they literally, including the president, literally took to the streets when it was necessary to help articulate the emergence of the then Vice President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan to have the Constitution work as it ought to work for him. And now, Kennedy, how do you want to end this? We really have to go now.
Yeah, let me say that the problems that we have in Ondo State are being inflamed by the president himself, because if some people are becoming difficult to deal with, they are refusing court orders. You know, he has that wit, he has that act, he has that strength. He's the leader of party in the APC, he's the president of the country. So it should have been able to streamline this operation, especially because after the Yaradua Jonathan incident, the National Assembly inserted this section into the Constitution that if a situation like this happens, that the doctrine of necessity be invoked, as in Section 190, subsection 2. So there would have been no ambiguity as to what. Imagine a president calling a meeting of that nature, and Aketi is not able to attend. That in itself is a statement. It means that if it were not something serious that was holding him down.
Okay, Kennedy, I feel you, as they say on the streets. I really pray that we always throw Christianese and Pentecostalism into it in Nigeria, but it's about time this unedifying situation in Ondo State ended. About time it ended. Thank you very much, Kennedy.
Thank you.
Thank you for gracing the show.
Thank you so much.
Today's throwback. Jos, a city that defines Nok antiquity, modern mining, and cosmopolitanism. In the depths of a giant nation that Nigeria is, among the rolling hills and lush landscapes, lies the city of Jos, a place whose history is as rich as the deposits of cassiterite, that is, the mineral from which tin, which at the dawn of the 1900s drew the exploitative attention of the British colonialists, who lured in laborers from all the major tribes of Nigeria, is derived. As the sun rises over the picturesque plateau, it illuminates a land that has been shaped by the footprints of ancient civilizations and the imprint of colonial rule, fostering a unique natural tapestry that weaves together the stories of the Nok people and the legacy of British influence. Long before the arrival of the colonialists, the land that would come to be known as Nigeria was home to the enigmatic Nok people, skilled artisans whose exquisite terracotta sculptures still captivate the imagination of modern-day archaeologists. The Nok people, thought to have thrived around 1000 before Christ, in the vicinity of today's city of Jos and the sprawling Nok Valley, which reaches far out to parts of Kaduna, indeed Kwara, left behind a trail of mastery and mystery. With their sudden disappearance in the late first millennium shrouded in the mist of time, the echoes of the Nok people lingered in the fertile soil of Jos as indigenous ethnic groups, predominantly farmers, cultivated the land and forged their own traditions and ways of life. As the wheels of history turned, the British colonialists cast their gaze upon the beautiful land, enticed by the discovery of vast deposits of cassiterite, the primary ore for the production of tin. The allure of mineral wealth led to the establishment of Jos as an important center for tin mining, forever altering the course of its history. The British, under the governance of direct rule, remember that the Fulani never conquered the aboriginals of the Benue Plateau territory, made their presence felt in Jos Plateau, a marked divergence from the indirect rule they employed in the Fulani Emirates. As the colonialists set foot on the soil of Jos, a coalition of cultures unfolded, with the indigenous ethnic groups navigating the complexities of a changing world while preserving the essence of their heritage. The rhythms of everyday life intertwined with the cadence of colonial influence, shaping the trajectory of the metropolis which Jos became and its people. Amidst the backdrop of tin mines and trading hubs, Jos emerged as a testament to resilience, inclusivity, and adaptation, a melting pot of tradition and transformation. The spirit of the Nok people found new expression in the midst of modernity, their legacy interwoven with the narrative of progress and perseverance. Against the enrapturing backdrop of rolling hills, the city stood as a testament to the enduring spirit of its inhabitants, who wove the fabric of their lives with threads of history and hope. In the heart of Jos, the history of resistance of tribal domination and millennia of anthropological artisanal mastery converge, creating a tapestry that captures the essence of a city shaped by the forces of change and the echoes of the past. I am Bola Oba.
I have not come across a blind person who have become sighted. Unfortunately, I've come across too many sighted people who have become blind.
I stood for like maybe 2 or 3 minutes, was like, a blind individual writing like this. Even a typical human being cannot do most of what he is doing.
They are pushed aside. They look them as perpetual beggars, and it's not supposed to be. Some of us, we are learned. We don't need pity. We need opportunities. We need encouragement.
A February 2021 report by the World Health Organization says that globally, 2.2 billion people have a visual impairment. Of that number, 64 million people suffer from glaucoma, the leading cause of irreversible blindness in the world. It is projected that by the year 2030, 95.4 million people would suffer from the disease. Being a black person is a risk factor. At Ikeja Junior High School, Lagos, Nigeria, there are 55 steps from one end of the hallway to the other. There are 18 steps down the stairwell and 15 steps between classes. Cyril Ujime counted them all because he needed the figures as well as his white cane to find his way around work.
It's more than the cost price.
Cyril is a 48-year-old visually impaired mathematician. He teaches math here to students with and without hearing disabilities in junior secondary classes 1 to 3. This situation presents a peculiar communication challenge.
Imagine they will do sign language, I cannot see what they are signing. I will talk, they cannot hear what I'm saying. So if they want to talk, I cannot even hear them. They will make noise with it. And it has really been a very difficult situation. How are you today? Fine. I had to learn a little bit of sign language, and that gladdened their heart. They love seeing me making that effort to communicate with them. Unfortunately, they feel, because I cannot see them back, they feel saddened about it, that I'm not seeing them sign back to me, communicating with me in their own way.
Here's where 30-year-old Tawalkat Babatunde comes in.
Take note, it's over the cost price, not the selling price.
She's a sign language specialist at the school. She works with Cyril to coordinate and communicate math lessons to the class.
I'll make sure the class is being arranged. Okay, keep quiet, watch what he's saying, explain. When he's explaining, I'll demonstrate. You do give them classwork and homework. I'll mark it, distribute it to the students. Honestly, the first day we worked together, I stood at just for like maybe 2 or 3 minutes, was like, a blind individual writing like this. Even a typical human being cannot do most of what he is doing. So I was amazed.
Cyril Ojeme is a 1996 graduate of Pure and Applied Mathematics from the University of Ilorin, Kwara State. He's also an award-winning math and further math teacher with experience spanning 11 different schools in 5 states across Nigeria since 1999. Cyril recalls a childhood experience that motivated him to take up teaching as a career.
I used to have a math teacher. He would just put some problems on the board and I would just be smiling. We would not be able to solve it. So in my mind, I said, I want to be a teacher whereby I will make math to look simpler than what this man is doing.
That resolve made in the early 80s still nudges him to demystify math for children today. However, in 2012, Cyril was diagnosed with glaucoma. This almost puts paid to his life ambition of teaching math.
When I first of all found out 2012, it was like a shock to me. Because as at then, in my family, the extended family, we only know for maybe eye issues such as myopia or long distance issue. Then maybe at worst cataracts, but nothing like glaucoma. So it was a surprise to me. And when it started, it was as if it was an insect in my eye that was blurring my vision. So when I was told it was glaucoma, I went to Google it to read more about it. When I learned it was white blindness, I got a bit scared at first. But I said, okay, let me see what can be done.
Dr. Adiola Onokoya is a professor of ophthalmology at the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, LUTH. She throws some light on Cyril's condition.
Glaucoma is the commonest cause of irreversible blindness. It's a disease of the nerve of the eye. That nerve is like a cable that connects the eyeball to the brain. In glaucoma, what happens is there's some damage, inside the eyeball where you have those nerves originating from that we call the optic nerve. They are damaged. And what damages them? Well, it's either there isn't enough blood flowing into them or because there's a lot of pressure inside the eye. And once those cells in the eye die, even the eye is opened, is looking at whatever object, but there is no connection. There's a disconnect between what the eye sees and the brain. So the eye looks normal, but no image processing is taking place.
What causes glaucoma and how can it be treated?
Nobody knows the cause. And if the cause of a disease is not known, then there's no cure. It's commoner in blacks than in the Caucasian. There's just an inherent, risk for us to develop glaucoma, being blacks. And then if you have a family history, because genetics is at the basis of glaucoma, really. And then if that pressure is high, that's eye pressure, intraocular pressure, if it's high. And then people who have severe hypertension, people who have very low blood pressure, even people who are using low blood pressure medication, but they are overusing it. Management of the glaucoma, we can give eye drops. And if the eye drops are not working well, then you may have to go to surgery. It's a lifelong disease. But suffice is to say that once you have lost vision from glaucoma, it is not recovered.
Cyril was in the prime of his career when glaucoma struck. He was deputy head of the math department, mathematics coordinator, and was vying to be head of senior school before he began to have challenges with his vision. The new reality devastated him. He began to struggle with tasks that were once easy.
Then, to be moving around, it was difficult for me. There are times I would just miss my way when going to the class. I would not really know the right class that I'm going to until I therefore come back and count my steps again. Some of my colleagues will be assisting me in typing, to be marking that I'm going through a phase. And I thank God for my colleagues then who rallied around me to see that I was not failing. Being a private institution, you are not looking at whether you are going through a phase or whether you are going through a medical situation. There was for you to be effective, no matter what it takes. Be effective. Don't go down. Don't relent in your effort. So I was trying to meet up.
He sought medical help in 2012. However, the doctor's strike paralyzed healthcare services for 6 months. In that time, his eyesight worsened.
For 6 months, when they were on strike, I could not get medical attention, and that was when the eyes deteriorated. Thereafter, when they called back the strike, it was a bit late. The pressure in the eyes became very high and uncontrollable. Despite eye drops and medication, it just skyrocketed. If the doctors were on ground, I would have been able to get the proper medical attention on time. I would be able to at least know the right eye drops to take to preserve the vision. And I'll be able to at least, if it was not becoming better, at least the doctors would have been able to refer me to Lutz or even to another institution entirely for me to get proper attention.
Indeed, the lack of a reliable healthcare system in Nigeria does jeopardize the health of citizens. Additionally, glaucoma does not show symptoms. Therefore, Cyril only began to have signs of visual impairment in the advanced stages of the disease.
We usually advise that we should get our eyes tested regularly. Once you are above the age of 35, you should make it a point of duty to get your eyes examined once in 2 years. But if you have a family member who suffers from glaucoma, or you have a family member who is blind, you don't know why, you should check your eyes for glaucoma. So regular eye examination is the way to detect it at a very early stage. And once it is detected, treatment is started, and we can then slow down that rate of progression.
As Cyril's eyesight was deteriorating, his work at Olashere Grammar School in Osun State was failing. In March 2015, he made a decision he never imagined he would take in his early 30s. Cyril Ojemen resigned.
I had to meet the HOD, my supervisor, that look, I cannot continue like this, that I don't want to be a burden to the students, members of staff, and especially my immediate colleagues. It's best for me to quit while the ovation was still loud.
Nothing prepared him for the challenges ahead. He was about to face trying times due to a deteriorating vision and a lack of steady income.
2016 to 2018, I will call those 2 years the worst period of my life. Number one, I stopped going out. 2, feeding myself, my family became difficult. 3, paying for children's school fees stopped. After exhausting my gratuity, nothing was coming in, a lot of expenditure came in, no income. So everything was just dry. And I felt for my children because it was something they never expected, never wanted to experience. My wife did all she could to support, but it was all to no avail. She became more or less like a beggar, asking people around for assistance. Myself, I started calling people, calling my brothers, calling those that I know, those who I don't know, to see what they can do to help me out. I got almost to a stage of depression, but my wife and my children, they stood by me, they encouraged me that it's not over.
Just when the nights got darkest, some lights shone through. Cyril got to know of the Federal Nigeria Society for the Blind at Kappa, Oshodi. It's a special rehabilitation center for the blind. He didn't have the funds to enroll for the vocational training course. His friends and family began an online campaign to crowdfund his rehabilitation.
The help started with my classmates, Federal Government College Kano classmates. They came in. At first, they helped with the surgery, But after just to keep body and soul together, my elder brother came in, then ex-students, those that I taught, came in as well. And they rallied around, helped me out until I graduated.
With his fees paid, he began a 1-year process to rehabilitate for his new life.
I did braille reading and writing, we did rehabilitation and mobility. Mobility is by means of how you move around without being aided with the use of a white cane. This is a white cane. It's a white cane. You just put it on the ground and you just be feeling around. It guides one, a visually impaired person, to move around freely without any fear of falling down. Then I learned how to operate the computer using keystrokes. My students from Ikeja Junior High School.
E4, 40, E4.
So I'm going through their scores. Gradually, I started getting used again to the laptop, something I felt I could not do again. And what really helped me was the application that was installed in the computer. It's called JAWS, Job Access with Speech. On the phone, we have what we call TalkBack. So that's the way we started using handset and the computer in general. The experience changed my life and my way of seeing life in a new perspective.
In 2019, Cyril graduated as the best student at the rehabilitation school. Thereafter, he enrolled in another course by Sightsavers, an international non-governmental organization dedicated to empowering the visually impaired with digital skills.
Sightsavers really helped me out in terms of how to replan yourself, how to organize your career, how to work out your CV to make it to be a one-page document, how to prepare for an interview, what kind of questions to expect, how to do follow-up after an interview, then preparing for the work environment, and it gave me that boost and that confidence to be bold, to be self-confident, to be to have that charisma, to have that character, to move on. So Sightsavers did that for me.
Despite all this training, he was not quite prepared for the challenge of getting back into the labor market as a person with disability. Luckily, an old connection came through.
The person's name is Mrs. Grace Egbobi. I will be grateful to her. She got in touch with me and said, there's an opening in the public sector. They are looking for a maths teacher, and she's going to submit my name, being that that's my course. And an interview was conducted, and today I was employed. I was posted to Ikeja Junior High School. When I first of all met the principal, Mr. Safiu, he said he's not going to reject me because he sees in me something that will be of benefit to the school.
He gave me a brief interview in my office, and he told me that he will be able to handle mathematics skillfully. So I said, let me give him a try. And since then, I've been watching him. And what I noticed about him is that he has great passion for this job. You will never see him coming late to work. He's always front in the class, and he does the work with passion.
I'm happy his decision of accepting me is paying dividends now. And ever since I stepped in here, I've been putting my best, and I believe the best is still yet to come.
Just when he thought getting a job was hard enough, commuting to and from work as a visually impaired man became a tough road to travel.
When I leave the compound, I stay at the gate side. The person that do help us at times, he comes in, he will take me to the bus stop. I will enter a bus going to Oshodi. I will drop at Kappa. From Kappa, I will take a bus coming down to PWD. Drop at PWD. When I get down, God has been faithful. Somebody is always there. They will take me across the railway track and to the other side, bring me over to this side, to the GRA side, drop me at the gates, At times it will be a teacher, a fellow teacher. At times it will be a student. At times just be a passerby who has a maker of kindness in him or her.
This is David Okon, former president of the Nigeria Association of the Blind. He is the current chairman of the association's education committee. Okon was born sighted, but became blind as an infant. Like Cyril, he had a hard time securing a job despite his skills and education. He's now a staunch advocate for equal opportunities for persons with disabilities.
Blind people can work as long as they have the education that is required. They need training like other people. It might be some specialized training, but honestly it doesn't cost the price of a rocket. They need equipment that will make them function appropriately. That might cost a little more than what you give. But every employer should think this way.
Okon also analyzes the role that the Nigerian society has played in perpetuating the belief that persons with disabilities are outcast.
The society is yet to come to terms with the fact that a blind person or a person with disability is a member of the society. Or they see him as that lesser being. You can even hear things like, this handsome man or this beautiful girl or lady is blind. That is just nothing but pity. But are they ready to see you as an equal stakeholder in the society, in the organization, in the workplace, in the school environment, even in the church? The answer is not in the affirmative for now. A blind person would have ordinarily not been so disadvantaged if the society was more enabled. The environment, the road networks was not built with me in mind. And even when the government even did some walkways, pavements that you could walk and not be run down by moving traffic, you find out that that is not possible because the walkways have now become markets. The bike owners, ones we call Okada, park their bikes on top there. And so I now it would then be as if I'm more handicapped than I should be.
Drawing from his personal experience with disability discrimination, Cyril makes a passionate plea for an inclusive society.
Those who have physical disabilities, they are pushed aside. They look them as perpetual beggars. And it's not supposed to be. Some of us, we are learned. We don't need pity. We need opportunities. We need encouragement. Those who are lacking education, they need to go to school. Those who need employment, they need to get employment. Those who need to even start their own crafts and their own little business, they need such help.
Every 6 minutes, someone is told they're going blind. Leading medical journal Lancet Global Health projects that global blindness will triple by 2050 to 115 million. Okon speaks to these figures as he calls for a paradigm shift in how society views and treats persons with disabilities.
I have not come across a blind person who have become sighted. Unfortunately, I've come across too many sighted people who have become blind. The question then is, why don't you think of making the society a better place? In case it will be that person you know, or even you, because there's nothing that says that it cannot be you tomorrow. So that will not join us in the cry and lamentations that we're going through.
In January 2019, President Muhammadu Buhari signed the Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities Prohibition Act. The Act criminalizes discrimination against persons with disabilities and requires all public organizations to reserve at least 5% of employment opportunities for these persons. But that law has the challenge of enforcement. As for Cyril Ojemen, he has found a job that pays him 2 times Nigeria's minimum wage, and he plans to retire in the teaching profession. However, many other PWDs are not as lucky. They can be found on the streets, begging for alms to survive, or locked up in homes, hidden by their families for fear of discrimination.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thought and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
Hello, you're welcome to this edition of our program, Timeless Conversations. Today, my guest is my friend, is a brother, and he'll soon become a grandfather. This friend of mine is a chemical engineer, he's a serial entrepreneur, and he's always restless. Please welcome with me my friend and brother, Adeola Adelanwa. We call him Tori.
Adeola Adelanwa is an entrepreneur with professional and business experience in several sectors. They include manufacturing, agriculture, aviation, technology, food and beverage services. He is a process analyst with proven skills in process improvement in several commercial and business operations. In 1985, he graduated with an honors degree in chemical engineering from the University of Lagos. A master's degree in the same course from the same university came in 1987. Adeola had worked in several organizations before branching out on his own. In 2009, he founded Mobile Kitchens Limited, the first truck-based catering company in Nigeria, specializing in high-volume packed meals and event catering. In 2018, he set up a water bottling business called Hagnos. The idea behind the brand was to change how Nigerians accessed and purchased water. A sports enthusiast who enjoys playing football and cycling, Adeola is widely traveled and constantly seeks knowledge.
Thank you very much, Lekon. It's good to be here.
Nice to have you. Now, let's look at something. You're a businessman, a serial entrepreneur, You've been self-employed for so long. I can't even remember the last time you took down a job that somebody was paying you. What has your experience been like? What's driving you?
Long story. I think my last job was with Concorde Airlines, where I was GM, and that was 1991. You know, I think I left at the end of 1990 to go and start my own thing in 1991. And this is my thinking. If you really want to be rich, comfortable, and you don't really want to dip your hands, you know, into people's funds or whatever, you better be doing your own thing. Besides that, I'm one that loves freedom. I want to be able to get up and, you know, spend my time whichever way I deem fit. So that was it. You know, that was it, because people questioned me then. You know, I was very young. You know, when I was GM of an airline, I was doing okay. I think I had like 2 official cars. You know, just you know, about married, just newly married. You know, and things were great. You know, and many people questioned me, why are you leaving that, you know, that comfort, you know, to go and do, you know, things on your, you know, your own, knowing that, you know, it may be difficult. And I was like, you never know, you know, let's give it a try. And then that's how, you know, that's how I left Concorde Airlines, you know, and I started up a place called Ultimate Vision. Ultimate Vision, obviously at that time, you know, there were no funds, you know, to do any massive thing, but I had a lot of skill set, and I thought that, look, if we ran a training organization, that was a good way to start, and that was what Ultimate Vision was doing. But what I did, you know, which was unusual at that time, was there were a few people who I thought were influencing Nigerians in different spheres. Okay, I didn't know them from Adam. You know, we had late Rufus Giwa. He was MD of Lever Brothers, if you remember. There was Mr. Makoju, yes, who was the MD of West African Portland Cement. You know, there was the banker. You know, he was with. He was deputy. You know, MD of that bank set up by Adekoye, you know, at that time, that elderly man, you know, and all that. And then we had Chief Mrs. Kuforiji Olubi. Okay, so I wrote to them and I said to them that I wanted them to be, you know, on my advisory board, that this was what I wanted to do, you know, and it's unbelievable the kind of support that I got, you know, from them, you know, at that time, and that's where the story started.
And then you moved on to a truck or something like that.
No, before then, before the truck, you know, it's a long time coming. Before the truck, then came the technology, card-based technology, you know, where you do identification cards, you know, and all of that, okay? So I set up a company called IT Village, okay? And what we did with that was we could set up databases while also making identification cards, you know. That was the time the PVC card, you know, started, you know, in Nigeria. And we started with that, you know, as well. You know, I did for the Nigerian Navy, you know, did for, you know, quite a number of people. So that company itself was thriving. But at the same time, we still had the training school, you know, running its own, you know, and all that. So basically that was that as well.
As someone with an engineering background, is it easier to assume that you can branch into anything, any area of development or discovery? Does your engineering background give you an advantage? Does it?
Yeah, you know, the thing with by the way, you know, I read chemical engineering, and chemical engineering is, you know, some other people call it process engineering. So it's very methodical, you know, it's about setting up processes. And if you understand that, and of course, if you understand figures as well, and I would think that if you're an engineering student, you would understand, you know, figures. That made it, you know, okay. If you look at the statistics of the top companies, you know, top MBA holders in the world, you know, they're engineers. You know, they've come from engineering background and they're easily able to fit into that. So it's a training. And, you know, I must say particularly that, you know, when we were in Unilag, we were taught by really good teachers who had attended the best schools in the world. I think that's really the difference between what you're getting now from our universities and when we went to universities. I mean, my lecturers were first-class graduates from MIT, okay? Of course, some of them finished from IFE as well before they went overseas, but all of these guys had gone to the best engineering schools, you know, wherever you think these schools may be. And these were the guys that taught us. So it made a lot of difference, you know, in our lives.
Yes, I'm going to do this in return.
Okay.
Since you've gone there, let's get it together. Today's jobs. Are our universities reacting to what the job market really wants? Are they?
Yeah, you see, Leko, let me say this. You know, it's unfortunate that there are really no bright sparks, you know, across board in our country at the moment. Look, when I got admitted, you know, into Imperial College in England, I didn't have to sit for an interview. I did not have to sit for an interview. It was just based on the transcripts of my results from the University of Lagos. Okay, that's how respected our unis were. Even when I was struggling to say that, look, I couldn't get the fees together and all that, they were ready to defer my admission by 1 year and then give me a list of places, you know, I could write to secure, you know, scholarships. Okay, that's how good our schools were. Okay, now, what we have done is we have refused to let the schools evolve. When you have a country like ours and in the kind of environment that we are, you would think that, yes, government must be involved in everything because that's, you know, they have the money and all of that. But I think, you know, we should have allowed more private participation in those government universities, not necessarily allow, you know, what we have with the new unis now and all that. And then look at what we have with the top. We're supposed to be the top government universities. It's always one strike or the other. Yeah. I mean, you can tell when a child will go into school, but you couldn't even tell when this child will graduate. We didn't have that. I mean, even as rascally as we were in school, we had riots, obviously, but, you know, we didn't have situations where lecturers themselves I mean, it was totally, I can't remember lecturers going on strike when we were in school. It was the students who caused the havoc, and then they would shut us down for 2-3 weeks, and then we'll come back and school will resume. But it's the other way around now.
In the area of strike management and human resource management, would you say that there was a lot more maturity in the process back in the day?
No, I'm not even sure if it's maturity. I think a lot of things that's wrong with us can be traced to economic. It's pure economic. And I'll paint it for you. Okay, so you have a lecturer who is hardly able to feed his family. How do you expect him to, you know, to just focus on research? How do you expect him to just focus on? Because every day, the money he gets on a monthly basis, you know, is reducing in terms of, you know, how inflation has affected it. Okay, so if a man finds it difficult to live, how will he do the job that you employ him to do? Okay, and if the lecturers can't do research, if they can't, you know, if the lecturers take out more from the system, and I'm talking, you know, in terms of corruption now and all that, what's going to be left? What's going to be left? Okay, so there's no accountability. Then the next thing, obviously, you know, lecturers, you know, they tend to want to also support each other, okay? So they come around each other, and then we just keep having these strikes, you know, that are just never ending.
What about the curriculum? I remember a song by Lagwaja some time ago, where he says that it was the same textbooks that were used in the 60s and the 80s that we're still stuck with in our libraries, in the universities.
No. That you're always going to get that. Don't forget that these teachers are not even doing any research anymore. I mean, we also suffered a bit out of that. I mean, the same lecture notes that I remember, one of my lecturers, Professor Ognaike, came one day, and, we was talking about another lecturer in the university, and he asked to see our notes. And it was basically the same notes that he had been taught with, while he was there. So you have that kind of situation. But the truth is that we have refused to grow with time. We have refused to grow with time.
Is there any escape?
Oh, absolutely. The day we decide that we want to do something about this country, then we know what to do. I am one of those who believe that if we decide that we want to turn Nigeria around, and I'll give you an example, in 15, 20 years, it can happen. Okay? Let me explain to you. Yeah. It's about leadership. Okay, so let's take Lagos State. We all knew what Lagos State was, before Fashola, for example. Yeah. Look, Fashola came and just said, no more driving one way. Mm-hmm. And because we always saw him in traffic, he didn't take shortcuts, no sirens, nothing. We even saw him where he was harassing a military man who had used the BRT lane, I think it was. Yeah, okay, arresting, okay. And all that. Okay, so, and people knew that this was a serious guy. And people just didn't pass one way. Lekon, right now as we're talking, it's a different thing. You see, once the people sense that the leadership is not up to it, the behavior changes. It's a human thing. So it's for me, I think it's about leadership at the end of the day.
We'll take a break now. And when we're back, we're going to talk about some other things that I know you have done, and I'll challenge you to go back down memory lane. Also, some of the things that we did.
Okay.
We'll be back shortly. Welcome back. I'm still with my friend Adeola Adelawa. And remember that you went to Google College, I went to CMS Grammar School. There used to be this convergence in Yaba in those days. It was called the Yaba Show. How active were you there?
Leko, I don't know why you're going this route, really. Look, as young boys, growing up, you remember, CMS boys' school, Bobby boys' school, and boys' school, and all that. Girls' school, and all that. Exactly, And no, it's okay, and and it was, and it was, it was within, the same vicinity. Remember also that, we had buses that we called, Scully. These were buses that were made for students. And you go on them, and all that. So you are in a bus and it's got students from, various schools. Obviously you're going to end up with, friends, And as young boys, you always also played pranks, here and there. But here we are today. We thank God. Let me end it that way.
Just a good description. I went that way because I look at something that is happening in our society today. Our values, what's happening? Our values, we seem to have lost them. It's difficult to make our children who are in their 20s and 30s these days to relate with our core values. What happened to our society?
You've got to understand something, Every society grows up in generations. Mm-hmm. And, what obtains in each generation is different. So you've got to understand that. But values are values. And values should remain constant irrespective of the generation. Okay, so what were the values that we were taught? We were taught the values of honesty. We were taught the values of keeping to time. We were taught the values, of respecting our elders. Yeah. You won't dare go to school and take a biro or pen that belonged to somebody else and take it home. When your parents sees it, you are dead. Yeah. Okay, so these were the kind of values that we were taught with. And I expect that they should be, and all that. But guess what? We live in a different world. These guys have access to all the information. In those days, we didn't have that info. That info resided with your parents. So you always deferred to them. But these kids don't even need to defer to you because they've got everything, flying around them. All they need to do is ask Mr. Google, and they've got as much information, as they have. But what I want to point out is that as parents, and I'll tell you a story which is in a minute. As parents, we must continue to try and instill this in our kids. Now the story is about, EndSARS, that we witnessed, not too long ago. And, my son and my daughter, they were like really into this thing, like you guys have failed us. They have, they just kept, banding this, and all that, And when I wanted to shut them up, what I told them? I gathered them together and I said to them, listen, your friends that you all go out and shout EndSARS and all of these things. I said, some of you are beneficiaries of the corruption you're talking about. Says that, what do you mean? I said, but some of your friends whose parents really shouldn't be able to afford the kind of schools they send their kids to because you know what their parents do. Okay? I said, so I don't see the difference between you, the beneficiary of corruption, and the people who actually perpetrated corruption, and all that. And Lekon, guess what? They shut them up because they saw the point. I said, how many times have you told your friend that, listen, I don't want that because I don't know how you can be able to afford, what you're carrying around? How many times? I said, these were the things that we could do in our days.
I remember in those days, your friends whose parents could afford to give them vehicles, they did not bring them to your house. They will have a lot of explaining to do.
They can't. They can't, because if they did, your own parents will be up in arms, against it, and all that. So these are the things that, that we need to look at,
But this generational development, are they not affecting society? Are they not breaking stuff down?
It will. I mean, what do you think, all the different civilizations, it's always about different, it's always different. The civilizations are always different, and it's always based on what's going on, at that time. But it must never destroy our humanity, okay? It must never destroy our humanity. I mean, these days, what do you get? Somebody gets injured or somebody, and then the next thing, everybody flashes out their phones. And rather than, helping whoever is in distress, or doing something about it, they're recording, and the next thing is they want to send it, out and make it, go viral. It's a kind of generation, it's a kind of, environment we live in now. Okay, everybody has become all of a sudden, a journalist, of some sort. But really, should that define, who people are? That's the question you need to ask yourself.
Now, Deola, you will always be a generational representative anytime. For someone who belongs to the same generation as you, they always see you as someone who is smart, who is committed, who is restless. I also know that you're a sports person. I remember that you played football in school, you did some trials and issues there. However, you spent some time as chairman of Ikorodu United.
Yes.
You ran it. All of a sudden, you stopped. Why?
Sports, from school, I'd always been a sportsman, played football for Unilag, for Igobi College, I represented Lagos State, at the National Sports Festival, doing the sprints, and so on. So I've got that affinity, with sports. Even now, I still play my football, every Sunday, with a group of old men like me. We a few of us, got together, we were passionate about football. And, my friend, Deomi Ogunsoya had said that, guys, we should put our, money where our mouth is. While we're always complaining, about things, we need to do things. And that's how Ikorodu United, came about. Obviously, we named it Ikorodu United because, one, we had got a team from out in Ikorodu, and of course, Deomi, was, it's also from Ikorodu, okay? And we got these young men together, and we thought we could run football like it's done elsewhere, in the world. okay? We're lucky also, we're able to pull in sponsorships, okay? And we started, with this young man, and we're doing okay. But the truth was that the odds were against us, The guys who were supposed to be managing the league itself looked like, they were more interested in what, monies they could pull out from this, when even the guys who were pumping money, running teams, could not even make money from this game.
In what sense?
Okay, for example, I'll tell you, they forced us to buy, footballs from them. Yes, the round thing, yes. Every I don't know, somebody was selling football or something, and they would you can go and buy other balls, but you must buy that 50 from them. Yes, from the guys, managing the league. It's standard, okay? You will play a home game, and they will still insist that you be the ones, paying for security for the stadium.
Whose league was it?
It's their league. But because, you are the home team, you pay. Look, earlier, they changed that, later on. Earlier, the home team would pay the emoluments of the referees. Yes. Okay. I mean, where is the loyalty of the referee supposed to, and all that? They changed it at some point. I have to be fair on them. But the truth was that we had already built up a culture where even the referees expected a certain level of hospitality. All right. So, if you put the statistics down here, go and see the number of away wins that you ever had. There were no away wins. I remember one time we won away at, in Benin, and we were held hostage in the stadium. Where University of Benin. We were held hostage. We couldn't leave the pitch for almost, 30 minutes to 1 hour until, the police came, to kind of rescue us. There you go. So these were the things, that after running it for, I think about 3-4 years, we just felt that it was like, it was putting money down.
3-4 years?
Yes.
What was the annual budget like?
We were spending close to 80 to 100 million on this team every year. Yeah, because look, we had a whole complex where these kids were living. Because we kept them in camp, we were feeding them 3 times a day. We had a foreign coach. We took a guy, because we got some local coaches, but we wanted, a foreign coach to be the head. And so he would help us. The idea was that after 2-3 years, we could have developed our own local coaches under this guy. It wasn't so much the knowledge, but it was so much trying to put the proper structure in place. Because these are guys, who had played, in the World Cup and all of that, and they had played professional football, and they could help us, set up, and all that. And that was it. We couldn't get anything out of it. So we shut down.
Any hope of opening again or restarting Ipodu United or getting involved in sports management again?
No, no. Look, I'll tell you why. We need to change things. Have you ever asked yourself why it is only the teams that are owned by state governments that are thriving? And when I said thriving,
that's where I was going.
Yeah. Have you ever wondered? It's because they have a government budget.
There's an annual budget.
There's an annual budget for every team. Enugu Rangers, Shooting Stars, call them, Plateau United and the rest of them. They all belong to states. And that's the reason. If you look at it, I mean, we all knew what happened. What happened to the man? Eventually, he gave up. Abiola Babes, what happened to them? He gave up. These are private people who came into football.
But you remember that all those clubs of those days, the stationary club of those days, they were private clubs.
Things were different. And I would, okay, so how were things different?
Yes.
Look, if you even look at the way the league is structured, if you have a team in Lagos and you expect that team to go and play in Maiduguri, they're going to drive all the way? Or are they going to fly? You can see the difference. How is the guy supposed to? We didn't have all of those, then. Okay? We didn't have all of those then. We had the major cup was the Challenge Cup. Okay? And even the Challenge Cup in those days was played on a regional basis until, they merge the guys, and then, you play each other, okay? And the truth was that sports was managed differently in those times, okay? I think where we missed the point, really missed the point is when we scrapped the National Sports Commission, okay? And then moved it to the Ministry of Sports.
Are you saying that the Ministry of Sports is killing sports?
I'm not saying it's killing sports, but this is the difference. The National Sports Commission was peopled by sports professionals. Remember Dr. Awotiri Eleyai, Dr. Isaac Akioye. Remember all of these guys? Exactly. Remember these were guys who they were true sports professionals. Okay, and they ran sports. They ran sports. But all of a sudden, we've moved it, to the ministry. And
they even had that, at that time, the National Institute of Sports or something.
Yes, at the National State. Look, the National Institute of Sports was modeled after the Australian Institute of Sports, okay? And everything, Akioye ran that place like, oh, geez, it was fantastic. Even the Eagles used to camp at the NIS. They didn't need to go to it because NIS was actually like a 5-star hotel in itself. They had the rooms that were beautiful, and then they had the swimming pool. They had the cafeteria, and everything was there. And it was just the practice pitch was just a few meters away from the place. Okay, and all of a sudden all of that is gone. Let me ask you a question. You are the one interviewed, but I'll ask you a question. What do you think happened to Festac?
What happened to Festac then?
Festac.
Festac.
Yes, the place.
It was killed because people stopped respecting the rules and the regulations put in place to preserve it. That's it. So I answered your question.
Yeah, it happened in Abuja until El Rufai came. All the open spaces, what happened to them? They were giving them up. People started building.
No, I think there's a problem with us in Nigeria.
You should extend that. I think it's a black man's problem, really.
Because we don't recognize and respect open spaces. I know many estates in this country that were fully sold out, and the new administration or group of people will step into office, and what do? They have their eyes on that place. Rather than opening somewhere fresh, they will go and cut up all the open spaces there and sell to themselves.
Nigeria is a beautiful country. I still will not give up on Nigeria, because I think that, look, despite all this gloom, we still have a country, all right? And the earlier, people realized that look, the Yorubas have a proverb. They said if the sky is going to fall, it's not going to fall on only one man's head. Okay, so we have to do everything, in our power to make sure that this trend is reversed. Okay, people are shouting restructuring and all of that, and so on. Whichever way we want to do it, what I know is that we need to get our acts together.
Yes, we need to get our acts together and see things as we see them.
Oh, absolutely.
In order to help our society. For instance, what is your own take about these scourge that's developing amongst us? Kidnapping, abduction, it's coming to the cities now. What do you think can be done to save us? It's a very, how do I put this? It's sometimes you want to look at, the effect of social media. Mm-hmm. Okay, so sometimes you get the feeling that there are actually people who are so disgruntled and they would rather, everything breaks up. Yeah. There's absolutely no doubt about that in my mind, because I've seen some things that are circulated on social media. Sometimes these are even images that comes from other countries, and they say it's happening, trying to whip up. I saw some last night.
Trying to whip up, the sentiments, and all of that. Okay. I also feel that, the people at the top of this government haven't helped a lot. And why do I say so? The whole country is beginning to perceive that there looks like a plan of a certain tribe to want to dominate everybody else. Okay, that picture has been painted, all right. But not only has that picture been painted, but you see government give credence, to this picture. Yes, to this picture that we're talking about. So you look at that, and then you ask yourself, where is this going to take us? Where will this take us? The moment we started to pay ransom, I knew that it was never going to end, because it then became a business. What's the difference between kidnapping, asking for a ransom, and Yahoo Yahoo? Really? Some people do the Yahoo Yahoo, and some people find it easier, because they cannot operate computers or whatever. So they would rather, kidnap people and ask for money. And we continue to pay, ransom.
Let's take a break. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back. Yes, Tori. Tell me, why did you get called Tori?
No, Leko, we're not going to discuss that on this.
I knew it had to do with football, and I also know the story. But tell us.
It's interesting because I have a family chat group, my wife and, the 2 kids and myself. And when they want to, talk to me, they will say Tori. So, they even call me that as well. That's a name that I picked up my first day in school at Igbobi College. Unfortunately, the guy who gave the name to me is late. Tunde Martins, he died shortly, when we got into Form 2 or something. That's when he passed on. But it's got to do with football, all right? That's why he gave me the name Tori.
You don't want to tell me the story?
That's the story. That's the story. Okay, but the full thing, people just shorten it to Tori. It's basically Omo Tori Bowaye, because I just love to play football. I absolutely, I still do, and I wish it was now. Maybe I wouldn't be making the kind of money Messi made, but I would have made substantial money, because I can play football a little.
Now let's look at you. You're a businessman. You've done capacity building. You've done training. You've done IT, and then you went into catering. And I saw that and said in my head, what's it doing with catering? How did that start?
Okay, so, that catering was born out of some kind of frustrating experience. I had written, a proposal for Lagos State government on motor vehicle registration, and somehow the whole idea had been stolen and all of that, and, that's a story for another day. And, I just got fed up and I said, you know what? I don't want to do anything that I will have to write a proposal to anyone anymore. That I just want to do things that if I can do it well and do it to the public, then I'll be fine. Okay. So I looked at what could I possibly do? I could do oil and gas, I could do food, I could, eventually we settled for food. But initially I wanted a franchise, so I approached one of the the big fast food company at that time. I approached them for a franchise, and I think they said I should go and bring 45 million, and I'm like, 45 million for what? So I was like, no, I'm not going to do it this way. All right. And at the same time, I was studying, the effects of the economy on businesses, and all that, and then. The way I looked at it was that if I opened a fast food joint, then look at all the things that are not directly related to the food that I would have to provide. I would have to provide my security. You probably have to buy 2 generators, and all that. And I thought that maybe we could do something different. And we decided to do, what I called mobile kitchens. In fact, the name of the company, is Mobile Kitchens, So I started looking around, with my wife. We traveled, to a few places looking at trucks, and all that. We eventually settled for this guy in New Jersey in America. Okay, so I designed my truck, and I had that company, build a truck, and all that. So brought it, back to Nigeria, and I was trying to get, the governor at that time, Fashola, to launch it. So we were waiting for a date from the governor, to launch it. And then we were having a discussion, some evening, and my wife mentioned that, that the Ramadan is about to start, and that, it has a way of affecting things, in the market, And I was like, are you serious? He said, yes, and all that. So I picked up my phone because, obviously I had a direct access to the governor. So I sent him a text message, and I said, Your Excellency, I have a, brainwave. How about providing, meals for civil servants during, Ramadan, and all that. And he replied me to say that, oh, that's not a bad thing, that I should give him a concept paper, on it. And I quickly knocked something together. I sent to to them, and that's how the PPP, what do you call it, private public partnership with the government. That's how it developed. And so under that government, we were making meals, for the civil servants. We were making. I think we started with 3,000 meals every day, of the Ramadan. That was a different thing altogether. But the funny thing about that was I was thinking, how do I say thank you, to the governor for this? And then I got a call very early morning from an Alaja who used to be in K2. She used to sell us oranges because we supply fruits along with the food, And so I picked up the phone and said, Alaja, she was still, says, Carol, call me, And she started to pray. She said she also wanted to pray for me and all that. So after praying and all of that, she told me, she said, I do not imagine what I had done, for her, that her kids were out of school, but now she's been able to pay back. Because what? I was getting 3,000 oranges from her every day. This was a woman who was not selling 3,000 oranges a month. Okay? Interesting thing. I had another friend who I was buying nylon bags from. His factory was practically dead. It was just the 3,000 plus that he was making for us every day that brought the factory back into life. Okay, so look at that little spend from the government. Look at how it's trickled down. At the same time, when we ran the first program, LASU students were on strike. I had 15 of them who were working with us. What were they doing? They were helping us. They could try and make 3,000 packs of food and try to serve it. And that's what they were doing with, for us. And, we were paying them, So we had a whole load of influence, the whole thing trickling down. Yes, and all that and all that. And so when I brought that to, to the governor's, attention, it was like, we're just going to continue this, and all that. Okay, so that was a food thing. But at the same time, we were catering for the outside public, as well. I then started something very interesting at the stadium. Yeah, we called it Eat As Much As You Can. Okay, so with 1,000 naira, you could eat 8 different meals. And it used to be crazy, like we used to have about 300, 400 people, Yeah, we had that last Sunday we first started last Sunday of the month. Then we moved it to first Sunday because we realized that last Sunday, most people probably spent their salaries. So we moved it to the first weekend. But it ran really well. And we had people come to even have, their birthdays there, and it was great. For 1,000 naira, you could eat anything.
Why did you stop?
Okay, so we became really busy as a catering outfit, and we couldn't, because we were getting jobs practically every Sunday. And so we had to, put an end. Yeah, we had to put an end to that. Because that in itself was actually designed to make us popular as a catering outfit. Okay, so, and once we became popular, it had served its purpose and we stopped. But, the catering business is still on. Okay, so while doing the catering thing, we will do what you call school meals. We were in Magodo, in that estate, and I noticed one day that there was many schools. So I sent one of the guys to go and count the number of schools inside Magodo GRA. Like, you won't believe it, we counted 22 schools. inside Magodo. And for me, that was a business opportunity, that if we could provide lunch for these kids, you know, that's a large number to do, you know, and all that. And that's how we started, you know, providing, you know, but that also meant we needed to give them water. Okay, so the smallest amount of water, smallest size that was available was the 60 cl. And the 60 cl was a pain for the kids. I mean, for the guys who would park after the kids, you know, it was a pain, because kids, some would drink the water, some won't even drink, you know, and you had, so I started thinking to myself that, listen, there's got to be a smaller size of water, you know, and all that. And then, you know, I did a little bit of research and then saw that there were one or two, Aquadana or something were doing, so, but they were, you know, basically not out there. And I then thought that, there's a gap in this market, okay? And that's how Hagnos, you know, Premium Still Water was born. And we started with the 33 cl, which is really iconic. The only thing I've done is that I've made the packaging look really, really attractive. And so when people see it, they just want the water. It's different, you know, it's the only water in the market that's got the black cap, you know, and the bottle is beautiful, you know. But before even deciding the shape of the bottle, you need to get to my house, you know. I have a whole cabinet full of bottled water from different parts of the world. So everywhere I traveled, you know, I always brought back a bottle of water. My friends, you know, when they want to put a smile on my face, when they travel, they bring me a bottle of water, because they know I would appreciate it, you know, better than the perfume, you know, and all that. So I had all sorts, you know. So by the time I came out with my bottle, you know, people just love the packaging, and every time, you know, people call me up to say how beautiful, you know. Sometimes I even wonder myself that is it not just water, but apparently, you know, the packaging is done a lot, you know, to put us out there. So that's water.
Yes, that you also force your friends that they shouldn't drink any other water.
Okay, so this is something about me. I'm a fiercely loyal person, you know, to my friends. So I demand that same loyalty from them.
That's why we're doing this interview.
Okay, so I demand that kind of loyalty from them. I mean, if you're my friend, you know, you drink water anyway. So if I have water that is good, that is not poisonous, why shouldn't you be drinking my water? So the truth is that almost all of my friends, you know, drink my water. The interesting thing is that 3 years now, I haven't drank any other brand of water unless I'm outside Nigeria. Okay, even when I go to Ghana, I usually go with my water. Okay, so because it's my brand. Yes. Okay, it's my brand. When I go to parties, I carry a whole cooler load of water, and my friends even know. They know it. So when I'm coming to the same party that they're not using my water for that, they know. They wait for me because they're going to drink, you know, the water. Look, we're all talking about brands. How would you feel if you saw the MD of Coca-Cola drinking Pepsi? What's the message? Is it testing? You must stand by that word. You must make it happen, even at personal costs. Okay, because you don't have integrity, forget, you can have all the money in the world. People are never going to, you know, take you seriously. So for, you know, people who are watching, you know, have a plan. Be committed to your plan. And that's it.
All right, I wanted you to talk about your decision to become a chemical engineer. I know it has something to do with you going on some excursion at a point. What happened then? What was said to you? How did that impact you and your decision to become a chemical engineer?
Okay, you know, that very, you know, very funny story. While at Ibobi, I think we were in Form 4, and then there was this excursion that we had to Liver Brothers, you know, and then we went in there to see the products that they have. You know, at that time, we used to have High Time, Planter, you know, Omo, and all of those things. Yes, and they, you know, they conducted us from one section to the other, detergents, you know, and so on, you know. So after the whole thing, you know, I was really impressed, you know. as a young man, like this was a massive factory, and all that. So I went up to the production manager and I just, I said to him, I said, excuse me, sir, if you wanted to be in charge of, a plant like this, a factory like this, what do you have to study? So he said, you have to be an engineer, that you can either be a mechanical engineer or a process or chemical engineer, And I kind of liked, chemical engineer. So I said, so what courses, what subjects do one really have to do well in? They said, oh, your maths must be good, your chemistry must be really good, physics, and so on. And I was pretty good in those things, and that's how then I made up my mind that, I was going to be a chemical engineer. So I doubled my efforts in my chemistry, and, did so well and all that. So, of course, when I was going to write JAMB, there was just only one course I was going to put there. It was chemical engineering. My second choice, a lady as well, who was also a process engineer. In fact, the guy himself was a mechanical engineer, and the lady was a chemical engineer. And it's interesting that in my class, we had maybe like about 6 or 7 ladies, who are chemical engineers in my class. It was the first time that ever happened in Unilag, yes. And guess what? They were pretty brilliant, ladies as well. That's why, I keep saying that, there are a lot of things that we used to do that we don't do anymore. I mean, I see excursions these days, but they're usually to funny places, like amusement park or some historical sites, which is okay, to be honest, but there's really no reason why we can't have kids, young people who are, because in Form 4, you're a young man, impressionable, searching for what next to do. Okay, so if you go around at that time, either you go and you go to do an internship or you go to visit a factory like we did, it certainly made an impact in my own life. To be honest, I'm glad I read chemical engineering. It's also important, to have, like I keep saying, it's the difference between our generation and their generation. They get all the information, via the internet. Yes, and it's always different when you have a mentor who actually is there to talk to you. Yeah. It's not just, the news. And as a young person, you're likely going to make mistakes, that way. So we need to introduce, that mentorship. It's important because basically excursion is a form of mentorship.
Yes, you meet people in the course of it, and it will influence you.
Absolutely.
But switching it a little bit, this internship that you're advocating, what kind of internship do you have in mind?
Even the guys who brought this education to us, they do these things. Sometimes, you hear, kids saying that they want to take a gap year. Basically, it means that they want to be out of school and just go and pursue something, completely, different, and all that. So we need to look at that. If you have, kids who are already showing interest in a particular area, it should be born out of talking to them and all of that. If they're showing interest in a particular area, then you begin to want to expose them, to things in that area, which may further, or if you spot a talent. Because sometimes, a kid may just have a talent and they take it for granted because, it occurs to them so naturally. Okay, so what do you do? I mean, I remember one of my friends, he was such a good, artist in school. In fact, while in school, in the art class, you will go and give him to help us draw, and all that. And this guy is an architect today, I can imagine if he didn't become an architect, and guess what? His father was actually an architect as well. Okay, so that's how you pass, stuffs on to younger people, and all that. So we must do something about it. We must give people a chance, even if they're not. They're not earning money and all of that. And that's why I like what Lagos State, just introduced, recently, where, Lagos State is going to be paying those kids, but they'll be able to put them in different places, which is great. 20 years down the line, one of them is probably going to be sitting, across another person, and they're going to be talking about how their life was shaped by that internship.
That's very true. I recall when they started the Jakonde School in those days. Those Jakonde schools everybody thought, oh, what is it doing? Why are they trying to do this? But last year, students who went through that system turned 40. They were celebrating 40 years after. Many of them were doctors, lawyers, professors, engineers, name it. They are part of society and they are really impacting on society. So their contribution is totally indescribable.
That's why some people still maintain that Jakande, it's probably tops of the list of the people who have been governors of the state. He was. Look at what Lekki became today. Just that tiny road, that he built all the way to Ekpe.
Thank you so much.